you want to say, baby, when you are alone in July? You're deceived. Why you do say
Hey chat, what's going on? Say something in chat if you can hear me. Okay, so I need some information from you, chat. We're gonna get things started here. I need to know what my stream title is and what my thumbnail looks like, because it's probably not good. We had to start this in the worst way possible. I don't know. Look, chat, we fell in love in a, what is it called? We fell in love with that song. Somebody help me. It says Israel, Palestine. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh my God, pick the table. Yeah, everything's going so well today, chat. Everything is going so well today. Not. Okay, so YouTube's got the right title. Twitch has the wrong title. YouTube is on, Twitch is on. That's good. That's what wasn't happening earlier. Yeah, so sorry about this. Like, really what was going on? It's Twitch. It's Twitch's fault. Everything bad you can blame on Twitch. And I know on the YouTube side, that is not a good thing to hear, because like you're like, how does that affect me? I'm just trying to be nice to everybody and make sure that everybody that wants to watch me can view me in the way that they like to view me best. And for some of you that's Twitch, for some of that's YouTube. I'm trying to, stay up on both of those. Wow, my sound could be, there we go. There we go. Okay, so this means that this is one of those fun streams where I have no makeup on. Do I even have my coffee? No, I don't have anything. Everything's, okay, don't break your headphones. That's like the last thing you need to do. I don't have makeup, I don't have coffee, I don't have anything. It's just me and you, chat. And this is really good content, I swear to God, I swear to God. Right now, today, this is some of the best content that we've dealt with in a long time. Like the James Somerton thing is actually a really deep dive, a really interesting exploration in the nature of content creation, the ease with which somebody can either farm content, run a content mill, if you will, or even run an expedited content mill where all of your writing is done for you, not even by ChatGPT, but by somebody else who's already done that writing. You just read what somebody else wrote and hope that nobody will catch you. That is what James Somerton did for a very, very long time, and it is just now catching up with him, right? Just now that those karmic checks have bounced. So that's what we're doing. We need to change so that it doesn't say like Israel Palestine should not be the title of the stream. We got like Buffy Geek, I want to acknowledge, has a 3-stream viewing streak on Twitch. Spark That Blood has a 3-stream viewing streak. It's a streak. You're on a streak. You're hot. It's like a kill streak, but nobody gets hurt. It's great. As you can see, we're here in Vice City. Thought I'd do something special. Oh yeah. Also, chat, I'm on a trampoline. That's right. It's better than being on a boat. Can somebody help me? Like, I'll just type it in. Oh my God, step on. This is the other thing about being on the trampoline is that like, nobody streams on a trampoline. I'm the one who streams on a trampoline. There's probably a reason though. There's probably a reason that nobody wants to stream on a trampoline, and that's because you always step on the headphones cord, which I just did. What is that song though? Did anybody... New link for... Oh my God. Serial Experiments, Leah. thank you. Thank you for giving the right link to everybody on that thread. Oh my god, I'm sorry about these technical difficulties. I don't even know what's going on, right? I don't even know what's going on. But yeah. How? Are we back? Are we back? Let me know when we're back. We're back on Twitch. Okay, YouTube, let me know. What's going on, YouTube? I can hear you, but the screen is all bad. Wait. On Twitch? On YouTube? I need to know where. YouTube, you're here again. I don't know what that was. It's like somebody's just trying to fucking shove their dirty foot down my throat on the day when I've got like the best content that I've had in a long time, right? Because I didn't even tell you about the good part. I don't know. Did it make okay, so YouTube, did it make a new stream? Did you stay on the same stream? Did you stay on the same stream for YouTube? Spikes in the signal broadcasts will arrive in the past, present, and future. That's probably true. YouTube, did you stay on the same link? Same stream. Good. Well, I mean, I guess it's sort of good. Like, I still need to fix some things. So what is it I need to fix the stream name on Twitch, right? And I need to give you a thumbnail on YouTube. So go in here. Yeah, that does not make me feel good. Okay. That's not it. HBomberguy on James Somerton and Hoots on Vaush, Keffals, and the Dirtbag left. Yes, I just told you what the other content is. Hoots has made a video, and some of you may know Hoots. Hoots is a video essayist. The natural enemy of the debate bozos. Why? The title is not within the Dirtbag? Oh, is it Bomb? Oh, I don't know, chat. Is it H-Bomber? So there's something about... Okay. Let's change Dirtbag to DRT bag. Do they think that Dirtbag is a slur? They think that Dirtbag is a slur. Yay. Don't worry about, like, you know, don't worry about, like, ableism, Twitch, right? You know, go ahead and let Chud Logic say, like, all the R slurs to his heart content, but make goddamn sure that no one is ever able to call Vaush. Sorry, not Vaush. No one is able to call Chud Logic a dirtbag, right? That's literally how they operate. Dirtbag is a slur. What the ever-loving... People like to be called dirtbags, right? The people that invented the title Dirtbag Left were dirtbag leftists. Amber Lee Frost, as you're gonna find out today from Hoots, right? Chapo Trap House, right, was the original, you know, and it's meant a whole bunch of things, and it can mean a whole bunch of things. There's I think a big difference between like Chapo Trap House and Red Scare. Yeah, that's a huge, there's different ways of doing dirtbagism, but you know, and you know, like technically, if you're like rude to a transphobe on Twitter, like if you tell Matt Walsh his beard is ugly, you're a dirtbag. You're doing dirtbag leftism, but that's a little different than like, I'm gonna use the R slur. I'm gonna use the R slur. If I don't like people, if I think that their analysis is wrong, if I disagree with on things, I'm just gonna call them the R slur. That's a genius move there. Teenage dirtbags even, yeah. Okay, so wait, I've changed, Twitch, can you let me know? Is the stream title correct now? Or does it still say Israel-Palestine? And then YouTube, I am on it with you. Wait. Oh no, wait, there was several new links, though. I don't know if the new link that somebody put on Twitter is the latest one. Look, if you're on Twitter and you did that for me, thank you so much. I don't expect you to be able to do this, but if you could, just check and make sure that that link is to this stream. Yeah, there we go, right there. James Somerton, HBomberguy. Wrong. Oh, but that I would like some money. Thank you, YouTube. Yes, monetize this, please. They gotta stay monetized. No, I actually have. I'm a little bit paranoid that if I don't have most of my content monetized, that like bad things could happen. I want YouTube to know that not that I am making them money. I need them to know that, because they do. It seems like they really do treat you differently, depending on whether you are or are not making them money. Okay, so it's fixed on Twitter. We got some emotes in chat. The link is still working. Oh, good. Oh my God, Lexical, you really were on it, right? And people can see that you're on it right here, because you're showing up, and so is everybody. Yeah, like look at that. Save the day. Like I gotta just comment. Saved the day. Or saved my day. How about that? Saved my day. Yes, you did. You did. Thank you. And like, how about just a little heart emoji? I don't know if that'll actually come out as a heart emoji. It'll probably come out as a carrot and a 3. But a carrot and a 3 means love to me. I don't know about you. Does a carrot and a 3 mean anything to you? We gotta get going. We gotta get going. Like, I cannot afford to edge you too long today. I have basically introduced the 2 things we're gonna cover today. What about the order? I haven't decided the order. Welcome to stream, everybody. Thank you for putting up with my bullshit. We've had some massive... Wait, are both of these the correct link? Or just one of these is the correct link? Oh my God, look at that, look at that. See, if you put a NSFW meme, if you reply to the Twitter thread with an NSFW, here, let me just give you, wait, which is the Twitter thread? I'm so confused. And we got to get going. We got so little time and so much to, like, I feel like doing a Willy Wonka and be like, so much, so little to say, so much time, so little today, and then be like, scratch that, reverse it. Scratch that, reverse it. Okay, are both of these the new correct link? Or is one of these the new correct link? I don't even know. I don't even know what to link you to. Look, let me just give you the link. How about that? How does that look? I'll give you both the link at the same time. Boom. Because I can do that because I'm set up in a completely different way that's like less than ideal. Far less than ideal. I don't know. I wanted to be I've already wasted a whole hour. And this is not a time that I really have an hour to waste. We got a lot to cover. We have got a lot to cover. I'm thinking we do Hoots first. What do you think, chat? You want to do Dirtbag leftism? This is such a weird day. I might even have to disappear for a split second to get myself some coffee, because I was like right in the middle of making coffee when this all happened. And everything is so fucked up today, chat. I'm trying to pay my rent to my landlady, and it turns out there's this awesome service that she likes to use for payments, but it's not like Venmo where you can just like pay somebody. You could be like, yeah, here's my bank account, Venmo, and there's money should go there. No, it's like one where they decide, oh yeah, hey, you know what, you're gonna give you a random transfer limit, right? So if your rent is over $500 a month, you cannot pay your entire rent in one transaction. I don't know, right? And she also gave me the ability to pay her directly, but she left me with her account number and not a routing number, which you kind of need one. You kind of need a routing number if you're going to pay somebody digitally, right? And like, she's older. Landlords tend to be older, right? Does anybody else? I'm sure other people in chat have an older landlord, right? Not that, like, I don't mean she's like, like a, I don't mean she's like, 90 years old or anything, but, older, right? And I never know where the cutoff is. That, like, at what age do people not fuck with text? At what age? Because there's a certain age, right, where people of that age, right, it's hit or miss. Like, do they know that their phone does text? Do they know how to use the text? If a text message comes up, will they see it as a text message and know how to press the button to get them to that text message, right? Because I texted her and I haven't heard anything back. I don't know. Maybe she's one of the, non-text kind of people, right? It's just an age thing, right? If you didn't grow up with text, maybe texts are kind of weird to you. And, if you're maybe even a little bit older than that, there's a chance that, my God. Oh shit, I gotta shut off the other videos so that nobody accidentally goes to those instead. So, even above that, right? There's a certain level at which you probably don't use email. Now that's much older, right? My grandmom uses email. Okay, my grandmom, email is one of the things she can do. You can't text my grandmom. You can email my grandmom. So there's. But yeah, it's a frustration because like today's the day that the rent is due. I'm trying to get the rent in on time. I'm not trying to not pay her, but she is making it damn hard to pay her. And now I'm wondering if the knock on the door just a second ago was actually her. So I gotta go check and see if there's like most likely a delivery. Somebody got a delivery and that's what the knock on the door was. But there's some chance that it was the landlady and she's like, "Where's my money, bitch? Where is my money?" Wait, what has HBomberguy done? You just came in? Let me just explain this because we're going to go with Hoots first, all right? So if you want to see the HBomber thing, stick around. HBomberguy, if you don't know, like once every year, it seems like now, comes out with a new video. And it's like 3 hours long, almost 4 hours long this time. It's a long video. He's been putting in some work, right? What's he talking about? He's talking about plagiarism. Now, no. God damn it, this is just the worst day, isn't it? Plagiarism, yeah, is bad. You shouldn't do it. No, stop! For fuck's sake! I just need light. And I need it not to fall over. Thank you. Yeah, plagiarism. There's a video about plagiarism. Now, if you know, like, there was a little conflict between HBomberguy and the Illuminati earlier on when Illuminati claimed that there was some plagiarism going on to her with Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle had stolen Illuminati's video editing techniques somehow, right? That sounds pretty bad until you find out that actually, no, nothing was stolen. Legal Eagle is using the kind of editing techniques that everybody has, and you can't copyright, and that's not yours. That's not like ripping a piece of paper is not your invention. Thank you very much, Illuminati, right? But also Illuminati, who's been ripping people off? It looks like it's you, right? HBomberguy exposed Illuminati for having ripped off somebody's documentary about anti-vaxxers and autism. And, that was just on Twitter, though. That was short form content. In the meantime, in the midst of that, right, ever since probably July or something like that, HBomberguy has been working on a video about plagiarism, talking about Illuminati, expanding on his thoughts about Illuminati, but also talking about plagiarism from many other people. It looks like the internet historian has also done plagiarism. It looks like James Somerset is 100% plagiarism, right? And that's what we're going to get into today, right? We looked at the Illuminati stuff yesterday. There's actually more Illuminati stuff over on his other channel, right? So I don't know if we'll have time for that, but can I type in chat using my electric typewriter? Only if only Norm Finkelstein. Yeah, that's right. If your landlord is a certain age, right? Maybe they don't call it a computer. They call it like, "Oh, you want me to talk to you on the electronic typewriter?" Yes, send me a message on the electric typewriter. Thank you. That's what I need, right? But that's what's going on. This is the craziest day, and I'm the most ridiculous streamer, and we're here to go. It's like a mix of the best defense is a good attack, and whoever attacks first attacks twice. Wait, what is that from? But yeah, that's what's going on today. Let's get into it with Hoots. Let's see what Hoots has got for us today with the Dirtbag left. All right, so like I told you, this is a term that was invented by a self-styled, self-titled, self-identified dirtbag leftist, one Amber Lee Frost, the quote-unquote girl of Trap House, right? If you're familiar with Chapo Trap House, Amber is the girl, and she calls herself that too, and that's, I mean, like, that's just, like, woman in podcasting, woman in comedy. That is generally like how you'll be regarded if you're in any group of successful content creators. You are the girl of the group. But Amber came up with this name for herself in the midst of a conflict that Chapo Trap House were having with Clinton bots, right? Hill bots, as they were called back in the day, right? Obviously, Chapo Trap House was more representative of the Bernie faction, the Bernie Bros, as they were called by Hillary Clinton. Never mind the actual demographic makeup of Bernie supporters, not being primarily bros, not being like necessarily like a wider audience, but they got tagged with that anyway. And so you do have a real instance of a liberal politician who I don't even know, is Hillary Clinton liberal? Like, can we really call Hillary Clinton liberal? She's a centrist, right? She's not liberal. She's not anything. She's a politician. She doesn't care about any of that stuff. She cares about her legacy and stuff like that, right? So you've got, like, this really disingenuous attack on Bernie supporters, on Chapo Trap House, on like anybody that is maybe rude, right? Because, like, you get called a Bernie bro, and your clap back might be kind of rude, right? That rudeness makes you a dirtbag too. So there, like, was something to this. There was a point to the dirtbag left in 2016. Now, I don't know if you know this, but that's 7 years ago. That's 7 years ago. And if you're still stuck on that, and if you're still anyone who uses identity politics is a liberal and not a leftist, and I don't like all this identity politics, you're not a dirtbag, you're a shitbag, okay? You're a shitbag, and you are what's wrong with the left, not Hillary Clinton, who's not even on the left, right? But this is where it comes from. And some people are still fighting the battles from 2016. That's what Hoots is going to talk about today, right? Vaush and Keffals, right? That's the names that come to mind in terms of the enjoyers of slurs. Like, I am a leftist, but I like to use slurs. And it's okay to use the R slur because I've gotten called the R slur myself. So it's kind of like my word, and I kind of have the pass for it. So if I call other people R slurs as a put down, make it it reinforce that pejorative, right? I'm okay, right? No, you're not okay. You're a shitbag. You're not a dirtbag, you're a shitbag, and you are very much what's wrong with the left. And so, like, that's what I say every day. Whenever I have to talk about Vaush, whenever I talk about Keffals, this is usually what the reduction, the essence of what I'm saying. And this time, Hoots is going to say it for me in video essay format. So I am not alone in this anymore. I feel a lot less alone. Let's go. Let's make this happen.
That is what Barack and I think about every day as we try to guide and protect our girls through the challenges of this unusual life in the spotlight. How we urge them to ignore those who question their father's citizenship or faith. How we insist that the hateful language they hear from public figures on TV does not represent the true spirit of this country. How we explain that when someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level.
I will be right back.
No, our motto is, when they go
let this
low,
run a
we
little
go
bit.
high.
Well, I got water and make sure that my landlady's not freaking out.
I don't consider myself,
my door.
and I don't believe I have ever been considered to be a part of the dirtbag left. But I'm certainly a little dirtbag adjacent. I've been known to be a little grimy. I don't pretend to be one of the thoughtful, civil, coastal elite style leftists or one of the Tumblr-educated, cozy core, too-online leftists. I'm kind of mean, partial to shitposting, and have even indulged in the odd politically incorrect joke or two. Oh no, I sound like a British comedian about to do some weak stand-up. What I'm trying to say is I get the appeal of edgy humor with a political bent. I get the appeal of cyberbullying public figures who have expressed views antithetical to my political aims. I literally have a podcast that's mostly dedicated to mocking people who are too dead to fight back. I had an account permabanned from Twitter for allegedly sending death threats to Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and Chaya Raichik. When they go low, I go to hell. But I think that there are some valid criticisms of crudeness and incivility as politic. And I think that largely that tactic is overplayed and has run its course. Hello, I'm Hoots. This is my channel. And today I want to talk about the politics of vulgarity.
Okay, so first of all, let's list every slur in the English lexicon. Listen, I am a slur anarchist. I don't really care.
Holy shit, you are such a little tender queer.
I don't really want to do this. You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I mean, you're the one who can't answer the question.
The dirtbag left is a term coined by Amber Aleef Frost to describe a political style that eschews civility and embraces vulgarity, popularized by a conglomeration of mostly left-leaning New York City podcasters in the mid-2010s. That's a lot of words just to say Chapo Trap House. Basically, in the mid-2010s, there was definitely a frustration that was beginning to be felt amongst younger progressives with the way that a lot of establishment Democrats and conservatives reacted to then presidential candidate Donald J. Trump. There was this horror and disgust at his lack of decorum, his rudeness, his incivility, and that's all fine and good, but liberals were falling over themselves to congratulate Trump's conservative primary election rivals, whose ideological positions were virtually indistinguishable from Trump's. They just had better speechwriters and tailors, and arguably, that was their downfall. But I'm not really here to relitigate the 2016 election. It was kind of disgusting to see so many centrist libs championing the aesthetics of politeness and fairness over ideological substance. Sure, it's fucking embarrassing that now and forever I'll live in a country that had a reality star for a president, but the problem with Trump isn't that he's a rude boy. It's that he's a reactionary demagogue whose politics consist of fucking over everyone except his close circle of friends. Like every other Republican. And the vast majority of Democrats. He just acted like less of a dweeb while doing it. His crude candor and third-grade vocabulary made him a clown, but it also made him popular. I've never known a person that could be both intentionally and unintentionally funny with such consistency. People related to him, even if they didn't like him. And a lot of the left took notice. Vulgarity could be strategy. In an article for Current Affairs from 2016 titled The Necessity of Political Vulgarity, Amber Aleef Frost defends vulgarity and japery as crucial rhetorical weapons that have long been used in the intellectual battles of our revolutionary history.
Vulgarity has always been employed in revolutionary rhetoric, perhaps most notably in the propaganda leading up to the French Revolution. The pamphleteers of France were all too happy to satirize and smear the upper class with the utmost malice. Clergy, royals, and anyone else in power were slandered and depicted visually in all manner of crass and farcical political cartoons. Of all the public figures subjected to such vicious derision and gossip, often highly inaccurate gossip at that, Marie Antoinette was singled out for especially inventive and vicious taunting. True to French tradition, the slanderous pamphlets, called libelles, were fond of wordplay. For the Austrian-born Antoinette, they coined Autrichienne, meaning Austrian bitch, but also resembling the French word for ostrich. Thus, layering a visual pun upon a verbal one artist actually portrayed Antoinette stroking a massive ostrich-like penis, complete with legs and a saddle. There are arguments to be made over who constitutes a valid target, but when crude obscenity is directed at figures of power, their prestige can be tarnished, even in the eyes of the most reverent of subjects. Caricature is designed to exaggerate, and therefore make more noticeable, people's central defining qualities, and can thus be illuminating even at its most indelicate.
In her essay, Frost cites a political tradition of vulgarity that unites the French revolutionaries, Vietnam War protesters, the 1988 NWA track Fuck the Police, and the outrageous speeches of Donald J. Trump.
The depravity of the atrocious acts committed by the powerful far exceed the depravity of any swear words one could use to describe those acts. The death and brutality of Vietnam didn't just deserve an F-word or two, but warranted every last curse that could be spoken by the human tongue. And as the 18th century French knew, monarchy is the real barbarity. It was the libellistes who were the true allies of the Enlightenment.
There's something almost John Waters about this that really appeals to me. Embracing vulgarity and filth, holding it up as a foil to the real trash, the injustice of systems that cloak their corruption and dereliction in politeness and civility.
Could you hear
me? La bourgeoisie.
Could you hear me, like, yelling in the background?
As 19th century decadents would say. Shock the middle classes. But if you're like me, the Marie Antoinette example Frost focuses so heavily on in her essay may have raised a few questions. A Vietnam War protester wearing a jacket that says "fuck the draft" and Donald Trump calling for an outright Muslim ban instead of the obfuscating euphemisms preferred by other members of his party are improprieties that are still clear and direct political statements. Marie Antoinette stroking a massive penis shaped like an ostrich is less so. This is just misogyny, right? Someone realized that the words ostrich...
Yeah, anybody catch on to that, right? So Marie Antoinette, like, at the risk of defending, like, somebody who's become a symbol of not bourgeois decadence, but straight up, like, feudal, like noble class decadence, right? I'm not going to tell you that she did nothing wrong. I mean, like, she's part of this class that's, like, literally benefiting at the expense of everybody else. However, she's not the problem. She's not the source of power. She's not who should be focused on, right? Her famous line, "Let them eat cake," sounds pretty cold. Sounds pretty disconnected. Oh, you think that people can just go to their fridge? No, because there's no fridges at the time. You think that people can just go and get a slice of cake? Oh, you rich lady, you, right? Really easy to get mad at her, but it turns out that she didn't say that. It just sounds like something that she would say. What do I mean by that? I mean that they created a character around the Dauphine. They created a character for her, right? That seemed to be someone who would say something like that, who would be that cold. And she never actually said that, right? But there was, like, a lot of attention focused on her. And it is kind of weird considering that, what your problem is with the mode of production, right? You're under a feudalist mode of production. You've got, these line of kings that used to call themselves the Merovingians. They literally try to claim that they were descendant from Christ, right? And if nothing else, still had very much the divine right of kings. It's correct because God deigned that this person be the king, and therefore, questioning that person is like questioning God. Well, after the Enlightenment, questioning God got a lot more popular, right? And they questioned God to the point where they cut off the heads of the not just the king, but the entire many nobles. And then they didn't stop there. They started purging their own ranks, right? You can look it up. It's called the French Revolution. But what I'm saying though is that, like, what Marie Antoinette and the obsession over her and the slut shaming, because that's literally what that was. Okay, so her name is, she's from Austria. She's a bitch. We're gonna combine that into Austrichian, right? And which sounds a lot like ostrich, right? And now she's riding an ostrich, and what does an ostrich's head look like? Kind of looks like a penis. Maybe she's stroking that thing, right? Maybe she's stroking that thing. And that's just not who you should be concentrated on. And anytime that a revolution misses and concentrates on the wrong, even wastes a little fire, because revolution is not easy, right? And it's very easy to have a revolution that doesn't go hard enough in the right direction, especially if it goes hard in a direction that's just kind of, not that closely related, right? So, but because sexism is so damn popular, because slut shaming is so damn popular, and because goddamn those Austrians, why is there this? Why is the Austrian person the queen, right? All this stuff, mixed together, is a great way to distract a revolution. Like I said earlier, we might need to refresh the chat because we aren't getting YouTube. What? Okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on with that. I can fix that. Maybe. Maybe I can fix that. Actually, yeah. Wait, I think I know how to fix that.
Bitch.
We'll have to ask Bob the Builder, but I think we can fix it.
Sounded kind of like ostrich, and also wanted to draw sexually explicit caricatures of Marie Antoinette. Satire requires clarity of purpose, and like, what are we trying to say here? That Marie Antoinette likes to ride big, thick cocks? Why are you making her sound so cool and relatable?
I know.
She's just like me, for real, for real. Now, many people on the left, particularly those sympathetic to dirtbiggest tactics, will claim that appealing to the misogynists and perverts who just wanted to call Marie Antoinette a bitch and see her stroking some dicks pushed said perverts over to the anti-monarchist cause. Come for the women-hating, stay for the politics, so to speak. And likely that was the case for some of the libellists and their readers. But some were definitely just there for the woman-hating, right? Now, you may be thinking that from a tactical perspective, it doesn't really matter what someone's motivations are as long as they throw their support behind the just cause. And that is where my opinions diverge from those of my fellow scumbag socialists. I think it's fun to make fun of bad people. But I think when we're trying to wield mockery as a...
So we've got two things that we've conflated, right? That is solidarity and not punching down on one hand with civility politics, right? Which is like, don't say the bad word. Don't violate bourgeois manners, right? Don't be rude. You can be dismissive. You can live a lifestyle in which you're actually benefiting from the oppression of others. That's fine, right? That is part of the society. That is how capitalism works. Stop knocking over the light, please. No comment check, please. Like, if you can. Yeah, that's great. But but you got a conflation of the liberal stuff, you know, and through the code word of identity politics. This is how it's always shipped in. Well, I don't like that. That sounds like identity politics, right? You don't want me to say the R slur? You don't want me to call Jordan Peterson the R slur? God, you're just so about these identity politics, aren't you? Civility politics, right? You're tone policing me. I've been hurt by Jordan Peterson. I need to slut shame you know, Chaya Rychek, right? Or whatever figure, right? There's all these examples of when the left starts to use right-wing tactics for left-wing purposes in an attempt to get away from the stereotype of what a leftist is. Leftists walk around with a stick up our butt. Leftists are super, you know, we use all the right language and we're nice and we're ooh-woo and we're all this stuff, right? And you don't want to be that. You want to be the leftist that can attract right-wingers because what you're doing has like a right-wing flair to it, or even, you know, you might even call it like a populist flair. But in actuality, you're just conflating things that aren't the same. If only someone can belittle Jordan Peterson. If the only way to belittle Peterson is to call him the R slur, you might not have much of a critique. Correct, Adadak.
Political weapon.
Are we both back on? Or is that, yeah? Everybody's back on the.
It's at its sharpest and most deadly when we wield it in a way that centers our ideological goals. Otherwise, we run the risk of making our enemies look cool or funny, of giving them just cause to claim that they're being victimized, or even worse. We run the risk of shocking the middle classes becoming our primary objective. Scandalizing and challenging the woke orthodoxy that dominates leftist spaces becomes the priority over any previously held political goals. And in the very worst cases, irony gives way to bleak nihilism, and the desire to push back against politeness and civility
Shakespeare says the ostrich thing is also racist. You know, I don't know if I can scroll up to above, but if you want to, repeat what you said, or copy it, then
transforms progressives into reactionaries.
I'm a little bit. I'm under a bit of a different setup today.
Yeah, I am. What do you like about him?
That he's a socialist.
Why is socialism good?
Oh God. So chat. Okay. Somebody type out the name. Who is that? Who is that? Who is Sailor Socialism here? Anybody know? Does anybody know her name? I'm kind of trying to. I'm kind of trying to gauge, right, chat? I want to know if you know who this person is, if you recognize this person. Oh, wait. No? Not... Oh, the person interviewing her might be Poo Poo Benet. Bennett. What was that? God, I don't even remember that. The gun girl, yeah. The poo-poo gun girl. Nobody knows? Nobody knows? That's kind of a good thing, chat. I'm talking about the sailor suit person. I'm talking about that. This is a InfoWars woman on the street here interviewing her, but I'm talking about the person that's getting interviewed. Does anybody know who this is? She's actually pretty awful. So Zara, you recognize. You remember her as Sailor of Socialism. And she gets destroyed by that woman. Dopey socialist crushes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Chat, there's a reason that you haven't heard about this person from me, okay? And that is because she is damn near next to irrelevant now. Now, she is not somebody from the right wing, right? She's Sailor Socialism because she's supporting Bernie here. This is a Bernie rally, and they brought the Alex Jones InfoWar people in here to, you know, just do the ambush interview. Do a little ambush interview of like, hey, did you know that Bernie has 3 houses? Did you know that? Did you know that? He's not much of a socialist after all, I guess. Guy's got 3 houses. How much of a socialist can he really be, right? But the reason that I haven't talked about her, because this would be right up my alley, okay? This is Dasha from Red Scare. You might also recognize her from her role on Succession. But, you know, she is, you know, was a dirtbag leftist back in the day and has been on a wild ride down the right-wing rabbit hole, right? Started off in that dirtbag leftist sort of place where like the whole idea, you know, of dirtbag leftism is to make a space that feels welcoming enough to the right wing to try to get some of those right wingers to join your cause, to use those right wing aesthetics, use those right wing, you know, slurs, right? You know, use like the Vaush, you know, N-word Andy thing, the Vaush tactical N-word thing, right? If I say the slur, then they're not going to think that I'm soy because I can say the slur, and soy and slur don't go, you know, can't coexist, right? That it's the same kind of thing. That's how she started, right? But where is she at now? Chat, she's a tradcath. She's like a traditionalist. She's gone from, you know, Bernie supporter to being a tradcath. And if I listed off all of the guests that she's had recently on her podcast, right, they're all right wingers. They're all right wingers. So this is an example of what Naomi Klein calls diagonalism, a way that people are pulled to the right through something that seems neither right nor left.
Like,
Sorry, I was just curious if you knew.
What is this for?
We're asking people why they like Bernie Sanders.
For InfoWars?
Yes, we are InfoWars.
I think he has a lot of integrity. I like his value system. I like what he stands for.
Exactly what values.
Eating the rich.
Eating the rich. Well, are you aware that Bernie Sanders lives in $3 million homes?
No, I was not aware of that.
Yeah. And are you aware? I'm going to ask you something. So if they're about eating the rich, why do you think so many of the 1% support socialism?
Oh, this is funny too. She's got a lanyard.
Is that true?
I mean, she's at some event, so it's probably a lanyard. Is it like it's like she's kind of doing cosplay too? So maybe it's I don't even know. I thought it was a Bernie rally or something, but there are lanyards involved.
It's very true.
Like who?
Well, for example, you know Venezuela, right?
Heard of it.
A majority of the country.
You know about Vuvuzela? Those people eat dirt. They eat dirt and they eat rats, while Hugo Chavez drinks champagne.
Is currently eating rats. While
that's what your socialism is for. Is so Bernie Sanders can drink champagne while he forces you to eat rats.
Their politicians are drinking champagne on a daily basis.
But you know why I don't talk about Red Scare, right? Is that were I to, I don't know, make a Twitter post and like, blah, 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 Red Scare sucks, right? And Dasha to find it and quote retweet me, that would be a feather in her cap, triggering people like me, right? Having people like me criticize her is how she shows her, I don't even know what you want to call it. Like it's more than just dirtbag leftism. Like she's gone a ways, like, right? She's traveled, she's moved, right? She's some kind of like alt-right a dirtbag leftist, right? I mean, she's taken Pepe posting to a whole new level, right? So if I were to, you know, like, I don't know, make content on Red Scare, they would love me for it. They would absolutely, they would benefit from that, right? The fact that people like me do not like what Red Scare is doing is very much a feather in their cap. That's why I don't talk about her. I do not want to help her become more prominent. I feel like she is prominent enough already.
Basis.
But that's not the 1%.
The 1% of Venezuela.
I'm talking about America.
Well, I'm saying, since if Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela's eating rats.
But I just
do you
want
like
to have
rats?
healthcare, honey. I don't want like.
Well,
Oh my god. You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
I can't believe I'm talking about this on my YouTube channel. Okay, so for the blessedly unaware, that InfoWars video is from the South by Southwest Film Festival in March of 2018. The woman in the sailor outfit is Dasha Nekrasova, an indie actress who was promoting a film at South by Southwest. Bernie Sanders was slated to give a speech at the festival, so InfoWars sent reporter Ashton Whitty to find Bernie supporters to dunk on. It did not go well for Ashton Whitty, and the video went semi-viral, earning Dasha the nickname Sailor
Okay, so here's the weird thing with that, right? Like the comeback was... I don't know, chat. Like, I don't think... owns InfoWars reporter. I mean, did you... Let's see how that ends. Right, because I don't think it began well, right? I think there, like, and a lot of, look, the way that you talk, like, I use the word like a lot, okay? And people probably take me, like, less seriously because of it, because I, like, talk like this, and it's a certain, like, stereotype there, right? So you know, there's that, right? And it doesn't matter. You can be incredibly smart and still use the word like as a filler. It doesn't really, it's just a way of speaking. It doesn't really matter. If you know, up talk, right, that doesn't make you less intelligent, but it is kind of, you know, if you're a dirtbag leftist, I guess you're all about optics here. And I don't know about these optics, you know, being unaware of the whole, you know, and maybe this whole Bernie has three houses thing was like a new attack at the time, and people weren't like that familiar. You weren't like expecting, because she knows who InfoWars is, right? She knows that this is not a person, you know, she's not like oblivious or anything.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
Okay, so
Bernie Sanders were president, right, and he wanted to bring the same ideas as for socialism into this country, do you think that we would benefit?
Yeah.
But I just told you Venezuela's eating rats.
But I just want people to have healthcare, honey. I don't want like.
Well.
Oh my god. You people have like worms in your brain.
I don't know, how did you think that exchange went, right? Because, like, I mean, apparently this was like something that this made Dasha's career. I know that to the right, she did not look good, but even, you know, I don't know. This doesn't make me, like, I don't see somebody say, "Oh my God, you have worms in your brain. I just want healthcare. I just want healthcare for people," and be like, "Oh yeah, that's like, sign me up for their podcast." I don't know.
Honestly.
I can't believe I'm talking about this on my YouTube channel. Okay, so for the blessedly unaware, that InfoWars video is from the South by Southwest Film Festival.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The stuff that InfoWars was saying, you know, was bullshit, and there's like all kinds of fallacies in there. And look, as far as the Bernie, you know, having various houses and stuff, if he was poor, they would make fun of him for that. They would say, "Of course you're a socialist because you want to take all of our money away, and right, you know, we're going to work out really well for you. And if you're not, if you're wealthy, then it's like, you can't be a socialist. You're a capitalist. You're rich. You're benefiting from this stuff, right? You're doing well. How could so there's no real, you don't win it with that whole question. You deconstruct that question. Socialism is when, yeah, exactly. But people, I mean, this was sort of a new thing. I mean, this is like pre 2016, here. She was attractive and supported Bernie Sanders, which seems cool and edgy. People wanted to get their politics from her. I don't know. It didn't really impress me, but...
In March of 2018. The woman in the sailor outfit is Dasha Nekrasova, an indie actress who was promoting a film at South by Southwest. Bernie Sanders was slated to give a speech at the festival.
Okay, so this is South by Southwest. This is Austin, Texas, and she's like a indie film actress at the time.
So InfoWars sent reporter Ashton Whitty to find Bernie supporters to dunk on. It did not go well for Ashton Whitty, and the video went semi-viral, earning Dasha the nickname Sailor Socialism, and InfoWars ended up deleting the video. But Dasha uploaded it to her Twitter and Instagram accounts, and this is where it went seriously viral, scoring her interviews with Teen Vogue and Vice, and a featured segment on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Dasha uploaded the first episode of her podcast, Red Scare.
I mean, to me that says, like, I'm not actually a socialist. I support Bernie, and I'm probably a social democrat, right? I just want people to have healthcare, right? I mean, yeah, people should have healthcare. People should have healthcare, but that is not, if you say I just want that, then you are literally just, you're literally just a sock dem, right?
With her co-host.
But that's not what she is in terms of Red Scare. That, it was one of the early podcasts in the Dirtbag left.
Art critic Anna Kachin 19 days after the original InfoWars video was uploaded, and Dasha tagged the podcast in the replies to her re-uploads. So the podcast grew big and grew fast. The show has boasted celebrity listeners like Chloe Sevigny, Elizabeth Olsen, and Lena Dunham, and guests like Slavoj Žižek, Angela Nagel, Tulsi Gabbard, and John Waters.
Oh my god, Angela Nagel. We have never talked about Angela Nagel either. This is another person who I don't want to help out her. I don't want to donate clout.
Scare was one of the seminal Dirtbag Left podcasts.
Do people know Angela Nagel? She's the author of Unalive. And I'm changing the word. The actual word starts with a K and rhymes with Bill, right? The actual word, but I'm saying Unalive, All Normies, right? That's the name of her famous book. It's got like a Pepe on the cover.
Was initially unabashedly socialist, unabashedly class reductionist, and unabashedly anti-woke. Anna and Dasha were and still are highly critical of the liberal white feminism that still dominates mainstream feminism, and of identity politics, which they view through a narrow Marxist lens as a bourgeois distraction from class consciousness and meaningful political change. They're also a pair of incredibly funny, overprivileged New York City mean girls. They're shitposts.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's like an area that lefty podcasters live in, right? They're in that, it's like and there's like a social set that they come from, right? Not all of them are the children of wealth or whatever, but enough, right? This is, you remember the term hipster from, does anybody remember that term? People used to get called hipsters in the mid 2010s, okay? And there's certain places that hipsters live, there's certain like ways that hipsters act, there's like bands that hipsters listen to. There was like a hipster culture. And a lot of that was gatekept on like your social class, right? Like in terms of getting into these particular social circles that Dasha's in, right? And so it's just a weird place for the dirtbag Williamsburg, Brooklyn, Bushwick, places like that, right? This is where podcasting or lefty dirtbag like so many podcasts, like the people live in the same area, right?
Their vibe is best typified by a scandal over some of their old podcast merch.
Oh,
these
Spark That Blood brought up the Dime Square thing. Yeah.
Are some shirts based on the ISIS flag. But if you zoom in, some of the calligraphy looks like the sexy women on the mud flaps of trucks, and the center text says Red Scare. It is provocative without actually saying anything, seemingly designed to trigger both the political right and the left.
It's like naming your dog ISIS, right? Why would anybody name their dog ISIS?
And something that you can only get away with if you're a skinny upper middle class white lady, and I want one so bad. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm kidding.
Kind of. Sort of.
And that was the initial appeal of Red Scare, as a safe space for urban, overeducated, middle-class white girls.
They live next to Norman Finkelstein. I mean, they have. I'd be surprised if they haven't had Norman Finkelstein on. Like these are the kind of people that would appreciate Norman Finkelstein's takes on trans people.
Subsisting on precarity wages to explore little
fans of Egyptian mythology. Sure, yeah, that's true.
Progressive comedy and express our frustrations about the center-right party that's meant to represent the left wing in this godforsaken country. Everything they say is cloaked in so many layers of irony that it's kind of difficult to parse what their actual opinions are, which is very funny for the first 10 minutes of your hour-long podcast. But the shtick quickly becomes fatiguing and sad. Because Anna and Dasha have positioned themselves in opposition to the liberal mainstream, they've mostly committed themselves to commenting on the same culture war nonsense and celebrity gossip that pads out segments on.
Yeah, like just like it's kind of hard to gauge somebody's opinion about myself and my stream and how much value I might be giving to you until we come to the top of the hour ad break, and that's when I really find out if I am really if what I'm giving you is really worth the time that you're spending here. You can show me that by throwing me a Twitch Prime sub. It also gets you out of the top of the hour ad break, which is what's coming up. I don't know how Twitch is running ads now. Does anybody know? Is it on the 30s? Is it every twice in an hour for 1 minute? Regardless, you're gonna be seeing like 3 minutes of ads every hour, whether it's split up or whether it's all in the same, right? You can get out of that through a sub. You can get a sub too for free if you have Prime by using your Prime sub on me. If you do that, you will no longer see ads in this chat, right? You can also pay $5 for the sub. I think it's $6 on mobile. Or if you're really lucky, you might be fortunate enough to benefit from a gift sub, which can happen and do happen, especially right now when there's literally like no one's given out gift subs. I don't think anybody's subbed this entire month, right? So if you are that generous person, you will be the first. You will be top on that leaderboard for gift subs, which is completely blank, right? And it's leaving me with maybe a faulty impression of how much people do or do not value the service that I provide. But yeah, there you go, chat. We got 2 minutes, I think, until maybe 3 minutes until that ad break hits. So this is your time now to try to get out of it.
Fox News. They have become the reactionary wing of the nominal left.
Also, Tibble the Blue, you've got a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much for, there's somebody that values me.
And while they still signal support for liberal wedge issues like abortion, their politics have drifted more toward the new right. They've promoted vaccine misinformation instead of acanist Catholicism.
And that's what I mean, is like, this is the whole thing about the dirtbag left. Whether you're talking about, now I will pull an exception on Chapo, because I do feel like Chapo has recognized maybe more than other dirtbag leftists that it is not 2016, and I feel like there's a lot less punching left from them, but you do still get it from people like Vaush and Keffals a lot.
They hosted Alex Jones as a guest in November 2021 in a bid to rehabilitate his image after he was court-ordered.
So I don't know why they hosted Alex Jones. Is it a bid to rehabilitate his image, or is it just because they knew they'd get numbers? They'd get numbers by talking to Alex Jones, or is it because is it because he's a good filter? The people that they want in their audience are going to be people who appreciate them talking to Alex Jones, and the people that they don't want in their audience are going to be the people that are turned off. I don't know. There's a million different reasons, but regardless, yeah, it does help Alex Jones, rehabilitate his image and also, get more prominency. I mean, like, look, as far as numbers go, like, it doesn't matter whether it's like hate watches or real watches, or you're watching him and you're laughing at him and you think he's a big joke, he's still getting that attention.
To pay the families of Sandy.
Gonna refresh and see if that works. Let me know if it does.
Hook victims $1.5 billion in
French revolutionaries rolling their graves over trad cath lefties.
Damages. They shitposted themselves full circle. They became so irony poisoned that they became that which they initially opposed. InfoWars. For her.
They became InfoWars for her. Nice.
In a review of Red Scare for podcastreview.org,
honestly, I'll be real with you. I have not watched. I have listened to some Red Scare, not very much. I think I listened to the Angela Nagel episode.
Sylvie McNamara writes,
I'm all for vulgarity that reveals vulgar truth. We should mock and demean our political puppeteers and their dupes if it bolsters progressive politics. I think it's fine, at least sometimes, to oppose the ineffectual piousness of mainstream liberalism not through measured critique, but by modeling a rhetorical alternative. But Red Scare's transgressions obscure more than they reveal. Between petty violations of political correctness, the gayest, most R-worded thing ever is a metal concert with seats, ironically taking positions so aggressive as to be absurd. Maybe I should date an abusive man so I can get motivated.
Maybe a joke, says Adodak, but he's the kind of joke that has people trying to desecrate the graves of children to prove that the mass shooting didn't really happen.
To be thin and misrepresenting basic facts, claiming that the Mueller investigation already cleared Trump of wrongdoing. The show collapses into meaningless offense.
So the way that it breaks down, right, is that Amber might have been friends with Red Scare at some point. I haven't kept up with it enough to know, and I definitely don't want to be dragging people for stuff that they either don't do or they don't do anymore. There was some like line in the sand, because Red Scare is pretty much a reactionary podcast at this point, right? So I'd be very surprised if anybody from Chapo was wanted to be seen with Red Scare at this point. You will see Nick Mullen and I think Adam Friedland's been on their podcast, but generally I don't think that Chapo fucks with them anymore.
Only to spit in the eye of anyone still foolish enough to care.
Recently, Anna and Dasha seem to have even abandoned their myopic brand of class consciousness for something more like political nihilism. They've descended so far down the shitposter rabbit hole that they've completely politically disengaged. To sincerely care about anything is cringe, so they embrace a kind of politics of spite and insincerity. To me, Red Scare represents an extreme case of a pretty common disease on the shitposting left, when the dirtbag typology is centered rather than the leftist. When the desire to shock and provoke and trigger is prioritized over having good politics, there's a disturbing regressive trend among nominally progressive online personalities. I'm thinking of edgy leftists like Vaush, who somehow always find a way to use their platforms to harass marginalized people. Like when he misunderstood Black nationalism and sent his thousands of followers to harass a much smaller creator and call her a white genocide enjoyer or whatever. Or when he used J.K. Rowling's trans misogyny as an excuse to promote just general misogyny, I guess. Women be quieter and start apologizing more. That is such a wild take, Ian.
And look, to give Ian his due, okay, I don't think that he believes that consciously. I'm not saying he's not misogynist, but I'm saying that I don't think that he was necessarily saying that because he believed in it. I think he was saying that because he knew it would get him quote retweeted by J.K. Rowling, right? J.K. Rowling is a TERF. J.K. Rowling is looking for examples, wishes to conflate trans rights advocacy with men's rights activists, right? It wishes to conflate being pro-trans with being anti-woman, and Vaush served it to her on a silver platter, and she said, "Oh, thank you, Ian. That's so sumptuous. I'm gonna quote retweet this, right?" And she gets what she wants out of it, right? Being able to, because her audience, they don't know that Ian's kidding. They don't know that Ian doesn't literally stop knocking down the lights, Irene. They don't know that Ian doesn't literally mean that, right? It does. They don't know him. They don't know him, right? You show me. All they know of him is he's a leftist. He's pro-trans, and here he is saying something that sounds misogynistic, right? There we go. There's J.K. Rowling got what she wanted out of it. Vaush got what he wanted out of it, because now he can show himself getting quote retweeted angrily by the queen of the TERFs, right? So Vaush gets his clout out of it. J.K. Rowling's gets gets her rhetorical goal out of it. And who suffers? Trans people. That's who suffers, right? So because if you ask Vaush, if we had Vaush on the stream today, I'm pretty sure what he would say is that, look, I did it for trans people, right? If you people don't take her seriously, people don't support her because she's a transphobe. I didn't mean the misogyny, but I knew it would get her iron, and you know, like he would have an excuse for it, but it's not an excuse that actually washes.
You met women? I apologized to my couch when I stubbed my toe on it. I'm thinking of Keffals, who apparently grew tired of ratioing transphobes and decided instead to use her platform to harass feminist Asian writer Rosalind Toulousan for 2 entire years. Noodles Are Tasty has become a
Chat, I want to point out that I don't think I've ever used that picture of Keffals. Like I try to at least, you know, even if when I'm disagreeing with somebody, I try to at least use a decent picture of them.
Rallying cry similar to ethics in video game journalism, an alibi for a harassment campaign that has become a meme unto itself. This isn't activism. This is just a racist waste of time, which, to be fair, is a pretty accurate description of Clara's body of work. But this kind of boring reactionary trolling is not worthy of anyone's time or attention, and certainly not anyone who claims to be aligned.
You don't think he would listen? And well, he wouldn't listen and apologize. He would have an excuse. He would have a rationale. He would try to, you know, say that like he cares about trans people. That's why he's fighting J.K. Rowling, right? We don't like J.K. Rowling. So I didn't say this to like women. I said this to J.K. Rowling, and you know, it's just like he would have an excuse, right? He would have a rationale, and it's
with the left.
It's not a good one.
If you're someone who consistently uses your platform to torment marginalized people, I don't really think you're doing leftism, no matter how much you want universal health care.
Oh, you're being sarcastic, sorry.
And a livable minimum wage. But I've noticed that a lot of people who see themselves as politically incorrect leftists fall into this trap. Saying something outrageous or feuding with someone that your average anime avatar anon thinks is cringe gets you a lot of attention. And we all...
Yeah, Michael Syatt said he would accuse me of being a misogynist. Yeah, he would probably try to... That's generally what he does, is tries to find a way to turn it back on you. Just like EJ and Luna maybe they think that Nazis had a point. No, Vaush, you're the one who thought that Nazis had a point. You're the one that thought that they were correct on the facts, but not correct in their conclusion, when actually they were incorrect on both, and you're just too ignorant of actual history to know.
But if you aren't careful, vulgarity can sour and become cruelty, and the political weapon of crudeness becomes a blunted cudgel wielded even against our allies. Now, anti-identitarian leftists will say that pandering to marginalized groups is weakening the left, that the woke scolds are off-putting to the white working class who would be...
Are the woke scolds in the room with us right now?
...on board with our project were it not for all these uppity... insert marginalized identity here's. But like, I'm the white working class. And sure, maybe now I live in a major city that skews more liberal and that has influenced my worldview, but I grew up in Florida, in a county named after a Civil War general that votes overwhelmingly Republican every single election season. I've never set foot in a gender studies classroom. I mean, I've never set foot in a coal mine either, but I think that by most anti-identitarian metrics, I should be fairly representative of this imagined white working class. And yet, my politics have drifted further and further to the left over the years. But that isn't because of a bunch of streamers and podcasters stealthing class consciousness into my brain via a giant slur Trojan horse.
Oh no.
It's because of people of color, disabled people, queer people I've interacted with throughout the years who have honestly and openly discussed their experiences. It's because I've come to the obvious conclusion that our political struggles are intertwined. And I don't think I'm the exception to the rule here. I think empathy is the default condition of humankind. That's why movies be so good. I'm not exceptionally intelligent or exceptionally easily persuaded. Okay, well, maybe I'm a little easily persuaded. But like, so are most people. That's why advertisements be so good. Also, a massive percentage of the working class are women of color. So even if you are a class reductionist, alienating those demographics is just strategically not good. I think any political strategy that encourages you to abandon empathy for your allies is a misguided strategy at best and actively damaging your cause at worst. As Thought Slime points out in their video on a similar topic, the left doesn't really mean anything.
You'll hear the term used to describe everything from hardcore anarchist revolutionaries to neoliberal ghouls who at least don't actively seem to want to feed gay people into a wood chipper right now.
It's just an umbrella term that means anyone who isn't the right. And if we need to abandon some of our political ideals, some of our comrades, in order for the left to win, then the left is a failed project. I really do want to build a better world. I want that more than anything. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but things kind of suck right now for almost everyone. And I don't think most of it has to be this way. But I can't always be the change I want to see in the world because, well, first of all, I'm just one little hoot. But also because I have this real mean streak that I've come to recognize within myself. And I think that if I'm going to use my platform as any kind of a force for good, I'm going to need to address the dirtbag within. We were never meant to experience everyone's innermost thoughts at all hours of the day. And we especially weren't meant to experience everyone's thoughts being boosted and shaped by this bizarre attention economy that rewards the wildest, most contrarian takes. We're all on the same page here, right? Social media is ruining our brains. I don't know if it's creating more annoying people or just giving the annoying people more exposure, but either way, I hate it. There are a lot of annoying people in the world, and a lot of them are on the left. I'll even allow you that most of them are on the left, because the progressive left, with all its high-minded ideas of fairness and equity, tends to be more welcoming of annoying people. When I really sit with myself and interrogate what I'm moved by, what I want, my feelings are very clear. I want to build a better world for everyone. Even the people I find really fucking annoying. But I'm also an entertainer at heart, and I like being funny, and I especially like taking low-hanging fruit because entertainers are, at our very cores, incredibly fucking lazy. So I often find myself getting ready to quote tweet some marginalized person who's become the main character of Twitter for some outrageous take, chuck my little chihuahua on that particular dog pile. And I end up having to stop myself because my instincts are antithetical to my goals. I want the world to be better for everyone, and sometimes I catch myself in the act of trying to make someone's world a tiny bit worse. Now, I don't give a shit about politicians and public figures who are actively working against the common good. We should be making their lives a tiny bit worse if it's in the service of a just cause. So if the mean girls of the left are bullying Kristen Sinema at brunch or tweeting at Ben Shapiro about his wife's bone-dry pussy, then more power to them. But when the instinct is to turn the spotlight of your ire on random nobodies, I've developed a handy intervention strategy. Keep it in the group chat. K-I-I-T
Brianna Woo!
E-G-C. Okay, well, the acronym.
Keep it in the group chat.
You could use some workshopping. Sometimes.
That's literally,
annoying.
To be fair, though, not everybody in that group chat kept it in the group chat. There were some of those trans meds in there, I know, will say that stuff on main.
And sometimes.
Oh my god, Agla, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 10 months. Meow.
You want to vent about how annoying they're being. Luckily, we have 2 different tools at our disposal for just such a situation. The first is friends. Now, some people may be running down to my comment section right now to be like, no, I don't have any friends, but I guarantee you do. I guarantee you have at least one friend, and if you don't, you probably have someone in your life that thinks they're your friend, and you should probably try reciprocating at least for a month. Just try it out. The second tool is a group chat, which is when a group of friends decides they want a private little place to send each other messages, usually via text, on a service.
And it's all private until you realize that one of your friends doesn't like one or more people.
It's like WhatsApp, or if you're old or hate yourself, Facebook Messenger. A wonderful thing about group chats is that they're private and usually filled with people who know you personally.
Like, this didn't work for Keffals. Keffals literally has a group chat, right, that would serve this function, except she can't help but saying this stuff on main.
So in a sense, they're kind of a safe space. So when someone tweets out something like, I'm an asexual slut who likes to book and you think that's silly, instead of dunking on that person in a public forum, you can gently mock it in private. Maybe one of your friends in the group chat will even push back.
Okay, I kind of wasn't, yeah, that's a good pushback. Just be like Destiny, keep it in your house and let others, oh, just like Destiny's inward Andy, yeah.
On your stance based on
Twitch chat is also it isn't though. It isn't like, Twitch chat, you're being watched, right? This is the thing about Twitch chat. I don't people think that Twitch is like a safe space. It's not. It's not. Like the right wingers are here, the Nazis are here. I mean, sometimes your favorite streamer who should be here is not here over some bullshit, over some kind of complaint about her like outfit. I mean, it's not safe. It's definitely not group chat, and they're definitely like, yeah, like if you like, I don't know, like this is why I ask people when they're going to talk about like other streamers that they might rightly have drama with, maybe use a nickname for the other streamer.
Their experience or the experiences of others and give you a new perspective on asexual sluts. I've certainly had my mind changed about things in group chats more than once, and I don't think that would have been possible had the same conversation been hashed out on a public platform with people I didn't know or trust. Hell, even when the group chat is broadly agreed with me and is
That's right, Globitz is watching.
Indulged in a little private contempt, I think we're all entitled to a few mean-spirited jokes in the privacy of our own homes, as long as those jokes aren't permitted.
I mean, I know what you mean, though. It does feel safe
to spill over into the public sphere.
I wish it was safe.
Where they can hurt other people. Leftists don't need to repent for impurity of spirit. We aren't Calvinists or whatever. I assume that's what Calvinism is. I honestly don't know. I've never been inside a church.
That's right, Chat Alpha, that's right.
What's it like? I've heard there's free wine there. Church enjoyers, please leave a comment below.
So when I got taken to church as a kid, at first I was like, oh my God, I gotta sit down, I gotta be quiet, this is really hard. This is really hard. Like, right, I can't fidget. My grandma like gives me a mint. Okay, I gotta, like suck on the mint, right? But then they come by and they're like, there's these little cups, these little sippy cups with grape juice. And I'm like, I want the grape juice. And I reach for the grape juice and my grandma slaps my hand and she's like, you have not built a church yet. That's true, Grandma. I haven't built a church. What does that have to do with anything? Right? This wine is for the people that donate to the church. Right? So you donate to the church and you build a church, I guess, somehow. And that's like, right. And then like, I don't know. I was just like, crackers? Yes, please. Nope. Slap hand. Can't have the crackers. Can't have the wine. They would also, I think they would bring by grape juice too. I think there was like a non-alcoholic option if you wanted to. But I was just like, that stuff looked good. I was like, it's snack time. It's snack time, everybody. We're gonna snack on the body and the blood of Christ. Yeah.
Oh.
Wine is for closers. That's what she said to me.
I keep coming back to this idea of
The grape juice and crackers isn't, I know, it's just a tiny little snack.
Bring the leftist over the dirtbag. In shit posters whose mockery devolves into hollow cruelty, I see something of myself reflected.
Again, I've scrolled down chat and I really apologize. There's so many people. I haven't read your chat. In fact, some of you I haven't read it at all. I apologize about that. If there's anything that you really want me to see, either highlighted in Twitch chat or super chatted in YouTube, and it'll actually come up over. It'll distract me.
Back.
I'll see it like it'll.
I'm even trying.
It'll take over my screen, right? Did you know that I gotta get the setup for so it does it on Twitch too, but on YouTube chat, if you super chat anything over $5, it literally says it in a sassy British voice.
Trying to make an effort to be better about mocking people's appearances when I'm talking.
The only snacks I had in church were little packets of licorice. I mean, that seems like that's so church. That's so like, what is the word for it? It's like Spartan or something, right? You're just like, okay, licorice. It's not very, I don't like, okay, like as a kid, I hated black licorice. That was one flavor. I have grown to appreciate black licorice. And in fact, what I even like better is just like a little piece of licorice root, right? But black licorice is actually pretty good. But I did not think that as a kid. I wanted the red licorice. The red licorice is good. I was like, why do they even make the black licorice jelly beans? Those are like the worst, right? I would throw all my black jelly beans away. I could not eat that stuff. I could not eat. I was allergic, not really allergic, but like I just did not like licorice as a kid.
Talking about genuinely bad people. You know, Gwen Shamblin won't hear you mocking her withered hand, but your friends who have never used hand lotion will. Whether I like it or not, I am a person with a public platform, and I need to use.
See, I don't know if Hoots knows about the Tim Pool thing, right? When Keffals was making fun of Tim Pool's hairline, and actually, like in a group of trans people, that does not exactly go down super well.
It responsibly, or I might seriously hurt someone, and I don't want to do that. I think the part of me that is mean and sardonic is probably never going to be fully excised.
I mean, you're right, Doormat Scratch Marks. The red licorice is not even licorice. It's just chewy berry stuff.
But she can be pruned and tamed. Like the red rose grasped within the fist, I don't need to prick the hand of solidarity.
Oh my god, this is such a good way to say this. What hairline, says Daymel?
Is there anything more exhausting than a leftist media critic in 2023? Part 4, why listening to Joe Rogan is like being an accomplice to murder. Whatever happened to just let people enjoy things? I think it's mostly fine to enjoy things, even things that are a little problematic. I made a whole video interrogating.
I enjoy things, but I notice when those things are shitty at the same time, right? I notice when an edgy comic actually makes jokes that don't punch down and instead cut against transphobes. But I also notice when that same comic like conflates having autism with being pro-slavery for some reason. Nick Mullen.
My feelings about that. I'm really proud of it. You should check it out.
What's with
If
that?
you have a soft spot for Chapo Trap House, this essay was not intended to dissuade you from listening. They have excellent guests on, and they produce limited series on what I consider to be important topics. Hell, even if you listen to Red Scare, I'm never going to scold anyone for listening to some Mean Girls with vocal fry. That's my...
Oh, damn. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Poor demo. Actually, if you're a Red Scare fan, sound off in the comments. I'd be really interested to know what proportion of Nas.
You probably have more cum boys, cum girls, and cum NBs than Red Scare fans in your audience.
Are
We're being real here, okay?
Frozen 2. Amber Lee Frost has a memoir aptly titled Dirtbag coming out the same week this video comes out. Ooh, wonder
Maybe
what
you can meet her now.
That's about. I still plan on reading it, but I stumbled upon an early review of it from a fan who was disappointed with the book's
Cumbies. Thank you, Paul Squall. That really helps.
Dated and parochial politics.
The book even reprints Frost's entire 2019 article denouncing Warren in favor of Bernie, a topic nobody needs relitigated. To the extent that the book is a history, it's fair for Frost to recount the main political opponents of the left during the Bernie campaign.
Salmiak licorice? I don't know if I've tried that kind. Let me see if I can catch some chat here. This week I read an op-ed from a liberal who was annoyed by people who didn't think using chicken stock in vegetable soup for vegetarians was funny. Wait, was that done as a joke? Because usually it's just done because, like, I mean, like, the world is not for vegetarians, and if you're a vegetarian, you know that, like, right? How many times have you been served something where they're, oh yeah, there's no meat in that? I mean, fish. Fish isn't a meat, right? It's like it's a vegetable. Fish is a vegetable, right? Right? Oh, I'm sorry, is fish not a vegetable?
So she might have included I
guess you can't eat this.
The alt-right too, if this was really her intention. But we're living in...
No, I was that vegetarian that always got brought along on people's Thanksgiving, and like, you know, I'd go to somebody's house and they'd be like, yeah, my parents they'll make something. There'll be something that you can eat. The mashed potatoes, right? Cool, mashed potatoes flavored with bacon grease. Okay, maybe not the mashed potatoes, but what can I eat? Oh no, the pickles. I can have pickles, and I can have you got pickles and you got olives. I can eat pickles and olives. That's a perfect you know, high in protein.
2023, and know the aftermath of the Bernie.
Their parents did it because they wanted to give the soup a little extra flavor.
Campaign beyond its defeat. Why not consider?
Oh wait, they made like a vegetarian soup, but with
that. However, the book, save a few proleptic mentions of COVID, quite literally ends with Bernie's defeat in 2020. Frost has the good sense not to write an apologia for Bernie's failure, a left-wing equivalent of Clinton's What Happened. But the book does conclude on a resigned note. Frost sees no immediate path forward for the socialist left, and recommends readers try to recover their energy, disconnect from the media, read novels, and keep vigilant and faithful. In another parlance, she could have recommended that readers practice self-care and go to brunch. The supreme irony of the book is that for as much as Frost loathes the progressive libs...
So this is an apt criticism for Chapo Trap House. Like, the thing about Chapo Trap House is they're not as bad as people think they are. Unless you go to Twitter, and then yeah, they are. That's actually I think what people complain about is the behavior on Twitter, rather than what's on the podcast itself, right? But the real problem with Chapo is that, you know, it's a bit of a black pill, and it doesn't. Even though look the people on the podcast, they try to use their clout to spur some kind of you know, activism, but the nature of their content is just not something that makes you want to get out and do stuff. It makes you want to, you know, close off and close in, and you know, like, look, you got to deal with it though. I mean, like, realistically speaking, like, you know, we got black pills by seeing Bernie get blackballed twice, and that's real, and not a lot of people have a good way of dealing with that, right? And Chapo, you know, in spite of their attempts to, you know, I don't know, like add some sort of a action step, like, it's just the nature of the content does not lend itself to, you know, activism as much as it lends itself to just, you know, dark moods and irony and gallows humor and the like, right? That's the, you know, if there's a criticism to be made of them, it's that, right? They're not Red Scare, and they're not even Cum Town, right? They're Chapo. They're you know, they are what they are, and they're very much like of the time that they were created, and they do seem like, unlike some dirtbag leftists, they do seem to be making at least an attempt to move past 2016, from what I've seen at least.
She takes what were once the insults she and her ilk lobbed at them and offers them sincerely to her readers.
This bitter, cynical millennial shtick is getting old, and it's only in service of the status quo. I'd like to offer up some alternatives, so if you're looking for content that isn't made by disgruntled 40-year-olds who stan octogenarian career politicians, this section is for you. If you're looking for creators who have shitposter energy but have managed to not become totally irony poisoned, I'd recommend the YouTube channels Thought Slime, Mune Cat, and my friends Ponderful and John the Duncan. For podcasts, I think I'd have to recommend my own shitpost of a podcast, Respect the Dead, as well as anything by Jamie Loftus. She's got a number of limited podcast series, which are all amazing.
Chapo is the opiate of the sad left. It lets people survive the anguish of the political moment, but it saps the energy needed to change the political circumstances. Yeah, and like, I don't know, I don't hate them. I don't hate them. I wouldn't want to, like, for that to be the majority of the content that I consume. I think I'd be a very different content creator myself if I was, you know, listening to as much of Chapo as I did in 2016. But
and she's just,
yeah, these are some good recommendations.
Very funny,
for sure.
She's also been a guest on the Daily Zeitgeist several times, which I'd recommend if you're looking for a comedy podcast that covers current events. I haven't listened in several years, though, so don't cancel me if it sucks now. One Dime is another current events / leftists philosophy type podcast that my friend Neil Farrell just turned me on to. If you're looking for creators who are the antithesis of the dirtbag left, you're in luck, because sincerity is back in a big way, baby. Fuck the cynics! Let's get in touch with our momos. Babilla and Turb are a couple of YouTubers who are sweet and sincere and also very funny, and my friends over at The Leftist Cooks are really bringing back emotionality in a big way. I don't really watch streamers. That's not the way I prefer to consume content, so there's like a big gap in my streamer knowledge. But if you're looking
so much hate for the streamers,
for left-leaning political and current event streamers, I have to recommend Kira Chats, Lumiru, and Lucid Fox. All very good, kind people. This is nowhere near an exhaustive list, so please put your recommendations in the comments. Also, feel free to connect with people in the comment section. Connect with them on Discord forums and under
Leftist Cooks are really good. Yeah,
Twitter threads.
I love what they do. I love the way that they've like really carved out their own template of doing content, right? That it's more, it's almost like a stream. I don't know, chat. No NCC mentioned. That's because I'm a dirty streamer. I'm a dirty streamer. Someday, chat. Someday.
Make friends. Make allies. Make group chats. Find people.
Make group chats to say like not okay stuff, and no, just kidding. But yeah, good video. It's nice to see somebody on the video essayist end of things that kind of gets, you know, will present more or less a holistic picture of the spectrum between, you know, dirtbag leftists that have basically fallen, you know, that are basically right wing at this point, like Red Scare, and then you know, people that are really repping the aesthetic, and at the same time like punching down, like Vaush and Keffals, and then people that are just kind of irony pilled, like Chapo, and then to you know, people who are like the complete opposite. It's nice to see somebody with like kind of a holistic you know, perspective of things that gets things right, because that's my biggest complaint about video essayists talking about the left at large, is that oftentimes they'll talk about content creators that they're, and you know, there was a little bit of that. There was somebody that got a shout out there that's kind of close to Vaush, but I don't think Hoots knows that, and I don't think a lot of people know that, actually. Some of you in chat might know who I'm talking about, but I'm not trying to light anybody up, okay? I love everybody. I appreciate everybody, and let's get to James Somerton. Actually, you want to watch this Council of Geeks? I didn't plan to do this, right? I really want to watch the H-Bomber thing, but what should we chat? What do you want to watch first? Council of Geeks has got this video. This is a Council of Geeks video talking about James Somerton. There's also we do need to finish, and I don't mean finish, right? So the H-Bomber video, as some people noticed in chat, as some people mentioned in chat, that's a 4-hour video. If you think I'm going to cover 4 hours of somebody's video for free today, you are drastically mistaken, right? But I do want to get into some of the James Somerset content. Now, he does make up the majority of the subject matter of HBomberguy's video, but I do I don't know, maybe I should do that. What do you think, chat? I think Council's video is supposed to be watched after. That's what I thought too. Spark that blood. Thank you. That's the great take. That's the great take, right? We should watch the H-bomb first, then we'll come back, and it'll be really easy for me to do because I'll just have to hit backwards and we'll go right to that. H-bomberguy. H-bomberguy needs a theme song. There probably is a. Okay, so can somebody explain to me who Tommy Tallarico is? I'm guessing this is somebody that got mentioned in the video. I cannot remember. Like it's not ringing a bell though. So if you were here with me last time, you probably saw me go over this. This is the Illuminati part, and indeed, you know, HBomberguy tweeted out about Illuminati, about the fact that not only was she wrong in her accusations of plagiarism by Legal Eagle, but she's done some plagiarism herself. And HBomberguy had noticed, right? He was listening to her videos and recognized some script that had just been lifted from a documentary that apparently a lot of people have stolen from this documentary. So we watched all the Illuminati stuff. There's also this creator named Philip that he talks about. It's like a gaming creator who's been caught. You know, who he busts for plagiarism here. And then Cinemassacre, the angry video game nerd. If you're familiar with James Rolfe, is who we're talking about there. And you know, this was, I think, something with Cinemassacre's writers, maybe not James Rolfe himself, right? That eventually at some point there was some plagiarized stuff that popped up on the channel, read in James's voice, but not necessarily there because James wanted it to be there. And then there's the Illuminati thing that goes on for a while. Legal Eagle Cave Story. Cave Story is about the internet historian who is actually kind of a right-winger. Actually, can I say it? Kind of a right-wing shitbag. It feels good to say, because I didn't know for a long time. I had the feeling, I had the vibes were off, right? But I didn't want to call the dude a shitbag unless he's actually a shitbag. It turns out he kind of is a shitbag. It turns out he's kind of right-wing. So, you know, whatever. The twist that you expect, the celluloid, okay, the twist that you expect. So I guess that must mean that HBomberguy thought that, you know, when he put out this video about plagiarism, he's thinking, you're going to think I'm talking about James Somerton, but I'm actually talking about Philip, angry video game nerd / Cinemassacre, Illuminati, internet historian, and then James Somerton. Here we go. And this is kind of the worst example, right? Which is why HBomberguy spends a good amount of time, even more time than he spent talking about Illuminati, which is why I gotta say, I'm not sure how much of this we will get through, right? If we hit the sub goal, we can get through a little bit more. I don't know if that's gonna happen today. I feel like the subs for Twitch are kind of falling off, even though I think they're cheaper right now. Can anybody confirm this for me? Wait, where? Oh, we just had an ad break, didn't we? I think we just had an ad break, but yeah, I think the subs are somebody, if you can confirm this for me, I think it's like September, right? That Twitch is trying to do 2 months instead of just 1 month of discounted subs this year, which means that December is also September. I think I told you they're like $5 if you pay for it, $6 on mobile, but they may be discounted beyond that. So if anybody wants to subscribe and can confirm that, or anybody who has subscribed recently can confirm that for me, I think it's different now. Neil Gaiman even heard of the Somerton situation. If Neil Gaiman was disappointed in me, I think I'd go into hiding. And indeed, that is exactly what James Somerton did. That is exactly what James Somerton has been doing. The Patreon is down, the Twitter is down, the videos I think are you know, you can't comment on the videos. Maybe some of the videos have been taken down, right? James Somerton is definitely hiding out at this point. Backwards a little more for the most fun plot twist. Wait, what do you mean? Didn't we watch this? The fun plot twist is backwards? Oh, Cave Story. We didn't watch Cave Story. Do you want to watch this internet historian thing? Or you're saying just a few moments? Okay, let's see what the plot twist was about.
Happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice, and maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just
did I get that wrong?
Something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers.
Okay, you're losing me with the Yorkshire pudding. Isn't that one of the puddings that's like made of something gross? What is a Yorkshire pudding, chat? Would I like it? Could I even eat it? I don't know if I could eat it. You think we're good? Is this where we need to be to see? Just a few seconds. Oh, okay. I turn it back to too many seconds. Okay. Oh wait, no. I think it's right before the James Somerton.
My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime,
It's a pudding with gravy, but pudding means a different thing to me. Okay, so I'm from the United States. To me, a pudding is a dish. Usually, I think it's made of eggs or something. I think that's how it gets all gooey, is that there's like some kind of egg stuff in it. So yeah, I guess I can't even eat United States pudding. But in British, isn't it usually like there's some kind of meat in the pudding? Yorkshire pudding is a savory pudding made out of batter. Oh, so it is like gravy. That is something that we maybe call gravy in the United States. Pudding can be sweet or savory, just like pie. Pie. See, you're blowing my mind here. Yeah, I do know about shepherd's pie. That's about the only pie that we have in the US that's truly savory and not sweet. If it's British, it probably sucks. Or maybe I just have like limited tastes or something. You can cook it in the oven until it gets crispy and served with roast meat and gravy. We're talking about Yorkshire pudding, because there's like several kinds of pudding. Like, what's the pudding from the? There's a Christmas song, right? That's bring us something pudding. I will fight anyone who tries to take away my salty pies. I mean, I actually appreciate a shepherd's pie if it's like the vegan version. I can eat. I can. Oh wait, no, I can't, chat, because doesn't it have like gluten? See, I'm hard to shop for. I'm hard to feed. I'm like the worst person to bring to Thanksgiving because there's gonna be something like about everything that I can't eat, and it's like
very happy.
Figgy pudding. Okay, see, figgy pudding sounds sweet.
To accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from 2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump me up. Now, what's the first place one? And how do I destroy it? Oh, it's the steamed hams one where an animator did like a million different styles. That one's really good. And it even
that's gonna be hard to beat.
Tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video. Well, I guess I'll settle for second place. This time. So there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism.
I do not believe a shepherd's pie is actually a pie. It's like a mince dish with mashed potatoes on top, put in the oven. I like the kind that's got like mushrooms, and it's got peas and maybe some carrots. Are there some carrots in there? Being vegan is playing life on hard mode. That's true. Just like playing Minecraft on hard mode. If you want to make Minecraft harder, don't eat any meat. If you want to make Minecraft even more hard than that, then don't eat any animal products, right? Almost impossible, but you know, some people do. Some people like a challenge. Some people like, and honestly, chat, like, I'm the weird kind of vegan. I'm literally somebody that like, okay, so like I made fun of my sister. My sister tried to go vegetarian, and all she did was she took out the meat from her diet. She didn't eat the meat anymore, and she ate everything else, right? So she's just like pulling out calories. She's just eating like, I don't know, 800 calories a day, and she starts to feel faint, and her skin is pale, and she's at a football game, like a high school football game, and my mom looks at her and she's like, "You are not looking good." And she's like, "I need to go home." So my sister got taken home, and I, being the bratty little sister that I am, made fun of her. I was like, "Ha ha, you thought you were so much better than me because you don't eat meat, and no, and you can't even do it. See, you need meat. That's what happens. You die if you don't eat meat, right?" And I thought that for a long time growing up. I thought that through middle school and through high school. And then I met this kid in my high school, and he wanted to be vegetarian, and I made fun of him. I was like, "You can't do that. You're gonna die. You're gonna, your skin's gonna turn, pale, and you're gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. Or you can't not eat meat." I made fun of him. Okay, I made fun of him, and I made fun of him until I saw, when we go through the lunch line, because his parents did manage to convince the school to serve him a vegetarian option. When I saw the vegetarian option, I was like, that kind of looks better than the slop that they're giving us. Like, right? Like, this is gross, and you're getting a quesadilla? A quesadilla? Can I have a quesadilla too? No, you can't. This is only for him because his parents said he's vegetarian now, and like, we don't have an extra quesadilla for you. Sorry, right? No, you can't have it. So then I started to think, wait, maybe this guy's onto something. Like, right? If the food tastes better, if the food looks better, maybe he's onto something. And the other thing too is that he didn't get sick. He replaced the calories that he ate with meat with like protein, with like tofu, with like, Beyond Meat and all kinds of other stuff, with like, beans, legumes, right? He replaced that stuff, right? And he was doing okay. And I was like, okay, I made fun of you, but it seems like you're eating better than I am now, and I can't have that. So yeah, as soon as I graduated high school, my dad, came up to my room with his customary, what he usually does is he makes some chicken nuggets or something like that at night as like an after dinner snack. We eat chicken nuggets, and he'll bring me up some too. Hey, I made chicken nuggets, here, have some, right? And he comes up to my, not my room, but like, I think I was like watching TV or something like that. He comes up with the chicken nuggets, and he's like, "Here's chicken nuggets." And I'm like, "You know what, Dad? I think I'm going to forgo the chicken nuggets tonight." And legit, I have never looked back. Yeah. I didn't have like an ethical reason. Well, I mean, I know, maybe I did. I didn't like the idea that I was eating like cute animals that I can see out on the farm being cute, and then I'm eating them and they're they're dead, and that didn't make me happy. But I was able to kind of segment that off and not really think about it. Like, eating the bacon, I'm not thinking this used to be a cute little pig, right? But I didn't really have like a hardcore, like nobody had like convinced me that meat is bad or unethical or anything like that, right? Nobody ever showed me a gross slaughterhouse film or anything like that, right? It's kind of a weird way to become vegan. But what happened was that like I tried being vegetarian because my friend was doing it and his food looked better, and then I just dropped the cheese, and all of a sudden I was vegan. And I got to the point where that kind of stuff does not look like food to me anymore. Like, it doesn't look like food. It doesn't feel like food. It's not appealing. So, I didn't have the thing where I was like, oh, I feel so deprived. If I could just eat a cheese pizza, if I could just have some bacon, if I could just have some pepperoni, right? I never went through that. I literally never looked back, because to me, there's no discount on Twitch subs currently. Thank you for checking that for me. Huh. Maybe I heard wrong. Maybe I heard incorrectly. The most ethical diet is eating the rich, of course.
Why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the
meat substitutes are getting better, so I may have to try again. The meat substitutes, the only problem with those is like I feel like they're too expensive. Anybody else feel that? Like I can't afford that stuff. I eat rice and beans, but yeah, I mean, if for some people that's like a bridge, like to get to the place where if you want to be vegetarian, if you want to be vegan, then sometimes like the Beyond products can be that bridge that you need.
Ways it can result in destructive results.
But yeah, I'm also not one of the judgy vegans either, because like I kind of was literally morally lucky. So the only reason I'm vegan is that like I just had the certain twists and turns in my life that made me this way. So, and before I was vegan, chat, I ate so much meat. My dad was one of those barbecue guys, and he was like, obviously like, he tried to, like, he expected his son to eat lots of meat, like Gaston. He wanted me to be Gaston, and I turned out to be Belle. And I just hope he's not disappointed.
With these 4 examples,
because I still have a mean left hook, Dad. I still have a mean left hook. Ask anyone.
I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse. There's no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else?
Oh, this is it.
Congratulations, you figured it out.
This is the
you know
twist.
all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit. It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned.
He wanted me to shake hands with beef?
Too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and—
Chat, what do you think? Should I like let my parents don't know like who I am on the internet. Should I tell them?
Work. But there's one group—
would they be proud?
More important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from—
They probably wouldn't understand. They probably accuse me of— you're stealing that guy's content, aren't you? Aren't you? You're sitting here talking about your diet, and this guy's doing all the hard work. Yeah, that's right, Mom and Dad.
From small queer writers or creators from
It'd be like another chair stream, another trampoline stream.
Marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of—
Are they leftists? That's a funny thing about my parents. They live in the heart of Trump country, okay? So you would not think that they are at all left-wing, but my dad has always, ever since I was a kid, like voted Democrat. My mom's a little bit on the religious side, so I don't know how she votes, but she seems kind of maybe a little bit evangelical. But they were okay. So here's what's weird, right? When I thought that maybe they would have become Trump people, but when I talked to my sister, who's like living, really close to them, she told me all these stories of like my dad playing golf with these guys who were all Trump guys, and like I think when he started talking about his takes on politics, I think he got kicked out of the golfing group, right? He didn't get to finish the 18 holes with them, right? Because he's a he's a liberal, right? And there were Trump signs all around their neighborhood, but they stayed strong. They did not become Trump supporters. So good for you, Mom and Dad. Good for you. That actually makes me proud, because I know that's like a hard thing to do when everybody around you adopts like a certain perspective. Parents are normies, keep them out. That's true. I mean, you don't want them in the chat, do you? Like, I mean, Vaush's dad is in his chat. Tim Pool's dad is his enemy. But I don't know if I want my parents hanging around the chat.
Dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos. The people you claim to be defending.
Yeah, they called him a globalist or something, right?
This video is about James Somerton. James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad.
Definitely not a, as we pointed out before, definitely not a turtleneck expert.
I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Somerton is doing great.
There's a lot of videos about that, chat.
By the standards of queer YouTube, in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships.
Who does he remind me of? Like, who do I know? Leonard Bernstein, right? Was always with the... Is that a turtleneck or is that a mock turtleneck? I feel like that's a mock turtleneck.
Patreon income, and donations on his live streams, the man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk...
I never heard of Gay Night. I have heard of something called Gay Day, and it was something to the effect where people would, like, wear red on a certain day. Like, that it was like, within the gay community, it was like, you know, it was like a thing to go to Disney World on this certain day and to wear red so that other queers would know that you were queer as well. Right. And but as far as I heard, it wasn't sponsored by Disney. It wasn't anything that Disney necessarily wanted. It was something that they didn't kick people out for wearing red that day. But if you listen to Chuds, right, the Chuds were the ones that were trying to be like, yeah, this is Disney's trying to get all kinds of gay people in the park where our children are, and you know we can't have gay stuff and children in the same place. That's bad, right? So that was I don't know.
Would be the main guest.
But that was Gay Day.
It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. And Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept
okay, so there was a Gay Night.
The money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks
You're pretty dubious about him even being a film school grad?
to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly affair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney.
Okay, so there is Gay Days.
Also, it started before Gay Night and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organising stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Somerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory.
Okay, so for any of you wandering out there, if you're going to have to deal with my parents in chat, you will not, okay? If I tell my parents about anything, it'll be the YouTube channel and they'll just see the videos. So they'll just be like, who is this Vaush person that you don't like? Like, what did they do to you?
Because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and
they'll be like, who is Dylan Burns?
There's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part...
Oh my god, okay, so I love Yuri on Ice, and I miss Yuri on Ice. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody in chat please tell me? I need to know, okay? Anybody know when the second season? Because they left us on a cliffhanger. I didn't expect to like this. I did not expect to like Yuri on Ice. Yuri on Ice is a sports anime. And yeah, it's very, very gay. It's very, very gay. I guess I didn't realize how gay it was. And I didn't realize that the gayness of it would be enough to carry my interest through an entire season of a sports anime. But I need, yeah, NCC's mom. Who is Dylan Burns in NCC? No one knows, but there are rumors about fascist barbecues. No! No!
To be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work.
There's plenty of media that's more gay than Yuri on Ice in Japan.
That way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour.
That is the gay witching hour. Wait, 2:21? What? That's a weird time. What is up with Japanese TV? Does it not start on the half of the... Speaking of the half of the hour, we got the top of the hour ad break coming up at you in about 4 minutes, right? So this is your warning, unless you want to have your eyeballs forcibly taken away from you to an eyeball zone, not a good eyeball zone where you get to view lots of cool, small independent leftist creators, but a bad eyeball zone where you get to see ads for up to, I don't know if it's going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds. It might be 3 minutes, right? For an unspecified amount of time. Unless you want to do that, you might want to think about trying to get yourself a sub. You can do that for free through Amazon Prime. You take money from a big evil corporation and give it to me, right? Which also gets us closer to our sub goals, which lets us watch more content, lets us go longer in the stream and expand the stream to cover more stuff. And it also gets you out of the ads. It gets you the emotes. It gets you a lot of things, right? There's a lot that's packed into those subs. It is not in fact discounted. I thought that maybe it was, but it turns out that I was told that they were doing a second September. I don't know, maybe I misheard. Maybe it's like some other month or something like that, right? But you can pay for one for yourself. It's apparently $5 on desktop. It's apparently $6 on mobile, and it might be more if you're in Canada. Apparently Canadians get screwed on literally everything, including this. So sorry, RIP Canada. And you could also possibly, if none of those two options work out for you, there is still the possibility that through somebody else's generosity or desire to be the only person on my leaderboard right now, because as you can see, the subs are kind of flagging, and there haven't been any this month, right? So my insistence on making sure to have the stream up on Twitch today. If you don't know, like, right, the stream wasn't working on Twitch. I started it off. It was working on YouTube. It wasn't working on Twitch. I had to do all this stuff to just get it on Twitch. We had to take an extra hour, so don't make me feel like a fool for that. But yeah, like if you want to be the recipient of one of those gift subs when they can happen, if they do happen, your best bet is to be active in chat, because that way somebody sees the fact that you don't have any little Persona 2 icon by your name, and they'll know. They'll be like, oh, that's somebody that needs a gift sub. So That's another reason to be active in chat.
They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Somerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really
when you care about something and so much that you get into, you want to click on that content, and then you click on the content and you realize the person making the content does not care about that subject as much as you do. It feels bad.
Gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Somerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Somerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel. I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit, but I don't plagiarize. The one time that there actually was plagiarism, it was by mistake, and I fixed it immediately.
Chat, something just came across my desk. Something just came across my desk. Thank you, Zara. Okay, so I was wondering, like, on the off chance that we do actually hit one of the sub goals today, and we've got one for Twitch, we've got one for YouTube, the members goal that has basically been carrying us lately. There's just been not that much, not that many people subscribing on YouTube. A lot more gift memberships on YouTube, or sorry, not on Twitch, right? A lot more gift memberships on YouTube, and that's basically been carrying us. Like when we hit the gift sub, it's usually because of YouTube lately. So do better, Twitch. But so if we do, we can hit the sub goal through Twitch. We can hit the sub goal through YouTube members, or even if you look down there, there's a super chat goal that I added because I wanted to make it all inclusive, right? Like I appreciate anybody who supports me in an ongoing way like that. So I want to make sure that and we could be more inclusive, right? I need to get the Patreon signups on there so that appears too. There are different ways that the donations don't show up yet, but the super chats do, the members do, and the sub goals do. And if we can hit any combination of those, then we can watch this. What I'm looking at here is a Peter Coffin response. MIDI Doctors, welcome to the stream. So the MIDI Doctor. I'm sorry, this is just somebody I know from MR chat. So welcome to the stream. Don't forget to like the stream as always. That's you don't know how powerful those likes are. Those likes are huge in terms of pumping me out in the algorithm. But what I'm looking at right now is a Peter Coffin video that is a angry response to HBomberguy. Does chat know about Peter Coffin? Do we know about Peter Coffin? We all get around. Well, it's good to see you here. Yeah. Peter Coffin is like my nemesis. Wait, oh my God. Okay, look, I'm just going to give you a little taste of this, right? Me and Peter Coffin have gotten into it before. Ew, Karl Rove on American Dad. That's not what I'm trying to see. Let's go to my channel really quickly. And oh my God, I should have just like searched it or something. Because I have too many videos, don't I? I have like way too many videos. And one of them is about Peter Coffin. There he is. Are there actually, that's a question that I've had, right? So if you don't know, back in the day, Peter Coffin used they, them pronouns. I am told that he now uses he, him. This is somebody that was on the left and that became a patriotic socialist. Became a MAGA Marxist, if you will, right? And ever since then, has not listed pronouns because, I mean, like MAGA Marxism is more MAGA than Marxist. Patriotic socialism is more patriotic than socialist. And if you hang out with the likes of Infrared Haas, Jackson Hinkle, and Caleb Maupin, then you know, I guess pronouns are considered cringe. You're just supposed to take the pronouns that you're given. So I don't know exactly what to, I think maybe they, them is the best thing to default to since I'm uncertain with Peter Coffin. But yeah, we got into it. We got into it about a year ago.
I've triggered the Nazgul vortex into action. I'm the bastard child of Zoe Quinn and ContraPoints. Where's the lie? Are a super meanie butt. Super meanie butt. Super meanie butt.
And this is the thing about Peter Coffin. They are a super meanie butt.
Super meanie butts. I'd rather be a butterfly.
This is classic NCC.
Super meanie butt like Peter Coffin. Chat, I haven't done any Peter Coffin React content, like, ever. I haven't felt like they are particularly relevant. I find a lot of their behavior toxic. The people they hang around with are toxic. Kind of like, I've just had Peter Coffin on mute, but apparently, even though Peter Coffin had preemptive...
So if anybody can confirm those pronouns for me, right? I think that Peter Coffin's pronouns are he, him now, based on the whole conservative set that they hang out with, but I'm not entirely sure, so we don't want to
blocked me. Peter Coffin did not have nocommentchick on mute and became aware of nocommentchick's commentary on class reductionism. They felt they needed to comment on. Let's see what they said. We'll take a little bit of a look down the actual Nazgul vortex as it exists today, just so I can look at the Twitter of one Peter. Is there a middle initial? Does Peter Coffin...
Oh, that's right, chat. Like we also need to confirm the middle initial. What is Peter Coffin's middle initial?
Peter Coffin should have a middle initial. Chat, can anybody tell me, is there a middle initial associated with Peter Coffin? Am I missing a middle initial? Peter Coffin, is there a middle initial? I kind of want there to be a middle initial.
Peter P. Coffin.
Sort of like not right if there's no middle initial. It's a name that like cries out for a middle initial. P. Coffin. I would buy
Peter
it.
P. Coffin.
Peter T. Coffin. I prefer musical comedies to drama. I would rather this play like a Dracula kind of ready. Okay, so don't even come at me, but I'm not a fan either.
So somewhere in here there's like a clip of me
be like, I have to pay attention to this drama. This person, Peter Coffin, they them pronouns, engaged me in a drama today, okay? So just so we're like drama right there, just to remind you, if you're like, what was bad about, oh my god, no, it doesn't look bad, that looks amazing, chat, I want this kitchen, if I had money, really fucking awesome. Oh look, this is Miss ACD, so I don't know anything about scream it while you break your scouter in half. It's over 9,000! It's over 9,000! 9,000 fucking views on a clip! NCC! Wait, but this is not like a good thing? This is...
I need a better way to scrub through here.
Shit, right? This is like a lot more connected. If you could only get 52 likes from stream that one time, confusing economic leftism with social conservatism, I don't think is a positive. I think it's a real danger. And it'll fracture, you know, people along the line.
So I'm literally calling out the MAGA Marxist here. I'm literally calling out the patriotic socialist, right? It's not that surprising looking back on it that I would get quote retweeted or really like clipped here by Peter Coffin. Now, I'm not going to say that this clip is out of context. I stand behind everything that I said. I didn't say anything wrong, but this is what made Peter Coffin mad about me. And then after a short little interaction with Peter Coffin on Twitter, I was blocked. So I got that Peter Coffin block thing. Anyway, let's get back to here. But I want to tell you what's coming up. If we hit the sub goals, if we're able to by some miracle hit one or more of the sub goals today, that is an ad or something. What's going on with that? That's not Peter Coffin. Oh my God. There it is. There it is. Plagiarism is awesome. Here's why. Thank you, Peter Coffin, for coming back to us at the right moment. Right? It was HBomberguy. Of all the people to trigger like Peter Coffin back into existence, right? Of all the people, HBomberguy is who Peter Coffin came back to, I'm a little bit sad, right? I want it to be that Peter Coffin came back to argue with me, but that's not what happened. It was HBomberguy. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Plagiarism in YouTube. That's the right one. There we go.
Immediately, and it is no longer in my video. And the other two accusations, one was silly.
That's an interesting way of saying you didn't.
Look, I mean, I don't know if they changed their pronouns. I just know that they no longer list pronouns, right? And I know that they hang out in very not trans-friendly places. So I don't know.
Do it.
When 3 or 4
Left of the box raid. Welcome, Looney Tunes. Good to see you.
separate videos have 3 or 4
Good to
separate
see
plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Somerton
is Hinkle still growing? Yo, MIDI doctors, that's a great question. Unfortunately, the answer is yes, and the reason might surprise you. Jackson Hinkle has blown up on Twitter, is actually like one of the top accounts on Twitter. And the stuff that Jackson Hinkle is posting right now is not even necessarily objectionable. In other words, if I showed you a random Jackson Hinkle tweet, you might be like, that's pretty based. And unfortunately, like a lot of people are, a lot of leftists are, surfs people too. Okay, welcome in, one and all. Good to see you. All 2 of us for coming from, here comes Peter Cottontail hopping down the, hi pals. Hi, my dogs are goth, good to have you. I'm so glad that you're all here for this, right? Because this is, no, is it, yeah, it's anti-Israel stuff, right? And it's not anti-Israel in the sense that I get the feeling that Jackson Hinkle like really cares about Palestinians, really cares about the suffering that's going on in Gaza right now. It's just, it's got, like, I gotta call it, it's coming from a place of anti-Semitism, right? And that's unfortunate because a lot of people are seeing Jackson Hinkle in the context of takes that don't even sound objectionable. But no, this guy is another one of these, you know, it's Nazbuls, right? I've been talking about this for years now. I've been talking about the Nazbul vortex, the danger that it poses. If you don't know, Nazbul is short for National Bolshevik. It is a conflation of like leftism with, I don't know what you want to call it other than like fascism, right? It's a third position thing, you know, like the Strasserites in Germany, those leftists, quote unquote, that were part of Hitler's party and that were gotten rid of in the Night of Long Knives. So yeah, it's really nasty stuff. It's really that's what third position is. Yes, you might have heard some people call anti-Semitism the socialism of fools, right? Socialists critique the mode of production of capitalism as being exploitative, right? But it's unfortunately a few doors down from, you know, criticizing certain capitalists, finding Jewish people who are capitalists and concentrating on them and turning your movement anti-Semitic. That's the difference between Jackson Hinkle and an actual socialist. And you can see this pattern over and over again with so many people. Caleb Maupin comes to mind. There was like a book by Caleb Maupin that was just like one dog whistle after another. I think it's called The Fountainhead. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Anybody remember? This was like this one-off book that Caleb Maupin was charging like $100 for. I think Bad Empanada got a hold of it and a few other people got a hold of it. And he must not be allowed to hijack. Yeah, exactly, MIDI doctors. This is so important right now. This is so important. And this, look, I know I talk too much about the Nazbul vortex. I know I talk too much about, you know, Pat socks. They're usually not particularly relevant, but yeah, Jackson Hinkle, Satan at the Fountainhead. Thank you. Yeah, MS Stream, that is exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, the Burger King man, Caleb Maupin. But yeah, Jackson Hinkle is very much a fellow traveler with Infrared Haas, with Caleb Maupin, and with Peter Coffin. So yeah, if we can hit that sub goal somehow, I don't know, we're not really off on a good start for that, but if that happens, we will we have a treat at the end of the rainbow. And if not, it's okay. I'll just save the treat for another day.
Is telling the truth here. There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate homophobic campaign against a queer creator. And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping this possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they—
Dirk Money Rich 1, thank you for the 2 community subs. Who got those subs, by the way? Like, why isn't it not showing me? Hat Girl Communist Party just got a gift sub, courtesy of Dirk Money Rich 1. Somebody else got a gift sub too. I usually like to call those out because sometimes people don't realize they got a gift sub and they don't realize that they can post emotes in the chat. They might not even realize that the best benefit of it of all is the fact that you will no longer see ads at the top of the hour or in the middle of the hour. That will not happen anymore. So
because it was so
oh my
peaceful
God.
up here, but now there are freaking
Thank you
communists
for the
invading
sub.
radicals.
Communists invading radicals. I love it when they come in and invade my chat. I'm looking to see who the particular communist invading radical who triggered my it's not showing me. Oh my God, I don't even know. My pleasure. Thank you, Gorilla Glue. So I called you the name of a particular strain, but Gorilla is actually what you're called. Yeah, thank you for invading. Okay, let's get back to the content. I'm sorry, chat. There's just so much that like I get distracted really easily.
Notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened.
Okay, so now this is a really tough needle to thread, right? If somebody claims that what sounds like good faith criticism is actually anti-gay harassment, I don't necessarily disbelieve them. And I don't think HBomberguy does either, because there is a lot of that going on. There is a lot of that happens. Unfortunately, like for some people, identity can be misused as like a fig leaf. And because this happens so often, it's believable, right? So, in this case, you've got in this case you've got a you've got somebody that's talking about something that really happens and claiming to be a victim of it, who is actually victimizing other queer creators, is actually stealing people's content, and I'm not just talking about like I'm stealing HBomberguy's content right now, which if you want to know, like there was some question as to how HBomberguy feels about React streamers. This guy was in Hassan's stream the other day and was friendly, so I don't think he's too mad about it. Obviously there's XQC and there's Sniper Wolf, there's some people that whose reacts don't really add much to it, right? But I don't think that he has a problem if you are stun locking as hard and as long as I am. Harry is a darling. Yeah, absolutely.
Here, because his fans will threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to contradict him. I'd like to take the opportunity to go through what happened here, so people—
And the other thing is that there's a question of like the size of platform, the size of megaphone that somebody has. James Somerton is a huge creator, right? So if he represents the criticism of him as being homophobic in nature, not only is he dodging accountability, which he should definitely take, but he's also sliming other people as being homophobic when they're not. They are upset about the theft of the plagiarism that's going on in Somerton's work, right? So there's like a double like evilness. It's evil in terms of dodging accountability. It's also evil in terms of mischaracterizing people trying to hold you accountable, people that, you know, that maybe, you know, are the fans of the content creators that you ripped off. YouTube took away my YouTube emote button, but joke's on them. I know a keyboard shortcut. Nice.
People can see what happened without it being filtered through James and make up their own minds. So let's clear all this up.
Yeah, so when you have a large creator like, you know, I ran into this with Dylan Burns. This is like the exact same thing. You got like a small queer creator on, you got a small trans creator on one hand, and then you got a giant Twitch streamer who's been doing a panel show since forever on the other hand, and you've got a massive difference between the amount of reach that we both have. So even if Dylan is wrong on the substance of the issues, which he was, and he actually admitted that it is a problem to have a bigot on his stream in a context where their bigotry is not properly debunked, as, you know, happens with a Gish Gallop, right? So he's basically admitted that I'm right without actually connecting it to me. But who has a bigger megaphone? It's him, right? And he says, you know, NCC is a horrible SJW, and she is, you know, seeing transphobia where there isn't any, you know, saying that, like, I'm accusing him of being transphobic when really my problem was with his transphobic guests, and like the lack of pushback on some of the tropes that they were spreading, right? You get a different version that gets out to most people, that most people end up hearing. And same thing with James Somerton. Some little, you know, creators, little account on Twitter, just people in chat, like, say, hey, this is pilfered, this is you know, this is plagiarized, right? And James gets out his megaphone and says, actually, the person in chat is homophobic. I didn't plagiarize anything. This is a homophobic attack. Then who wins, right? Obviously, James Somerton with the big megaphone. So, you know, as much as hard as this video goes on James Somerton, I don't feel bad, because James Somerton was going hard on the people, you know, trying to hold him accountable.
Up once and for all, shall we? In July 2020, Somerton uploaded Evil Queens, a queer look at Disney history, a 1 hour and 8-minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload
sounds like a pretty interesting video, right?
The video has since been deleted for reasons which will become clear. As the video reached its audience,
like, especially the name, right? That's a great name for a video.
Some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and
Evil Queens. It's almost like he picked that up somewhere else. Look at that. Look at that.
Queens by Sean P. Griffin. James opens with a present-day example of Disney being bad about gay content on their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Fantasy is often...
I forgot about Tinkerbell getting spanked. I didn't remember that. Wait, who is it? Is it Peter Pan that does the... Is Peter Pan doing that? Oh my god, Soul Life! Thank you for re-becoming... Wait, did I think the right... Yeah, Soul Life, thank you for re-becoming a member. Thank you for re-upping your membership. Satiric Games, thank you for re-upping your membership as well. Wow. Wait, am I even looking at the... I'm not seeing these come up on my end. I think I need to... We had some hiccups in starting the stream today. In fact, that reminds me there's still... Oh, no, it's not that one. Oh my god, okay. This is the right one? Okay, open that and then mute that. And then get the... There we go. So I'm just trying to make sure that I am... Yeah, good for Gabby. Thank you for re-upping your sponsor on YouTube, and Sisyphean Task, thank you for re-upping your sponsorship. Not only plagiarism, but a lot of lying, misinformation, and making shit up. Oh yeah, God, like we've already gotten into a little bit of the sloppy research that So it's here's what you're going to notice about James Somerton, right? Is that most of the time, and I gotta be honest, most of the time it's plagiarized. When it's not plagiarized, it's sloppy. It's careless. It's not good. Right? And that makes sense that if all you ever do is steal other people's words, steal other people's ideas, and you never get the practice of producing your own, then yeah, you're not going to be very good at that. Almost by definition. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Described as a method of...
But can somebody tell me who was spanking Tinkerbell's butt? Was that Wendy or Peter Pan?
Escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living
oh my god, it was Peter Pan. What, that seems a little... I don't know. I never noticed that.
Society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously... His prospects brighten, though, when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle.
Oh wait, so we're on Jungle Book here. Yeah, okay, so like the relationship between Captain Hook and Shmi, that's... I think I've noticed that one.
He whispers to himself,
"How delightful,"
and vows to arrange a rendezvous with the boy.
Chat. I don't know about that.
Most of this video is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her soul.
Okay, yeah, Ursula's definitely queer-coded. A lot of the villains are queer-coded. I mean, that's what I think the book that he stole from, what is it called? Tinkerbells and Evil Queens? I think that's kind of what this is. This is like the kind of...
From Looking Sorry and Saint-like.
And it's not just Disney. Like look at like anime, like Dragon Ball Z, and like watch. You know what? This is actually weird though. I'd feel a little bit more confident about this if I spoke Japanese, but I want to say that Frieza's queer coded. I feel like the voice actor, in the dub, is definitely queer coding Frieza, but I can't say as like I've heard the Japanese voice actor, and I'm not sure what reads as queer in Japan.
Like just shimmying madly and excitement.
It looked like yeah, Peter, yeah.
Throughout this video, James uses
Ursula's based off of a drag queen.
Parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and is trying to get away.
Almost like he knows he's getting away with something.
With it.
In its use of vocalist Pat Carroll's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, poor unfortunate
dubs and Western cuts habitually cut out the queer... Oh yeah, like in Sailor Moon. Yeah, that's absolutely...
Souls is an
classic.
Unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it,
Oh my god, that is such a guilty conscience. So you get what we're saying here is that, like, if it's written by somebody that's where it's going to be recognized, he will attribute a source, right? So it's like some plagiarism is accidental, right? It's easy to like read something and then later use the same words as you've heard somebody else without without attributing that source. It is possible to do it on accident, but those incidents are going to be like a lot more rare. They're going to be a lot more of the exception. But what we're seeing here is almost proof that this is not the case here, that this is a knowing theft of other people's work.
He passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Somerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babushio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Somerton removes all mention and discussion of Babushio, but he still steals everything he says.
And amping up that depiction to an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles, are superficial, a matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babushio meant by this, and that would give away James didn't write it. I didn't even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once. He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted so it sounded like he was saying their words too. That's not something you do by mistake. That's something you do when you want to take the credit, which he does. In future videos, James talks about Evil Queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other movies require a bit more digging. In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies, especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy. Then I explained it to them, and they came around to seeing it my way.
And everyone clapped. James claims this video is his work and a weird, bold new approach to media, when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and homosexual to queer or LGBT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films,
some of it is just like updating the language,
that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent acts against LGBT people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced. Queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Somerton never mentioned
should have been contributed
the book or its author anywhere. There was nothing in the credits, the description, no citations, no mention of his name. Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it.
You stopped watching him after his Attack on Titan video?
Or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a book, but it's not Tinkerbell's. It's Disney War, a commonly cited source in videos covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and hundreds of words worth of examples of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded that he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out he didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited, The History of Queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet.
Okay, so for all of you who used your Twitch channel points, right, to request that Irene should bounce, right? I wasn't able to for the past few streams. I'm actually on the trampoline for this one, so I'm gonna do your bounces right now.
So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked at the description of the Unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking the Celluloid Closet in a familiarly vague way. Somerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying thanking the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing the Celluloid Closet and Unrequited side by side like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both Unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and included these screenshots of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline.
Oh, also, anybody who watched the Vanguard apparently debated Sitch and Adam today, Anybody who watched that, let me know if you want me to react to that. I'm considering there's so much content to get through this week, right? I might actually have to put in like an extra day. I'm starting to feel like, right? There's so much going on, and I don't want to miss any of it, especially like that. That sounds like something we should cover.
Tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after saying she was thinking of checking the other video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism.
Week, yeah.
That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want people who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers had been hunting down his home and work address.
So that's what I'm talking about. If you've got a large audience and you say this about some like random person on Twitter, basically what you're doing is pushing them off of the internet. That's, you know,
addresses. Any harassment or threats Somerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Somerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticisms, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Somerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway, and starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers, and barely anyone had seen the thread until Somerton accused it of trying to kill him. Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Somerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he could have possibly gotten was the head of a targeted campaign against him, while trying to hide the evidence. On the other hand, the author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Somerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed their username and locked their account. You literally can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Somerton's fans believed they were defending—
And that's gross, chat, because, you know, like a troll or somebody that's coming at you in bad faith, or somebody that is part of a, you know, harassment campaign or something, which, you know, like I've experienced that. These people will leave their tweets lying about you up. Like, they have no shame. They have no shame at all, right? And whereas, like, you know, somebody that's got a real criticism is documenting that criticism, you know, showing you the words that Somerton uses, showing you the words that are in the original work, and saying, like, what's up with this? You know, will be, you know, expunged from the internet. From really, like, the hate campaign here is by Somerton against his critics, right? And from experience, I know that if people just want to slime your reputation, they will leave that shit up there no matter what. But somebody who's real and honest with this, you know, when they get harassment thrown out at them, yeah, private and then the tweets go away.
Him from someone threatening his life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
Somebody watched my Evil Queens video, my video about Disney, and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism. Somebody read their thread and decided to message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that, and some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah.
That would be an incredibly engaged small Twitter account, right? If I know people who have 154 followers and most of their posts get 0 likes, right? That is your average account with that kind of a following. Like, to mount for an account that small, to mount some sort of a hate campaign against a larger channel, it just, Yeah, it smells like lies, exactly.
That's the situation. That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply forgot to credit the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
Well, what he's trying to claim is not just that it's death threats over plagiarism, right? It's that there is a homophobic hate campaign against him that's using the death threats as like an excuse to, like, you know, to ruin his reputation, that they're in essence trying to conduct a hate campaign against him, and that would look different.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so I don't always remember to put everything in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his video to serious documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries, they're based on books that come out. And so, yes, going forward, I just want you to know my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make...
Like, there's a difference between basing something off a book and snatching paragraph after paragraph of the text of the book and using it as your script with no acknowledgement. Those are totally different things. They didn't just accuse him, but pointed out he was plagiarizing. Others pointed out he was lying and misinforming
them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different book and not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists? Somerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read.
A big reason that he didn't mention that book, you know, whereas, you know, he might have taken stuff from Disney War 2 without acknowledging it, but the reason that he doesn't acknowledge Tinkerbells and Evil Queens is because the title of his video is literally Evil Queens, Disney's Cold War against the queer community or whatever, right? It would basically, like, if he brings up that book, where'd you get the idea for Evil Queens? And then people would start looking, right? But HBomber's going to show us here that his attempt to hide stuff like that, right, actually turned into a Streisand effect. And the more that he tries to hide it, the more that guilty conscience is like telling on him.
And realize he copied it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off that. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is...
You still have to write your own script.
My own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from Babushio?
Like, even if something is like taken from the book, as in you wouldn't know about this if you hadn't read the book, you still have to write your own script, and you still have to cite your sources.
He doesn't even try.
Because, like, look, let's be honest. This is the kind of plagiarism that gets caught, right? Verbatim plagiarism. As we saw with the Norman Finkelstein, Alan Dershowitz thing, verbatim plagiarism is really easy to track down. What's not as easy to track down, and probably also goes on, is people getting information from sources and writing their own script and not citing it. That's still bad. That's still a problem, right? That still does need to be cited. But you've got all these examples of Illuminati, you know, Philip, all these people in this video are basically guilty of just theft of text, theft of prose, right? Which is like the easiest thing in the world to pick up on.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Somerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin.
There's a saying on LawTube about this: eat the crow when it is fresh, or you'll surely eat it when it is old and tough. Yeah, nice. Always goes badly when people double down. Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like...
Well, especially with Somerton here, because he's not just doubling down, he's accusing somebody else of a hate campaign against him. Meanwhile, saying that they want him dead, and what are your armies of you're a big creator. Like, how is that going to end, right? People that have been around on YouTube know how that's going to end. When they say stuff like that, when they accuse somebody of wanting them dead, when they accuse somebody of a homophobic hate campaign, right? They are, that's, you're going to get, with a large audience, like some harassment of that person. Now, if that person really is like a Chaya Rychek level transphobe that or homophobe, right? Then yeah, I mean, I guess that's they're kind of they're reaping what they sowed, right? If they're especially like a bigger account. But this is like a tiny little 150 follower Twitter account that's literally chased off the platform because they were saying something that was inconvenient to, how James Somerton wanted to be seen online.
Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has, based on the book by Sean Griffin, hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Somerton has come up with new lies about it.
So I want to know, did he take out the verbatim quotes?
To try to make himself look better. On a recent live stream, someone brought up the old...
Because that was the issue with Illuminati. Remember, Illuminati actually did cite her source if you look in her pastebin, right? The documentary that she cribs from, it's in her pastebin. It's in her sources list. But she's still verbatim, like, she's ripping off the pros. So, if that doesn't like, if you want to quote somebody, you can quote them, but as Illuminati said, that makes for less compelling video, and I guess she wanted her video to pop off, so representing it as her own thought, which is all you can say when you're taking from somebody's words verbatim and not inline. It's like there's two parts to a citation, right? If you've done papers and stuff, there's inline citation where it says, at the end of the sentence, it says the author's name and the year, depending on how you're citing it, or the author's name and the page number if you're citing it a different way, right? There's that inline citation, but then there's also like the sources cited, the references, like at the back of it, where if what you got was if what you did was get the ideas from this book, but you didn't quote the book, then it's perfectly, you need an inline citation there too. Yeah. If you're getting an idea or a thought, even if you're not citing it, you want to cite it inline. Now, I guess we can be a little bit more forgiving for video essays because there is that watchability aspect, but yeah, there's no real excuse. But what I'm saying is this is a level beyond what Illuminati did. At least Illuminati had a pastebin that it was buried in the description, and you had to click a link and everything, right? That Somerton's not even doing that. What's up, Danny boy?
Allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book. And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it.
Oh, no.
But I did have full permission from him.
Oh, no.
Before making the video.
The tweet about how...
That's a straight up lie, isn't it?
He literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up. Anyone can fact check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person who criticized him simply didn't notice.
In the original version of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description. And so I took down the video and I put it back up, and somebody didn't see didn't acknowledge the based on the book by in the comments, so I took the video down and put it back up with the author in the opening titles.
Again, his reply to her where he acknowledged he hadn't and was going to is still up. For reasons that I don't understand, James likes to tell obvious lies that make him look worse. This is why I felt it was important to make this video documenting the evidence. Currently, the only version of events...
Okay, so for those of you just joining us here, right, we're watching through HBomberguy's video. Now, we watched the Illuminati part already. I'm not going to watch, like, this is a 4-hour video. Let's be real, right? So we can't watch the whole thing, but I want to watch as much of the James Somerton as we can get through. I've also got some more content on deck here. This is a Peter Coffin. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, right? If you know how good and how cringe Peter Coffin's content is, you could understand. We've got an angry Peter Coffin responding to this video, right? We've got that on deck. We can hit if we hit the sub goals, right? The Twitch sub goal, the YouTube member goal, or even the YouTube super chat goal, then we can get into that after this. But
people are likely to hear is his. Even if it's easily disproven, who's disproving it?
But if we don't hit it, I love you anyway, and I don't want people to feel bad. You know, if we can hit it, we can hit it. That's good. If not, we'll save it for another day.
The person who noticed the plagiarism in the first place was threatened into non-existence by his
Watch Todd in the Shadows as well. Wait, is that a video about James Somerton?
Fans, leaving his lies as the last story standing. There's also another reason why I'm not buying the "it was based on a book" excuse.
And then there was a video I made about Disney that was based directly on a book that I got the permission from the author to make the video.
Let's take that at face value. Okay, so this video is based on this book. Based on it, word for word.
That was word for word from the book.
This is a lie, of course. He changed quotes so it sounds like he's saying them, and altered a bunch of other words to try to make it sound different, but let's pretend it was for a second. Is it possible he really was just trying to adapt the book? James insists this is the case. But at this point, I'm not sure I can trust him when he says things. The author of the thread was just comparing the video to the one book she noticed, and mentions around the 53-minute mark he moves on to stuff not covered widely by the book, like Mulan.
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative.
First of all, it's a little bit weird that his video, word for word adapting the book, stops adapting it and starts winging it partway through. But let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be really fucking...
Do super chats count? They do. Yeah, I've got a super chat goal down there too.
Bad for him if it turned out he also stole the new stuff from somewhere else? Yeah, it is bad.
Wait, oh my god, I didn't even see what the acronym was. Wow.
Because he did!
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described.
The cool thing about the super chats is that if you, I think for the ones that are $5 and up, maybe it's even less than that now. I'm not sure, but for they actually like come over. They cause me to pause the stream. They like take over the stream, and whatever you said in the super chat gets said by a sassy British woman's voice, and
a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie people could check. James, what were you thinking? What was your plan here? The section on Mulan is taken from an article at Shondaland by Asian American trans person Jez Tom about how the film speaks to their experience with gender. This section is almost word for word stolen from this article.
I don't know what to say. This is another level of scumbaggery, right? You're talking about James Somerton, like, stealing not only this trans person's words, not only their intellectual property, but their experience, like the particular... like what comes out of their perspective of this movie. Like, I don't know how to explain this. This is just like a deeper level.
Mulan as Ping progressively works their way toward achieving manhood, which is defined by catching fish, carrying heavy things, and of course, wielding a big stick.
He makes a few changes, since this article is one specific queer trans person writing about how they related to the...
That's what I mean, right? There's something specifically, like stealing that kind of stuff is like somehow worse.
Film, Somerton removes their personal experiences and moves on to the next sentence.
First, in honor to us all...
Well, especially Evil, since he used his queerness as a fig leaf over his plagiarism earlier, right?
The village women attempt to sculpt Mulan into an ideal woman. More specifically...
Testing, I see you.
An ideal wife. Mulan fails the test of womanhood when her meeting with the matchmaker goes horribly awry.
Sometimes, though, he keeps the stories in and makes a slight change.
Mulan's gender journey over the course of the movie feels very familiar to many trans and non-binary people.
Jesus! Is he really doing this instead of just crediting the person he got all this from? Well, yeah, he does this repeatedly.
Many trans men in particular feel a kinship with Mulan as the character prepares to convince everyone they're a man, practicing their swagger, affecting their voice to a lower register, and scrambling to settle on a boy name.
Somerton doesn't just steal another article when he's done stealing from a book, he deliberately changes it to avoid acknowledging the original author and their experiences so he can pretend he wrote it. Just for the record, I found an article on another website that quotes this article by Tom. Here's how quoting works, James. It's clear who wrote this, and even links to it as well for the reader's convenience. Meanwhile, James just pasted these words into his script and read it out loud like he came up with it.
As Mulan acknowledges this failure in reflection, she poses a question that most trans people know intimately. When will my reflection show who I am inside?
It goes without saying you shouldn't just take stuff and reuse it without crediting them. Write your own videos, man! Well, maybe he shouldn't do that either, because if you've been paying attention, which you have, you notice this is the video where James said gay night was Lord Disney's brilliant idea because he loves gays so much. Is this part stolen? Well, kind of, yeah. Griffin's book correctly explains the gay nights situation. The part where James talks about this is in a brief section that appears to be written by him, connecting the parts written by Griffin and Jez Tom. We're graced with a whole minute and 30 seconds actually written by James, how nice of him. It seems like when writing his own new section to connect the two writers he stole, he wrote a half-remembered story about gay nights he got from the same book. So the part of the video that was technically his was full of obvious mistakes. This is, well, it's not a good sign. There's a bit of a theme developing. These guys don't know their history. They're
It's a callback to the internet historian.
Copying it without really learning it. So when they try to be unique, they have nothing to say, and none of what they say is accurate. Around the time he re-uploaded Evil Queens, acknowledging one of the people he plagiarized, Somerton...
It's more that, like, Somerton, when he does write his own stuff, or when he does, like, contribute something of his own, it's like he's not even taking the time and the care to get it right.
Also unprivated the queerbaiting video, with what seemed to be no changes, except an acknowledgement at the top saying the stolen portion is based on the celluloid closet and its documentary counterpart. Before the video went down, the description didn't look like this. It just had a special thanks hidden at the bottom. So while it was down, he'd changed it. Looks like he settled on using based on as an excuse for stealing things when he's caught. I guess we should take a look at exactly how based on it is. The Celluloid Closet is a documentary about the portrayal of homosexuality across the history of Hollywood, with plenty of interviews with film historians, writers, directors, and actors. The structure and narrative is based on the book of the same name by Vito Russo, who passed away from complications of AIDS before the documentary could be made. The first 30 minutes of Unrequited is just the Celluloid Closet. James Illuminati'd it. He downloaded a copy of the documentary, loosely paraphrased it, and as footage for the video he uses the same clips the documentary used of the movies it talked about. He also reuses the more pivotal interviews, adding his own titles so it looks like he got them from somewhere else. James wants to pretend to be a scholar of film history, when in fact he watched a documentary and is now pretending it's his. He never credits the documentary as a source when he's doing this. He even pulls my favorite trick, which I've come to call the Blair Classic. He quotes film historian Richard Dyer.
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
So we learn from the movies what it means to be a man or a woman, what it means to have sexuality.
Richard Dyer, film historian.
It's actually Richard Dyer. Would you like to know how I know that?
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
He has his own special spin on this trick, too.
The lesbian experience isn't really expressed in the film at all, and even Shirley MacLaine has gone on record in 1996 saying William Wyler, the director,
Never even spoke to her about the lesbian elements.
What he's neglecting to mention is the place McLean went on record in 1996 is the celluloid closet.
At the time that we made the picture, there were not real discussions about homosexuality. None of us were really aware.
James is dimly aware what he's doing is shit, so he's taking baby steps to avoid it. Without solving the actual problem, he's remaking a documentary using their ideas and footage.
Gore Vidal, screenwriter of the film, said this in 1996.
Let's say that these two guys, when they were 15, 16, when they last saw each other, they had been lovers.
Oh, that is so dirty. That is so dirty. That is like, that is reminiscent. So if you remember Illuminati, one of the, she doesn't just steal from documentaries, right? She steals the footage of the documentaries and she makes up for it, or she tries to disguise that. She tries to avoid copyright detection by using sort of a bisexual lighting filter on those. But here we've got, here we've got the image mirrored. Here it's just flipped.
And now they're meeting again, and the Roman wants to start it up.
He's flipped the footage and added weird filters to try to avoid triggering the YouTube bots, which
Hey, but, flipping the image and using filters will not help you avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you. I'm sorry, it's like the middle of the hour ad break. It's whatever ad break. It's some kind of ad break that Twitch is now letting me know. Thank you, Twitch. That is, I'm going to be serving to you in exactly 1 minute and 37 seconds. This is your chance to use a Twitch Prime for free. Take money from a big evil corporation and give it to me. Get yourself out of the ad break. Get us one sub closer to the to hitting that sub goal and opening up that new content, that Peter Coffin just cope stream, I guess. I don't know what about this triggered Peter Coffin, but he does seem to be pretty triggered, and he does have a cope video about it. We can watch that if we hit the sub goal, and even a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, gets us one step closer to that. You can also get us one step closer through paying for a sub. It's $5 on Twitch, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough, you might actually catch a gift sub. It has happened today, actually, and it could potentially happen again to you, but it's more likely to happen. Oh my god, there we go. There we go. That's how easy. One step closer to hitting that sub goal. But yeah, as far as receiving a gift sub, if you're in that kind of situation where you don't have a Prime sub and you can't afford to buy a sub for yourself, you might still get a sub. You might still get out of the ad break. It's just going to happen more often if you're active in chat, because that way people can see there. Who is Coffin? Oh my god. Oh my sweet summer child, Bad Lefty. Coffin is the treasure trove of cringe content. I won't even call it leftist content, because Peter Coffin stopped being a leftist a long time ago for the greener pastures of the patriotic socialist, the MAGA communists, etc. Right? That's who Peter Coffin is. But thank you, Seamus Cameron. Thank you, Cameron. I can pronounce names. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Correctly would flag this video as just large chunks of a copyrighted documentary. I doubt he's even seen many of the films he's talking about here. He's just showing clips from the documentary, quoting the documentary, or straight up repeating what it said himself.
Homosexuality is a thing. It does exist, but it's not something good moral people should talk about.
Oh, okay.
Homosexuality was finally being talked about on the screen, but only as something that nice people didn't talk about.
I know a lot of documentaries are based on...
The sad thing about representation is when it starts out, it's like, especially like gay representation, it's, like, or think about trans representation, right? You got the movie Psycho. And there's that ad break hitting you right now. You've got a movie that is like portrays like, trans people as being dangerous. You've got Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, villain coded trans person, where the whole climax of the movie is the reveal of the fact that this person's actually trans, and therefore the villain. And I mean, yeah, this is like
books, but not a lot of them are based on other documentaries someone already made, James. Celluloid Closet ends with a heartfelt acknowledgement of Vito Russo, the book's late author. James's video, which takes pains to tell you was written, filmed, and edited by James Somerton, also ends by saying it is in memory of Vito Russo. This one line of text is the only acknowledgement of Russo or the documentary in this entire fucking video. For those keeping track, this is the second gay writer and activist who tragically passed away of AIDS in 1990, whose work
The Crying Game, yeah.
James has
Yeah, you've also got like tragic portrayals of marginalized of queer and trans people, like it's...
passed off as his own. There were obviously comments on the video pointing out he's just remade a documentary for 30 minutes, and James's reply was to insist
But yeah, also going along that whole trope of the trans person as the deceiver.
it was impossible not to plagiarize the Celluloid Closet, because it's such a good history lesson. This is his main defense when this comes up. Of course it's derivative. It's the only place I could get information on the topic, which implies James has not engaged with the last
And welcome back, everybody who got sucked away by that ad break.
65 years of writing about gay people in the film industry.
So now I can see it's going to happen once every half hour, and it's going to happen for 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's how Twitch is doing us now. They change it on me. They change it.
He also claims he hasn't simply posted it as his own, even though he'd never acknowledged the documentary until someone caught him and then had to sneak one into the description. If he wanted to pay respect to his main source, he could have said, in this documentary, instead of in 1996, but I won't say where. But in this reply, he says something very funny. He insists he expanded on some of the ideas in this section, implying he did some of his own work. One thing did stick out to me as new. The documentary covers Rebel Without a Cause, but not for very long. When James talks about it, he goes on for longer, in ways that aren't paraphrasing the documentary for once. So this must be the new section. All that original work that proves he didn't just rip off a documentary.
The Crying Game at least had an actor portraying a trans person who played it with empathy because he knew trans people in real life.
Wouldn't it be really fucking funny if it turned out he stole this part too?
No, don't tell me.
Oh, you bet!
No way!
Your ass he did!
Dean's character Jim is a teenager kicking against authority and parental neglect,
Every time you think it can't get worse, it gets worse.
who becomes both friend and fascination to Minio's Plato, a lonely younger kid.
Despite being based on an existing documentary, Somerton takes a break in the middle to steal from someone else. He stole Peter Howell's article on Rebel word for word, not even trying to cover it up with find and replacing text this time.
If you don't pick up on that from the photo of hunky Alan Ladd that Plato has taped inside of his locker, or the looks of adoration he gives Jim, it becomes abundantly clear when he makes a coded declaration of love to Jim late in the film.
It's not like I lifted it and posted it as my own,
Oh god, Silence of the Lambs, Gorilla, I almost forgot.
foot. He changes one thing. The current date.
Plato is obviously gay, although it's easier to say.
God, like that's like the most common, like I feel like I've been harassed with that shit before.
Say that in 2020 than it was in 1955.
Peter Howell, whose
And
shit.
even though in the Silence of the Lambs, the author goes out of their way to try to, in fact, it's Hannibal Lecter, who voices the idea that the villain in the film is not actually trans, but that doesn't stop people from using it for transphobia.
He jacked is not acknowledged in the video or the description or anywhere else and never has been. Like with Jez Tom, this section was never caught, until now, so he hasn't had the chance to go back and pretend it's based on it. It starts to feel like Somerton is just an extremely cynical loser with a business degree who, like Blair, and around the same time even, saw the success of video essays and decided to half-ass his way into them by stealing shit. This is on the whole how business people see creativity. They don't respect it. It doesn't matter. It's beneath them, so they can take it and say it's theirs if they want. But at this point, my interest was fully...
People use drag queens for transphobia. You know, I wanted to make a video essay talking about the movie Hedwig and the Angry Inch, right? Which almost is like the... It's like the intersection in some ways of how that ends up working out. So here's the deal. Transphobes, homophobes are ignorant people. They hate gay people, they hate trans people, but they don't really know, like, the difference. and they definitely don't know the difference between like trans people and drag queens. Like these are, you know, I mean, not that you can't be trans and do drag, but they're constantly conflating the two ideas, right? And it seems like that movie, which is about a gay man who is, you know, forced to lives in East Germany, falls in love with an American GI, and the only way that the character can get out of East Germany is to marry the American GI, and in order to marry him, you know, undergoes GRS, undergoes, you know, bottom surgery, right? And then, you know, is kind of in regret over that the rest of their life, because they're not trans, they're gay, they love men, but they're not, you know, they're like, right? And so, you know, it's kind of it's a weird moment in like queer cinema, I think, Hedwig and the Angry Inch. And I wanted to kind of talk about that as an example of how identities get conflated by, you know, by bigots, and how those two communities interact. The assholes misuse drag queens for propaganda. You know it very well. Look here, folks, trans people look like women, but they, oh God, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like a, you know, from a bigoted, ignorant perspective, it makes sense, right?
Peaqueed. I was just looking at the original allegations to see if they were true, to check for myself. But
Scott Weber says Tu Wong Fu, which I do love, is the same. It's very confusingly conflates drag queens. And honestly, with Hedwig, I feel like there, you know, there are parts of that script, there are parts of that piece that are kind of offensive to trans people. It is very much a product of its time, but I also think that there's like sort of a can't speak to Tu Wong Fu, but I don't think I've seen that one either. Yeah, there seems to be a decent amount of intersection between drag queens and some trans folks. Yeah. So Old, I saw Hedwig as a play in a bar. Oh, that was how it started, right? So yeah, Hedwig is a rock opera in its inception by a performance artist. I can't remember their name now, but it's also the person who made Short Bus and a few other things. And it was taken around and performed as a musical, as a rock opera in, you know, and it feels like guerrilla theater. If you've ever seen like the you know, videos of it as a live show, but then yeah, was turned into a movie and it kind of polished up.
Even in just looking at those two, I found 2 more places he stole from that other people hadn't even found yet. And if it was that easy to find more, how deep does this rabbit hole go? These videos were made over 2 years ago. Did James learn his lesson from being repeatedly caught plagiarizing and at least stop? Well, his next video, Society and Queer Horror, has a script supervisor in the opening credits, and this person would go on to be his co-writer for many future videos. That doesn't necessarily mean the videos are better though. I mean, first of all, that's not how you spell supervisor, so write that down. But he even has another writer now, so surely he started making his own original videos and things got better? Well, things got much, much worse. Society and Queer Horror, or as the video calls itself, Deep Cuts, Society and Queer Horror, steals so many words from so many writers it genuinely makes me think I've traveled to an alternate dimension where plagiarism is fine!
4 girls end up in the same school and find each other essentially by cruising the hallways. Given Carrie's simultaneous status as horror film victim and monster, alongside the narrative concerning her burgeoning sexuality and attraction to boys, or when Ripley asserts authority in the team after Dallas is caught by the alien, Ash, the male robot, feels threatened and attempts to dominate Ripley,
regain his masculinity. It's fun, messy, mean, sad, campy, and self-aware. That's the key variable that makes Hellraiser so special.
I can't show you how messed up this is without ruining this video's runtime even more than I already have. So let's use visuals. Here's a transcript of all the words James says in this hour and 25-minute long video. And here's all the parts that are plagiarized. Each author's name is in a different color for convenience. This video steals roughly 10,000
It's a wall of shame.
words from 18 different places. And this is just the stuff I found. There could be more.
How many people can you rip off in one video essay?
Truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into...
Hey, that's a good question, Soul Life. How did Campy get... Why was Campy called... Why was Camp called Camp? Does anybody know the answer? Oh, no worries, Michael. Does anybody know why it's called Camp? Because, like, yeah, that it's and Camp is like, I mean,
his prompter, reading words he got by Googling movie name gay. I wish I could show you everything he copied, but we'd be here forever. This is just one video, and he makes so many of these. And now we know how! But Somerton thinks he's figured out a loophole. It's a familiar spin on an old classic. It opens with a horror theme.
It almost seems like that James Somerton wanted to be caught.
Credit sequence, which claims the video is
well, yeah, there's a guilty conscience at work that is kind of telling on James.
Based on the works
Camp is negative
of, and briefly shows a bunch of names. These
is a negative
are some of the people.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's sometimes used to say something is gaudy. I mean, it's got a lot of aspects to it, though. Like, okay, actually, burlesque. I feel like there's a connection between the camp and the flamboyant. Yeah, it's definitely part of it. But yeah, it feels like burlesque, right? Not terribly serious, sometimes a little bit gaudy, flamboyant. But, you know, if you enjoy burlesque, then you don't care. Like, that's the point. Some people like camp. Exactly. I mean, but here's the thing about it. It is generally meant to be, like, not to the taste of the straights. Like, that's one thing. That's one, if there's like a negative aspect of camp, if camp gets used in a pejorative manner, it's generally denotes that it's not built, it's not made for a straight audience. Google says, in essence, camp is an aesthetic, style, and sensibility that admires bad taste and ironic value. Camp questions art and beauty. It's theatrical, effeminate, witty, and knowing. That's a good, but why is it called camp? Why did they choose the word camp to represent that? That's what I want to know.
He plagiarized. So if any of his plagiarism is noticed, he can say, no, I name dropped them in the opening for literally 1 second. So it's fine. This is the stupidest thing I've ever... Anyone watching this video would assume that...
Tanner Martin's making the connection between camp and the description of it read by Buck Angel, who I think was reading... Buck Angel was playing John Waters in the in the ContraPoints Opulence video. It was based on a French phrase. Interesting. Like a field? Like that's what... Or champ.
This is Somerton showing his sources, or people whose work he read while writing the video, not people whose writing is the video, based on the works of Colin Arison. What does this mean? There's no way of knowing what Colin's contribution to the video was. Does this mean he inspired a section? That he gets quoted? That James read him and used some of those ideas? This mention means 21 minutes into
I think so.
The video, the next 5 full minutes are...
Ooh, Wiki says it's etymologically obscure, so it may be lost to time.
Word for word.
Why that was called camp.
Copied from an essay he wrote.
Benshoff recognizes Hellraiser for some of its visual characteristics, but comes to the conclusion that
Too often, the representation of Barker's monster queers seems similar to those produced by right-wing ideologues.
I don't think I need to tell you, this is just plagiarism with an even stranger excuse than normal. Somerton never tells you when he's just reading other people's words, because then people would know he didn't write anything. He's hidden their name at the beginning and in the end credits at the very bottom, after a long list of patrons, so he can make a video out of other people's words without ever saying when he's actually doing it. 4 minutes is just Andrew Park's article about the film The Craft, with slight changes to try to hide it, and his usual LGBT to queer word swapping.
The film follows the story of 4 teenage girls who each grow up feeling different in one way or another. Special, and above the fray of their peers, or rejected by them entirely, as so many queer teens have experienced. The most memorable character, by all accounts, is Nancy, and she's already out as a witch, openly practicing the craft. She wears goth lipstick and black laced-up Stevie Nicks.
I mean, like, this sounds like honestly, if I came across this video essay like on my own, I think I would enjoy it. But I'm enjoying the, that which has been plagiarized. I'm enjoying the text.
She has a sexual history and a noose.
And the text is not something that James Somerton's bringing to the table.
Hanging in her locker. Bonnie is a girl with self-image issues due to scars that cover her arms and back.
Swapping back and arms to arms and back doesn't work. We can still tell.
No.
Chris, your typical teenage movie football jock, persists in making bullying comments about the 3 spiritual deviants, who he calls the bitches of Eastwick.
Nice, that's very classy.
He's just so clever.
Wow, what a great addition, Jimmy. You really spiced up that anecdote, made it your own, put your fucking spin on it. Oh well, this is a bit skeevy, but at least Park's name is in the credits, so people can at least see his name and check him out. No, he's not in the credits. Half the people James plagiarized in this video didn't make it in, he forgot. This whole, it wasn't plagiarism, I said it was based on them at the start excuse really doesn't work when you forget to put half their fucking names in. My personal theory is James came up with this phony excuse during the Evil Queens fiasco when he was already making this video, so when he made this list, he'd already forgotten half the people he plagiarized. The segment about aliens is completely taken from Bart Bishop's essay Queering James Cameron's Aliens.
Aliens is curiously progressive in its sexual politics overall, especially for a movie released during the Reagan years. Take, for instance, the exchange between Hudson and Frost. This isn't just queer behavior being portrayed in a positive manner, but one of the many ways that the movie obfuscates gender and supports a pansexual ethos.
My favorite part is when he reuses an extremely long quote from author David Greven, along with Bishop's exact commentary on it, with a very slight change.
David Greven, in Demeter and Persephone in Space, observes, Bishop, the cyborg, Greven further suggests that the aliens, and especially the alien queen, represent a cisgendered heteronormative status quo that resents.
And I would have never seen this, like, in Aliens. I'm familiar, it's vague, yeah, I know I've seen the movie, right? But I would have been, like, I guess my stereotype is that like a straight look at queer culture turns it alien. So I would have guessed like that the queen, like, I mean, like, and also like the archetype that the alien queen is based on is the Dark Mother archetype, that the veritable dragon of chaos, as Jordan Peterson likes to say, right? And so, you'd think that would be where the queerness occurs, but instead this is the policing of the queerness.
It's the changing times.
Geiger, sexual monster design. Yeah, right? The aliens are, yeah, they do tend to probe. That's one thing they do.
So while Greven suggests that the conservative alien queen...
Oh yeah, because she's like reproducing. She's using their bodies to reproduce. Oh. But not reproduce them, reproduce like herself. Before you move on to something else, I suggest going to the section where HBomberguy recommends other queer creators.
Has contempt for the queer family dynamic, the metaphor could go even further. Cameron creates a future where gender norms
Queen is amazing, like a giant insect of cosmic terror. Yeah.
have all but disappeared.
He changed "I'd go even further" to "the metaphor could go even further," suggesting he is at least uncomfortable
All the movies after Aliens 3 suck. Have I seen that
using
one?
someone else's words in first person. The copying of Bishop's Aliens essay was eventually pointed out on his website. Bishop responded calling this very strange. Bishop also made a Facebook post about being plagiarized, which is disheartening to read. This situation demonstrates perfectly the way respect and social status factor into
It is a subtweet.
stealing. James fundamentally doesn't respect the people he's copying. He knows to quote people when they're well known, but when he thinks he can get away with it, he doesn't. A lot of queer analysis is sadly unrecognized, and
Geiger's art is what got you into drawing? You must have interesting art style then.
James exploited this obscurity for clout and hid a little excuse where people will miss it, but only for about half of them. As with several previous authors, Bishop was not credited. However, the video's credits do contain David.
It's funny when, like, because this seems like really high production here. This like sort of the titles and stuff, right? But when you find out later in HBomber's video where this actually comes from, how this is accomplished, you'll see that because you wanna find something to say that, like, James Somerton, you know, he's a damn plagiarist, but hey, that's a cool video opening. The title sequence was really cool, right? And you find out later, not even the title sequence was something that he really added.
Grevin, one of the authors Bishop quoted. At first I thought Grevin was in the credits because he quotes him by name in this section. But no, he's in here because he also stole from Grevin.
In terms as resonant as they were phobic, Scream was a cry of despair over an apparent amorality in the millennial or late Gen X youth, especially in the male population.
Yo, this is just making me realize how much how much of this, like, you know, queer cultural critique I need to catch up with, right? Because this stuff is kind of amazing. Also, my dogs are goth. Thank you for the gift membership to Bad Lefty.
The homoeroticism of the Billy Stu relationship, which the film develops into an all but
I feel like I've seen this, but I didn't notice that part. I mean, I was like really young when I saw it. But...
explicit queer love affair shows both.
Wait, is that what's his name? The actor on the left. That is the guy that, oh my god, I know his name.
The unpredictable, anarchic, bewildering behavior of the generation and the shifts in male gender roles.
He was like in that Scooby-Doo movie, right?
Synonymous with it.
By complete coincidence,
yes, it's Matthew Lillard, right?
The competent writers he's plagiarizing are familiar with each other's work and sometimes even quote each other. Grevin doesn't actually come up by name when James reads his words out loud.
Yeah, Matthew Lillard.
For 5.5 fucking minutes. The authors James steals only get their name
SLC Pump
mentioned in the video if someone else he was stealing happened to mention them. I'm losing my fucking mind!
Does this remind you a little bit of that whole conflict? I don't know how many of you were here when we talked about it, but the calling out of Alan Dershowitz by Norman Finkelstein, and the way that, like, you know, the way that Dershowitz tried to deny it, and Finkelstein was like, basically, like, the fingerprints were right there through the, in that case, through the ellipses, like what was left out of the quote, right, was the exact same. In this case, it's the citation, you know, given by the source that Somerton's stealing from, that sort of outs his theft.
Quotes Bishop quoting Grevin, he puts this text up like he's quoting them. However, like Illuminati, he doesn't list the source in any useful way. This is because he doesn't know the source. He got it from this article, and he can't list the article as the source because he doesn't want you checking and finding out what he's done. It's the same reason he didn't film himself next to evil queens. He'd be giving the game away. Ironically, this is how the Bishop plagiarism was discovered in the first place. Someone was trying to find the source of one of these quotes and Googled it and discovered the whole segment was a quote. Somerton's videos are anti-educational. They go out of their way to hide where they come from or where to learn more. But this gives me an idea for a hot new game. Go to a random section of Somerton's video and just Google the words he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna literally click on a random part of the video right now. I'm gonna hold my mouse up to the microphone so you can hear it.
Dedicates an entire subplot to the romance between Richie and Eddie.
Okay. And here we go. One result! Well, that was easy!
It, by Stephen King, was published in 1986 and has made a lasting
There it is.
cultural impression. The novel inspired a mini...
That is what we call a spot check, chat. That is checking in a random place to see if something like, you know, plagiarism is going on. And with most video authors, even if they do plagiarize, you would assume that you're not going to be able to just like click, you know, random spot of text and find plagiarism. But because it's so common, and that's what I was talking about with James Somerton. Look, writing scripts isn't easier. If you watch the earlier part about the creator Philip, that was Philip's excuse, is that like he didn't have the confidence in himself as a writer. Well, we all start out like that, right? Writing is not easy. I've written bad scripts for things. I've written, you know, like I've done bad videos that I'm not like proud of, you know, that just were poorly written. And, you know, if I had to do them over, I would, you know, rewrite them to start out with. But you don't really get better but by trying, failing, learning, and trying again. And if you're reaching for that, those training wheels of you know, of plagiarism every single time, you're never going to have the chance to grow and learn like that.
Series, 2 movies, and ruined clowns for generations of children and adults, frankly.
And that's why when we do find the few examples of Somerton writing his own stuff, it's not good. It's not good, just like the top of the hour ad break is not good, which is what you're about to see now if you don't have a sub on Twitch. That's right. Every half hour, Twitch serves you up 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. Those are ads that you can avoid through using a Twitch Prime sub for free, taking money away from an evil corporation and putting it in my pocket and getting us closer to our sub goal, which we're sort of working our way towards. Like, actually, like if I kind of squint my eyes and I combine the Twitch subs with the YouTube memberships, we're not entirely far off from that, right? Hassan, us again. That's right. I am. You know who I plagiarize is Hassan. Not exactly though. I feel like I put my own twist on it. It's transformative, chat. It's transformative. So yeah, you can get out of that ad break with a Twitch Prime sub. You can pay for your own sub. It is $5 on desktop and $6 on mobile if you want to buy your own sub, or if neither of those two options work for you, there's a chance that somebody might be feeling generous and take pity on your soul and get you out of that ad break by gifting you a sub. It can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen, once again, when you're active in chat, right? You're basically showing off your lack of a sub. It's a humble brag, chat, and that humble brag will more reliably get you a gift sub than something like, you know, being like, oh, I sure wish I had a gift sub. I wish I had a sub here. I didn't have to see the ad break, right? The best way to get out of that is probably just to be active in chat, right? If somebody's feeling generous, then, you know, the only way to like sort of let them know that you're in need is to post in chat. So that's a humble brag that could actually pay off for you. Is this just a video saying everyone steals from everyone? Well, now there's Greg, there's a little bit of that in the end, right? There's a little bit where he talks about like what is not plagiarism. And HBomberguy is not of the mindset of like walling off ideas. Like, that's this person's idea, you can't talk about it, right? That's not exactly what he's saying here. We are talking today specifically about James Somerton, who doesn't just you know, plagiarize once or twice, but once HBomberguy started taking a look at his body of work, it seems like he's plagiarizing more often than not, right? Illuminati was in one of the earlier sections of this, and you know, had basically ripped off documentaries, even ripped off like Netflix documentaries, right? Stuff that there really is somebody with lawyers there, you know, that might come after you for something like that. But this is James Somerton, and I guess this is kind of like the most egregious, you know, example of content theft that we're seeing right here in James Somerton. And he was a creator that a lot of people really liked. Like, people liked his content, people liked the subject matter that he chose, the stuff that he talked about. But sadly, a lot of it ended up being ripped off from books, ripped off from other videos, ripped off from other queer creators, right? And it's a really sad thing, but it's something that needs to be said, especially since not only did this guy rip other people off, but when people tried to point it out, he sicked his fans on them. So it's just a really horrible thing to do. There you go. There's your ad break. I want to steal too, mostly from rich right-wingers. You can rip off Alex Jones. You can rip off Jordan Peterson. A
good one. This one is an analysis of Stephen King's It by Rachel Brands. He reads this article for about 4.5 minutes. And Brands is one of many people whose name didn't make it into his dumb fucking credits. I reached out to Brands.
It's coming through to me, Bad Lefty. I see the word crimes. I don't think you're getting
about her essay being used in this manner, and she told me she'd never been asked permission to use it, but she already knew it happened. You see, she was a fan of Somerton's work, and even supported him financially on Patreon, so she saw this video as soon as it went out, and realized it was copying her. This is so fucked up. A queer writer who supported James financially because she thought he was making original work discovered she was funding the plagiarism of work like hers, including literally hers. Brands was never paid by the website she wrote this essay for, since at the time she was writing for
certain sentences
exposure, which she definitely didn't get when James didn't even fucking credit her. Somerton makes a lot of money doing this. Tens of thousands of dollars in Patreon income, ad revenue, his many sponsorships, and another massive payday we haven't even gotten to yet.
Yeah, and here's a real tragedy, right? Somebody making a lot of money off of content that's stolen, while there's so many examples of queer content creators that are not making enough money to even stay on, stay at the content game, right? But instead it's getting, siphoned away towards towards like large creators, and when that large creator turns out to be a plagiarist, I mean that's a fucking crime.
Has never been compensated for her contribution to James's financial success, and she's not the only person James plagiarized in the section on Stephen King's It alone. After reading Brands without crediting her for almost 5 minutes, suddenly he starts saying new words.
Childhood trauma looms under the skin of the Losers Club well into adulthood.
Wow, did James write part of his video all by himself? Nope, it's from The Hollywood Reporter. We've seen this song and dance before, it goes on for ages. I'm just gonna highlight one of the parts he changed because it's so funny.
Like every person on the planet, the losers remain trapped in their trauma. They've just found new ways to cope. Richie ended up telling jokes and becoming rich and successful, but always alone.
Somerton specifically removed mention of a character finding success using other people's material. That probably hit a bit too close to home, huh?
The
Bit of a
plagiarism thing, it's not a thing.
After several minutes of stealing Joelle Monique's article, the video still has a bunch of runtime left to talk about it.
It is the hate that's unnatural. The hate that is evil.
Oh, for fuck!
When we get into the head of Don Haggerty, Adrian's boyfriend, and the author lets the reader know him, he's sympathetic, he's smart and loving. He also sees the town for what it is, sees its evil clearly and wants to leave it.
The entire 12-minute long It section is copied from 3 different articles, back to back to back, and only one of the 3 authors is even in these shitty credits. Somerton didn't thank Brands or Monique for the articles about Stephen King's It he stole for money. He did, however, take the opportunity to thank Stephen King! I love it when small indie writers finally get the acknowledgement they deserve. It boggles my tiny mind just how much every tiny thing is stolen.
And that's the other thing that we're noticing, right, is that the people that get stolen, that get robbed, the people that get plagiarized are like lesser known authors, are lesser known, smaller content creators, right? Whenever there's an example of somebody like Susan Sontag or somebody like Stephen King, that there's a good chance that the people that watch James's videos will be familiar with, where there's more of a chance of James actually getting busted for plagiarism. That's where the citation actually happens.
In this video.
But who is the one who really needs the citation? Who's the one that needs the shout out? If you're gonna be, even if you're just inspired by their content, even if you're just made aware of what you're talking about by their content, it's good to throw that citation and that plug in, right? It's the smaller creators. but instead the people that least need the recognition but should still receive the recognition are the ones that are getting mentioned.
He really briefly, like for 30 seconds, discusses the appeal of witchcraft to queer people, and he steals an article for that too!
Witchcraft, on the other hand, offered a spiritual space where queer people could step into their personal power and explore otherness without shame, guilt, or fear. Furthermore, the idea of a coven creates a space for community.
Based on the works of whoever wrote this sentence, of the 18 authors I found him stealing from, only 9 of them make it into the opening or closing based on credits. So at least half the people he copied didn't even get a bullshit credit. And that's just what I found. I'm pretty sure I missed some. Maybe he reworded some parts better than others, so it's harder to check. But after seeing how much shit he stole for this video, I have no doubt the blank spaces are just someone else I missed. After this video came out, I think he decided he'd gotten away with it, so he stopped using the based on the works of excuse and just went right back to stealing shit. Here's one of his next videos, Code Breakers, Queer Film Theory and Why It Matters. This video's opening credits are just James, and the description thanks no one, but it's still full of plagiarism. Replacing the queer agenda with a straight agenda does not mean there is not an agenda. Zinc Hero of YouTube loved this line by Somerton so much. What am I willing to bet he stole this line too? Place your bets! Directly into my pocket, because yeah, obviously, you fucking piece of shit!
It also bears mentioning that if a filmmaker doesn't choose to queer history, that doesn't mean they're telling history like it was. It just means they're straighting history. Replacing the gay agenda with a straight agenda does not mean that there's no agenda.
Somerton's fans praise him for the quality of his writing, unaware it's not his. Since the true authors' names have been erased from the story, they are prevented from learning who they actually enjoyed and being able to go read more. I find this genuinely sad. James, how do you manage to churn out so many high-quality videos so frequently? I know how! At one point, he starts explaining basic film theory. Not basic by nerd standards. I mean, it's like he's just reading Wikipedia. Actually, not like.
Today, there are many different schools of film theory. So let's talk about them. The structuralist film theory emphasizes how films convey meaning through the
oh no, who else are we riffing off here?
Use of codes and conventions, not dissimilar to the way languages are used to construct meaning in communication. An example of this is understanding how the simple combination of shots can create an additional idea. The blank expression on a person's face, an appetizing meal, and then back to the person's face. While nothing in this sequence literally expresses hunger or desire, the juxtaposition of the images convey that meaning to the audience.
Now we're stealing crowdsourced material?
Marxist film theory is one of the oldest forms of...
But look, I mean, it's crowdsourced, right? It's non-for-profit, right? Wikipedia, like, is all about that sort of, the public licensing and stuff like that, right? So it's not really a problem of, like, who are you hurting when you steal from Wikipedia? But I don't know what to say when you're selling Wikipedia as your own original thought, right? Who are you hurting here? Kind of your audience, right? People that are, that they like considering like the amount that this guy, the James Somerton takes in from. Yeah, it's just lazy considering the amount that he's taking in from like Patreon and the like, right? He's really not giving his audience much back other than just read if you want to hear me read a Wikipedia article about film theory. Here it is.
Sergei Eisenstein and many other Soviet filmmakers.
Well, yeah, Wikipedia is at best a rudimentary source. Its primary use might be as a jumping off like a jumping off place for diving deeper into a subject. And if you want to learn about a subject, and to the extent where you can make content about that, then you don't stop at Wikipedia.
In the 1920s expressed ideas of Marxism through film. In fact, the Hegelian dialectic was considered best displayed in film editing through the development of the montage, a Russian...
But yeah, also you should check, like, things on Wikipedia aren't necessarily true, depending on the subject matter. You might have like a group of fans of a subject or fans of a personality who are sort of gatekeeping you know, the wiki article and
invention. Eisenstein's solution was to shun narrative structure by eliminating the individual protagonist in favor of telling.
I feel like I have seen Wikipedia do this too, though. Like I feel like I have looked at pages of Wikipedia that if you click on the source, right, the line that they wrote in there is like way too close to what the source is way too close to verbatim.
Stories where the action is moved by a group and the story is told through a clash of one image against the next, whether in composition, motion, or idea. Formalist film theory is a theory of film study that is focused on the formal or technical elements of a film, i.e. the lighting, scoring, sound, set design, use of color, shot composition.
But literally, like, to just show you kind of how lazy this is, right? You see what HBomber's doing? Showing you the article as he's saying that? If he'd shown himself against the backdrop of the Wikipedia article, scrolled it, I feel like that's, you know, the citation in this sense is not actually that hard. But the problem is that he's trying to represent this as his original thought, when it is literally Wikipedia.
And editing. It's a major theory of film study today. Formalism, at its most general, considers the synthesis or lack of synthesis of the multiple elements of film production, and the effects, emotional and intellectual, of that synthesis and of the individual elements. For example, let's take the single element of editing. A formalist might study how standard Hollywood continuity editing creates a more comforting effect, and non-continuity or jump cut editing might become more disconcerting or volatile.
Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing. It speaks volumes what James thinks of video essays as a format. To him, reading Wikipedia is equivalent to what everyone else is doing. I don't know why you would make videos like this.
And the question that I gotta ask is, like, how much of what's in the Wikipedia article does he really understand?
Unless you were just in it for the money. Where's the
Like, how much does he care to understand?
joy of doing your own research, your own learning, and getting to share it in your own way? These videos are a cash grab with absolutely zero original thought or soul. I didn't think YouTube videos could have souls, but now I've experienced ones that don't. The end credits don't thank any of the people or wikis who wrote this video, just James and his co-writer Nick. Oh, and he thanks all his patrons who give him thousands of dollars to read Wikipedia to them without telling them. And this puts us onto a related problem with his videos. This might be obvious, but James is a little bit lazy. In Codebreakers, in between the rest of the stealing, he brings up the potential gay overtones in Legend of Korra between Prince Wu and Mako.
Mako's Will They Won't They with Prince Wu.
But I thought the clips from Avatar looked a bit blurry for a video from 2020 when much
Do you see how low the FPS is on that too?
higher quality sources were available. Did he just Google an old AMV shipping these two characters and download it and slap it in here? No, that would be Yes, of course he did. It was this one. It took 2 minutes to find. He just added black bars to the top and bottom because he's
Look at that to make it look more cinematic.
trying to pretend his shit is cinema. This is probably the laziest moment in video essay history. He's downloading other people's videos to use as backing for a voiceover.
So did you get that? That's from an AMV. Even AMV makers. Oh yeah. I mean, there's more work that goes into that than would call you out for using other AMVs. Yeah. There's a lot of great info on Wiki, especially on science issues, but just reading Wiki articles out loud without even telling what he's doing is so lazy. Yeah. And it's not giving the, you know, you're not giving back to the people that are supporting you. Like, right, this guy gets more than supported, right? He lives what seems to be a pretty decent lifestyle, or at least, you know, gets paid, you know, more than, like, I could imagine, like, you know, somebody really needing, you know, to do this work, and it turns out he's not even the one doing the work. That's the right, and that's the similarity with Illuminati. Illuminati was making hundreds of thousands of dollars every month, and in a lot of cases not putting any real work in.
He probably didn't write about characters whose names he can't pronounce. It's like staring into a low bitrate abyss, but it doesn't stare back. James stares
James
back.
is there,
The
yes.
phrase by James Somerton is doing so much heavy lifting, he probably stole that from fucking Atlas. There's a section where he just reads the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's explanation of what homosexuality is.
As has been frequently noted, the ancient Greeks did not have terms or concepts that correspond to the contemporary dichotomy of heterosexual and homosexual. Probably the most frequent assumption of sexual orientation, at least by ancient Greek authors, is that people can respond erotically to beauty and ears. Furthermore, the issue of what biological sex one is attracted to is the character Plutarch's Argus argues that in Rome had many parallels to ancient Greece's understanding of same-sex attraction and sexual issues more general.
He looked up homosexuality in an encyclopedia and pasted it into his fucking script. Oh my god! The lack of effort is a running theme. James doesn't really care what he's saying and is just googling movie name gay, so the quality of some of the places he's copying are not very good. His coverage of Alien 3 in Society and Queer Horror, yeah, there's more people I didn't show you yet, is taken from the Cracked article, 5 Terrible Movies with Awesome Hidden Meanings. People sometimes compliment James for his fancy opening titles with 3D movement and graphics, but he just bought these. Anyone can. Look, here's the place he got Society and Queer Horror's opening. I bought it. Now it's mine. Whee!
You remember what I was telling you earlier?
The opening of Evil Queens, the highest production value part of the whole affair, is just more stuff he bought. I'm not criticizing him here. This is normal.
So at least with somebody like the internet, historian, you can see that the animations were not stolen from anyone else, but the script was. Like the literal script was taken from an article. I think it was written in Mental Floss.
And fine, but it's a little.
And now this, to give him some credit though, this one isn't stolen. This is a asset, right? An art asset that he bought. So at least he's paying some money for this one. But yeah, no, it's not his. It's not his ideas, not his work.
Surprising to realize James never did any work of any kind during the video making.
He promises to send money to the people plagiarized by Somerton. Yeah, and I think he donated he said something about donating a large amount to Wikipedia too, which apparently needs Wikipedia needs your money.
Process. He buys the fancy looking bits and gets the rest from an AMV. Presumably he hired a co-writer so he could stop pretending he does any. But that makes the fact they're still full of plagiarism even
and they're going to go into the co-writer later on.
More shocking. Kat looked at his video about Jeffrey Dahmer and found about 5 places he plagiarized without even checking too hard.
Thus, the term homosexual overkill served to normalize heterosexuality, even heterosexual serial killers, while pathologizing homosexuality.
Look how much effort he put into rewriting the thing he stole to hide it. His dedication to not coming up with his own ideas is almost creepy. This video was a couple months old when I started looking into James. This is recent, and I can't believe how much he's still stealing. The first words in the fucking video are stolen.
We all like true crime. It's very suddenly become one of the most engaging forms of contemporary entertainment.
He's really extruding the original words here. He's put so much work into changing it, it might have been easier to write something from scratch. But this is James we're talking about. He stops putting in the effort after the first few sentences.
Again, both Bundy and Dahmer were serial killers who tortured and murdered dozens of people, whose families are still alive and can see these tweets and posts on TikTok.
He actually copies the previous section of the article right before, but Kat asked me before I play this part to ask you to pay specific attention to the change he makes here.
There is a thirst for Dahmer made apparent on TikTok and Twitter, with hordes of white women droning over how attractive he is.
So there's the there's the text that's added.
This change is part of a running theme throughout Somerton's work. Misogyny? In the parts of James's videos that he actually writes himself, or rewrites after stealing, he really doesn't like women. I didn't want to open this can of worms, but the thesis of the stuff...
And just tag on white women in order to hide your misogyny and make it seem like it's more enlightened. Like
he stole for this video gets completely...
Make your misogyny seem more intersectional.
Fucked up by his rants about women being attracted to serial killers. He argues women are only attracted to Dahmer because he killed gay men and not women.
See, like, this is the kind of thing that Vaush would do, except he's too racist.
Which makes it easier for them to ignore the brutality of his crimes, and if he'd killed women, they wouldn't be so thirsty.
Despite his cannibalism, despite the decades-long erasure of his victims, these women, and mostly teenage girls, are swooning over him. And why not? To our knowledge, Dahmer never killed any teenage girls, or any women at all, so there's a level of disconnection.
Women are attracted to the wrong serial killer, how terrible. But he couldn't stop himself from also complaining about women being into Ted Bundy, who did...
What kind of surprises me of the misogyny that you're seeing here is how similar it is to, like, you know, misogyny that you got from like that there's not that much of a difference in misogyny delivered from somebody who's attracted to women versus you know, somebody who's not, like, of where their priorities are. Oh my god, what did I just play again? That wasn't the... It's probably the Peter Coffin video.
Murder women. He goes off script from the article he's...
Speaking of which, we are sort of closing in, maybe, I don't know, on the member goal. Like, I mean, if you combine the sub goal with the member goal and kind of, you know, like, I mean, we're sort of close, right? And if we hit that, I do have some content that I'm really excited about over here in terms of, so, you know, you would expect, like, who made a video after a video response to HBomberguy that disagrees and that's angry and that's it's Peter Coffin. I want to find out why Peter Coffin is mad at HBomberguy. Like, right, the title of the video, plagiarism is awesome, and here's why. Right, so, you know, if you're thinking that it's something like, you know, well, all ideas, you know, we sort of share and we all contribute to each other's ideas, and you know, like, it's a, you know, I don't know if it's an anti-intellectual property argument. Like, you'd think that maybe it's something like that. I don't know, because HBomberguy goes into that. It goes into how, you know, the noosphere, I guess, like the if you want to imagine it as the world of ideas floating around human consciousness, floating around, like, between human consciousness, the way that we all influence each other, the way that we all get ideas from each other, right? HBomberguy acknowledges that. So, you know, I mean, either Peter Coffin has not seen the entire HBomberguy video, or this is about something completely different. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there if we hit the sub goal, or if I can, like, somehow combine, you know, be like, well, we hit this much of this one and this much of that one, and that kind of, like, adds up to 100%. I'll try to make it work for us, chat, because I'm really interested in what Peter Coffin is going to be on about. I guarantee you, though, it's going to be cringe.
Stealing for that
exceptionally cringe
section to complain about it even more.
Navigating the ethics of true crime content is tricky. Critics have begun to question the need for entertainment mediums which fetishize or even sexualize serial killers. In the last 3 years alone, we've seen multiple films about Ted Bundy, with 2 of them coming from Netflix, one of them starring Zac Efron. A whole new generation of girls fell head over heels for the infamous killer, which was a grim remake in itself of the real-life Ted Bundy trial. He had fangirls defending him in the press and even begging to marry him. Netflix's social media team actually begged viewers to stop stanning Bundy.
He added a whole new bit fantasizing about millennial girls' attraction to a serial killer when, like, no, they were attracted to Zac Efron, the famously attractive celebrity actor. This was a stupid tangent to begin with, but now his own video contains examples of women fancying a serial killer who killed women. So his rant about women loving Dahmer because he didn't kill women makes no sense. Really, he just wanted an excuse to complain women see their gay friends as disposable.
Because unfortunately, to this day, many women still see gay men as nothing more than a fancy accessory. Especially teenage girls who lust for the perfect gay best friend. A boy whose sex life is secret, so you never have to hear about it. But he's always there to tell you if your boyfriend's being a jerk. Gay men...
So do you know what, you know what, like, you know what he's talking about here, right? You know the type of person that he's talking about, right? If anything, this is the kind of person that might be able to be criticized for you know, some level of, like, appropriation of gay culture. But he's saying that they're, like, disgusted and uninterested in So it's like the gay best friend, or like, right, that like, so, like when he's saying gay best friend, he's kind of signifying that like, I don't want to say the phrase, right, because there's like old school phrase that's like a F slur hag, right, that was how you know, like a woman who's friends with gay men was called, you know, I think it's like a 90s term, like a F slur hag, right? And like, and his complaint is that they are uninterested and do not have to hear about, and you know, are maybe even a little bit disgusted by the sex lives of gay. I mean, you're talking about like, I hate to say it, chat, but you're talking about like yaoi girls and stuff. They like, if anything, you know, they need to be told to, you know, to back off a little bit, or at least, you know, like I don't know, like it's, yeah. So like his criticism is like completely off. His criticism is completely off of
And boys as a purse or a fancy iPhone case.
So that's what he's saying, is that if you're a girl that has like a, you know, gay friends, gay best friend, you are using them as an accessory.
Something to show off, but ultimately something disposable.
What teenage girl did
And then throw them away. Do you see what? Yeah, you see what HBom's saying?
this to you in high school, James? And why are you inserting fanfiction about her into an article you stole instead of going to therapy? This is the only new stuff he wrote. The rest is stolen. This is all he has to say. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? These insecure.
I mean, I don't know what to say. What is wrong with this guy? He's hurt. So in other words, like, he's talking about like some personal experience, right? Some like best friend that he had, that's a straight woman that I don't know, he felt like he was, you know, disposed of, that you know, didn't keep up the friendship or whatever. Like, this is about him. This is not about women. Oh, okay. I'm trying to like, I want to warn you about the impending ad break that's coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but I think we also have an incoming super chat. There it is.
Good for Gabby super chatted $9.99. Pink heart, pink heart, pink heart. Appreciate you, Irene.
Aww, that's really sweet. Good for Gabby. Thank you. Yeah, I also got to let you know that on the Twitch side of things, we got an ad break coming up. So I don't know if you've experienced those yet, but it looks like they're serving 1 minute and 30 second ad breaks for us today, 2 every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, there is a way out of that. If you have a Twitch Prime, that is the cheapest way out of it. It costs you nothing, and it adds to our sub goal, puts us closer to that Peter Coffin content. Peter Coffin's angry at HBomberguy. I want to know why, and we can find out if we hit the sub goal. So helps us do that, and it costs you nothing, and it takes money from a big evil corporation and gives it to me. That's awesome. That is almost praxis right there. You can also get out of the ad break by paying Twitch $5 for a sub. That's how much they cost. I was thinking they might give you a discount for December, but apparently they're not doing that. I thought they were. But yeah, $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough and you are the recipient of somebody else's generosity, you might just get a gift sub. It can happen. It does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in chat. You can Oh my god, thank you Soul Life for the gift membership to Lindsay Robb. Lindsay Robb, now you have a YouTube membership thanks to Soul Life. Oh my god. So yeah, we're getting there. How am I talking too much, chat? What do you think? Do I stun lock too hard?
Insecurities affect how he talks about gay.
I want to get through this thing though. I really do. I really do want to get through to this thing and have time for the Karl Marx just became a sponsor. I don't know if that was through a oh wait. Oh, that's okay, I see. Karl Marx is not necessarily here. Does everybody remember Karl Marx? Yeah. You know, Karl Marx debated Keffals and saw my video. Oh my god, Soul Life. Gift membership to Kazzy V. Kavasy V, you just got a gift membership. But so yeah, if you didn't see, so like we went over the debate between Karl Marx and Keffals, and Karl Marx actually saw my reaction to that video and expressed a little bit of regret as far as like some of the, you know, the way that the way that the R slur was used in that debate. And you know, I said, hey, I thought you did a good job on the debate. Noriko from Fuichi Fushigi Yuigi. Oh my god, was one of my boyhood crushes. I know the character you're talking about. Yeah, I had a friend who was really into this. It's like a manga slash anime that I saw, but can't help but find the whole Yali girl thing weird since BL anime and manga. Oh my god, that's a whole nother discourse. There's the ad break. Wait, I lied, 99 cents. Wait, what happened? Because Peter is irrelevant and the only way for him to get views is by jumping on Karl Marx was the creator who was debating Keffals. And for the record, I think that Karl Marx was right. I didn't appreciate the use of the R slur, but I think that Karl Marx took that feedback about as well as I've seen anyone use it. Like, I'm not against reclaiming slurs, you know, if you've been, you know, but there's a way to do that, right? That's, you know, where you're not reinforcing the pejorative. In other words, if you use the R slur as like a bad name against somebody, right? That's not reclamative. That's just reinforcing ableism. Whereas, you know, if somebody wants to call themselves that, you know, as a, you know, find some kind of liberation in reclaiming that word or any slur, I don't really have a problem. It's difficult to reclaim a slur, but, you know, it does happen. The reason that the word is, you know, the reason that the word queer has a positive connotation right now is through people reclaiming it. And it's a messy process. Obviously, there's some people that when they hear that, they remember getting beat up. And you know, it's not a nice thing, but yeah, I don't have anything, you know, against people like reclaiming words that have been used to hurt them and dehumanize them. Wait, Soul Life was saying I said I would match whatever the next gift is. It was $9.99 and I donated only $9. Oh yeah, well, because that's like, it's like a hot dog and bun issue, isn't it? It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, they sell hot dogs. What is it, chat? Hot dogs come in packs of 10s and buns come in packs of 6 or something, or 8. It's a mismatch, right? So that you're always like having to buy more buns than hot dogs or more hot dogs than buns. It's one of those things. Soul Life super chat $2. Do it. So, you know, that I don't know if that one will necessarily get read by the sarcastic British voice, but yeah, Noriko from Fuichi. Am I pronouncing that right? Spark That Blood. Fushigi Yugi is the name of it. I know what you're talking about. It's like a isekai, right? Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, but I like that isekai too.
Women. The videos are continuously punctuated with tangents about how lesbians have it easier than gay men. In one video, he claims gay women historically saw less legal persecution, and his example is made up.
And if you're wondering why this section is so man-centric, this is because the vast majority of legal persecution of early queers was focused on men. In the legal case of Radcliffe Hall, she, in her book The Well of Loneliness, depicted World War I ambulance drivers as being
Oh wait, is it gonna read it? Oh, I see. So it shows the alert. It shows that there was a super chat, but if it doesn't read it for the ones that are under don't fear the button, flick it. Yeah, I mean, whether that's the like button, whether that's the join button, there's lots of good buttons to flick. I'm a fan of flicking buttons myself. Yeah, definitely have been guilty of excessive button flicking
primarily
myself.
Lesbians. English courts were really not pleased with this depiction. But women who love women was such an uncomfortable topic for them that they threw her case out of the courts and just let her carry on in her happy life.
Over here in reality, Radcliffe Hall was found guilty of obscenity and all copies of her book were ordered destroyed. He's rewriting history to pretend women had it better. This approach to female queer.
That's a whole nother level of misogyny. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you even serious? Like literally taking away the like he's plagiarizing, but then he changes the source to make it like that gay women somehow had it better. Oh my, yeah, this Bread Bro, you're exactly right. This video is a huge mind blow.
Reaches a territory where he doesn't even accept other people's identities if he has a bone to pick.
And it's a huge button flick as well.
One video, while trying to argue queer women have it better than men in Hollywood, he misgenders two showrunners.
So why don't gay men get to represent themselves in media? At least media that's widely accepted by the mainstream. Queer women get to represent themselves, at least sometimes. Look at animated hits like Steven Universe or She-Ra and the Princesses of Power.
Indy Stevenson and Rebecca Sugar are transmasculine and non-binary respectively, but for the purposes of James's point, they count as women. And if you
But look, if you like, he's just not doing any research. He's just not doing any research, right? And just kind of going off his like assumption. Yeah, in a prepared content, in a video on a big channel, right? There's just no.
really doesn't like something, he just assumes a straight woman did it.
The only way I can possibly
Oh my god.
account for anyone saying that this is straight is a bunch of
Look,
women.
and there is a messy issue here, like when it comes to things like BL and yaoi, and that the audience is there's two segments to the audience for that, right? For like homoerotic should be more specific. Like, what is there like a word for like specifically gay male eroticism in anime and manga, right? Where to the point where there's like a separate audience of gay men for that stuff, and like this is one but in other words, like I see that this is a little bit of a messy issue, but it doesn't excuse the misogyny.
Women and girls who are experiencing the most willful ignorance I've ever seen.
His Yuri on Ice video just guesses anyone who interprets the characters not being gay must be a dumbass woman. He's shockingly committed to this principle. In a video that just came out, he claims he still gets comments on that video from
I don't know how you could watch Yuri on Ice and not, like, that's a weird criticism. I don't think anybody watched that movie and was like, oh no, this is a nice sports anime, a completely heteronormative sports anime, right? There's so much gayness in Yuri on Ice. I don't know how anyone could miss it, but he seems to think that the women are missing it.
Straight women denying the gay anime.
How much money was he able to make before he got called out? I don't actually know. That's a good question. Anybody want to give me the channel size? I mean, I guess he's taken a lot of stuff down. I don't know if his channel is up. I don't know if a lot of his videos are probably down. But I mean, we saw that Illuminati at her level, she's at 1.3 million. In fact, I think before she got caught, she was at like 1.7 million subs. Illuminati, we know, was making hundreds of thousands a month. So Bad Lefty says, I heard 170K a year on Patreon. That's not even counting YouTube money. So yeah, quite a bit of money. Like I was saying, like, enough for anybody to comfortably live on, and then some, like multiple people to like comfortably live on. I think HBomb mentioned some of this. He has a big Patreon, and then there's the whole Telos thing. Telos? Didn't HBomber say something about $10,000 for some video? Yeah, I mean, like, look, you can sort of estimate that stuff on Social Blade. It's not 100% accurate, but if anybody would know, if anybody be able to get a sense for like how many views translate into how much ad money, and stuff, it would be HBomberguy. Todd cited 2.5 million subs. Damn. So potentially more than Illuminati, potentially a lot more than Illuminati.
He is gay.
Then again, that video still
I mean,
gets...
it depends on how many, because, you know, like Illuminati is a content mill, right? So she was putting out a ton of videos. So maybe that, you know, maybe it's closer together, but
comments from usually
in
straight
short, crime pays. Yeah, until H-Bomber comes after you, right?
women, no hating, but still, who incessantly deny that there's any queerness, coded or otherwise, present in that series.
James, how do you know they're straight or women? Did they all say so?
So Soul Life says Illuminati, I'm assuming you're saying, is about to evict her ex so she can make his house into an Airbnb. Not so fast. Not so fast. Seamus says Patreon and sponsorships are the easiest to rely. That's true. That's true. AdSense is super spotty. Yeah, it really depends. There's a lot that goes into that. But yeah, as far as Illuminati and Oz Media, which is what Soul Life's talking about, we actually watched Oz Media's stream, right? So that was going to happen. You know, Oz Media signed some really bad, like, you know, contracts with Illuminati when they were dating that just put him on the line for more money than anybody at his level, at his size of a YouTuber could ever hope to make, right? So he was basically set up to lose his house, and he was going to lose his house. He did. I do want you to know though, he did a stream in order to you know, to ask people to help him in, and he wanted $10,000 to be able to push the eviction, push the foreclosure back a little bit, right? That was what he was going for. And he thought maybe if he did like 2 24-hour streams, stayed up for 24 hours each time, maybe he might get $10,000 to be able to do that. I'm happy to report that Oz Media got, I think, about 35,000. So he's good. He's good for now. And when he went to bed, he said that this was the first time in a long time that he could get a full night's sleep, right? Because he was living under like the sword of Damocles, right? You know, you've got a nice house, you've got no furniture because Illuminati took all the furniture. But you're living in a nice house, but you know that in December you're going to get evicted, right? That was the situation that Oz Media was living under. And thankfully people were exceptionally generous and really, you know, took care of him. And now he's going to be able to stay in the house. So that's, you see, like, I always give you bad news and I feel bad about it, right? I was so happy to be able to cover one story where the in the end, you know, the person is all right, right? It's not just like, you know, this trash fire that I'm normally talking about.
In their comment, if you don't like something so you assume a woman wrote it, you're doing misogyny. There really isn't another word for this. It's pretty straightforward. Also, I just
MSE Stream says his YouTube channel was more like 350K, but his audience was very engaged because he begged for a lot of money.
Went through the last year of comments on that video and none exist that make this accusation. He's lying. He just made up straight women to get mad at. As arbiter of gender, James also gets to decide who's queer and who isn't. I don't know who gave him this power, but it means he has a lot of fascinating opinions about Love, Simon. The film is based on a book by Becky Albertalli, a bisexual woman who was not public about her sexuality when the book was published. Albertalli was subsequently harassed for years, accused of writing a book about being gay without being queer herself and being a straight woman profiting off the queer community. In 2020, she came out publicly, with a quite powerful essay about how she was doing it specifically because of this type of shit. This event hopefully serves as a lesson not to make assumptions of people's sexuality and then write criticism based on those assumptions. But James didn't get the memo. In 2022, he managed to write a video complaining that many stories about gay people are written by straight women and used Love, Simon as the only example.
Because their life experiences did not match the experiences about gayness set by straight women with a kawaii idea of two gay people.
You have mass consumption
Oh my
media, which
God.
takes gay emotions and removes gay experiences, leaving a husk of empty gestures and unanswered questions, which feels more like a gambling addiction than even implied representation.
James was years late to the party and still accused the openly bi author of being a straight pandering to the gays. I'd say I wonder what Becky Albertalli thinks about this, but I know what she thinks because she left a comment on his video explaining how shitty it feels getting lumped in with the straights yet again years after coming out, specifically after being treated poorly by people like James.
Bi erasure is a real thing.
When this happened, this is how he complained to his fan Discord about her. She isn't happy I included her in the straight female authors section, but I never said she was straight. James is still sore about this mild pushback. He now refuses to acknowledge Love Simon by name, referring to some unspecified incident.
This is compounded through several other high-profile instances of gay media, specifically one which made waves in 2018, but that I will not explicitly mention for
And yet, Gruntcore, you find yourself in my chat tonight. Welcome. Good to have you.
reasons, if you know you
Good to see you as always.
know.
Someone asked what he meant by this in the Discord, and he clarified he meant Love Simon, and in true James fashion made up a story where he didn't do anything wrong. He simply mentioned he wasn't its biggest fan, and the author ripped into him on Twitter and stuff. As far as I can tell, Becky never tweeted anything or said anything anywhere about him except his comments section. He's having to twist the story pretty hard to seem like he didn't do a shitty thing here. He called a bi author a straight with kawaii ideas about gay people, didn't think she would see it, and she criticized him for doing it. So this is the non-stolen work, the stuff he writes himself. Open bitterness about women, lies, and grievances over being criticized for this. I'm gonna regret saying it, but he should have stuck to the plagiarism. He complained on Twitter about
Stick to what you're good at.
about being criticized for being so harsh on the women who thirsted after Dharma, not realizing he was actually being criticized for a pattern of behavior. These criticisms were valid already, but I would like to supply the context that he stole the words he is saying here and reworded them to be more mad at women specifically. James, what the fuck are you doing? I am trying to maintain focus for once in a video and stick to the plagiarism, but I just can't get away from how this guy fucking sucks. James doesn't get caught stealing as often as he should do because he's cultivated an audience of younger queer people who don't read the kind of stuff he's stealing from, and don't recognize open misogyny as long as it's qualified as white women. But on the rare occasion that he is caught, his solution is to private or delete the video and re-upload a slightly changed version and hope no one digs into this extremely suspicious behavior. For example, while I was doing preliminary research late last year, a funny thing happened. Somerton's YouTube community page was wiped. Hundreds of posts from over several years disappeared overnight. At this point, I'd spoken to a few of the writers Somerton had stolen from, and I wondered if maybe one of them had publicly accused him. But after doing some more looking, it turned out no, someone else had independently noticed they'd been plagiarized because there was still more. Seldom music.
Okay, so just so in case you don't know, in case you're not like a YouTube person, or in case you don't check the community page, right? Community page is where the posts go. So when you see like on YouTube, something that's not necessarily like a video, but something that a creator has typed and you're getting this, sent to your feed, that's from the community tab, right? And often, people, it's just a little like micro blog. And I won't even call it a micro blogging because it's not like Twitter, but it's just like a little kind of like a blog space for creators to talk to their community. I sometimes, put polls on there for people to, if I want to get a better sense of my audience, or, if I'm doing something and I want people, to see it, sometimes I'll put like a meme on there and the link to a video, right? But the fact that he's had to nuke, that's a nuke, right? When you delete all of your Twitter, when you delete all of your community posts, chat, I've never had to do that. There's probably stuff on my Twitter that I now disagree with. Like, no doubt, I have changed a lot since I've been doing content. And, my perspectives on different content creators have changed. My perspective on content creation has changed, right? But I'm willing to own up to, whatever I've said on Twitter. I'm not trying to hide it, right? I've never cleansed. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if there's a tweet that I make that, like, there's like a really bad something that I didn't see at first or didn't think of it, or I was like wrong on something, I'll delete that like in the moment. But I've never found it necessary to do the whole like timeline nuke. And the people that I have encountered, including some people who had some pretty toxic things to say about me, right, that do those timeline nukes regularly, they got something to hide. I don't know how else to say it. That's often the sign of a guilty conscience, right? Like when the person, like I literally had somebody that accused me of something. Some other Twitter account went through and systematically with receipts proved they were wrong about that, and it actually looked like something that if anybody should be accused of, it should be them. And immediately their timeline gets nuked. Oh my God, that's a guilty conscience right there.
A WordPress blog, had made a post accusing Somerton of plagiarizing a blog post about Attack on Titan from 2013. And then I thought, wait, doesn't Somerton have a video from September 2022 called, like, Attack on Titan and the Death of Media Literacy? Well, he did! Finding an old link, it was suddenly set to private. Over 1.5 million views had been wiped from his channel. Huh. I already had a copy downloaded because, well, Somerton has deleted inconvenient videos before, and I figured something like this would happen again. I've been going through his videos chronologically, so I hadn't got to that one yet, but what's kind of funny is I know I would have noticed this plagiarism myself if I had. That blog post has gone viral multiple times.
Like, deleting videos is a little bit more understandable. There's a lot of reasons for that, including you just didn't think you did a good job on the video, or if it's not up to your current standards, right? But that, like nuking a community tab, it's like, what do you have to be up to where that becomes necessary?
It's one of the main sources for Western awareness of Attack on Titan's authors' right-wing views. If you're deep on anime fascism discourse, this is a classic post. I've seen it linked and referenced dozens of times over the years. It would make sense to point to this post if you were discussing the political implications of Attack on Titan, or you could even quote it and cite it as a source. Well, wouldn't you know it, Somerton doesn't link the post or quote it anywhere, or acknowledge its existence, he just copies it.
This outrage should come as no surprise knowing the history between Japan and Korea, but that is exactly what most people may not be aware of. Korea was occupied by Japan from 1910 to 1945. Only one of many East Asian nations colonized by Japan as part of its growing imperial presence at the time, during which the Japanese army enforced changing Korean names to Japanese style, destroyed and stole Korean cultural artifacts and locations, murdered the Korean empress, forced Korean men into hazardous war efforts, forced Korean women into sexual slavery for Japanese soldiers, and tortured and massacred and experimented upon Koreans en masse. However, history books and classes in Japan have glossed over it, if not outright ignored these things.
James doesn't acknowledge the writing he's stealing at all, though he does.
I've been holding off the need to pee for a really long time. I don't think I can hold it much longer. I'm gonna go pee really quick. I'm gonna leave you with this. Sorry for the trampoline stream, right? Sorry for leaving you with like a Hassan chair moment. But what I will do is leave you with Vriska, who did nothing wrong, just like NCC.
Let's find the time to make a long opening sequence. Back. James Somerton Presents, directed and edited by James Somerton, written by Nick Hergott and James Somerton. This site was active briefly in 2013, with a post in 2016 clarifying the blog was done. They came back 6 years later to talk about James stealing their work.
The reluctance to paraphrase the same factual information speaks to a lack of imagination, not to mention a lack of research. He should be ashamed of the laziness of copying entire sentences into his script as if he wrote them himself. How can you say a fandom lacks media literacy when you can't even conduct your own research or compose your own analysis?
Somerton saw the author call him a plagiarist and panicked and hid the video, deleted all his community posts so there was nowhere to leave a comment asking what happened this time. He was preparing for his plagiarism to go public and locking everything down. If what Somerton was doing was a defensible artistic choice, he'd be defending it, wouldn't he? He'd say, this is a normal thing to do and I'm going to keep doing it. Instead, he does it secretly and hides the videos when people notice. It's clear he knows what he's doing is wrong and would just rather keep stealing than actually do any work. But while we're talking about the Attack on Titan video, you know he didn't just steal one thing. The video's an hour long. No self-respecting marketing expert would do all that work himself. In this video, and only this video, he quotes several YouTubers, like he has their text on the screen and he reads it out. And he would never normally do that. He would just steal their words and pretend he came up with them. Which means he must be stealing from someone who quoted them. them. And, yeah.
For a long time, anime fans had no way of knowing what their favorite writers and artists even looked like, let alone what they thought about the world.
3.5 minutes of this video comes from Geeta Jackson at Vice Motherboard. And yeah, when he quotes YouTubers, he's actually quoting Jackson quoting them. I can't believe I fucking called it.
YouTuber Jeff Thu argues, it's because this discussion keeps happening, but it's also not. There's some really good criticism of Attack on Titan, and I think it's important to criticize it.
Now, this isn't just an article quoting someone. Jackson reached out to Jeff for his opinion on this topic. There's nowhere else James could have got this quote, and this time he really fucked it up. At one point, he uses a quote Jackson got from historian and scholar Andrea Horbinski. But remember how he sometimes finds and replaces words like gay or trans to queer or LGBT to hide it? He accidentally did that to the quote!
As they put it, these fans insist that feminism and LGBTQ people don't exist in Japan, and that any anime depicting either is woke garbage or similar. These fans are extremely angry at attempts to discuss the depictions of female characters in anime as something that could often use improvement, or the inclusion of LGBT characters, period.
This is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. This is sub-high school level plagiarism hiding. You don't find and replace text in the quotes, James!
People in Somerton's official Discord server were asking what happened to the video. On January the 1st this year, he said the video was coming back up that day, and that it had to come down because of a missing source. That's a very strange way of saying, someone noticed me plagiarizing them and criticized me for it, and I deleted fucking everything. The new version he uploaded is a minute shorter. He just cut out the sections where he directly read the blog post. The video is even more stilted and strangely written than normal. The point Somerton was trying to make here was so important he was willing to steal it from someone else. Now that point is missing, and the surrounding conversation makes no sense.
And it looks like I'm back just in time for the top of the hour ad break. That's an ad break that, oh my god, why did I hit the wrong image? Oh, there we go. There's the right image. That's what I was trying to do, right? That's an ad break that you can no longer see if you use a Twitch Prime to subscribe. It's free to you. It takes money from a big evil corporation and gives it to a small creator, right? You can also get out of the ad break through paying Twitch $5 to buy yourself a sub and get out of the ad break that way. Or if you are feeling lucky, there's some chance that you might be given a gift sub if somebody's feeling generous, right? But that sort of thing is more likely to happens more often when you're active in chat. That way people can actually see that you don't have the means to avoid the ad break yourself.
The new version opens saying the original had a citation error. But if that was the problem, why didn't he add a citation instead of deleting the section completely? Well, one reason might be he wants the credit for himself, but the other is if he added their name now, anyone who checked would see the author's new post saying he plagiarized them. Somerton's only way out is to hide it and hope no one notices. He doesn't want to stop stealing, he just wants to not get caught doing it.
If he thinks he can get away with keeping something in, he does. The 3 minutes of the video, written completely by Geeta Jackson, are still in the new version, completely unchanged. As of recording this video, no one else seems to have noticed this yet, but if anyone does, he'll doubtless delete the video.
I'm very quiet. Wait, let me look and see. Let me just take a look at my... Yeah, I should bring my microphone. Testing. Check one. Testing. Check one. Testing. Check one. Testing. Check one. Testing. There we go. Something like that. Are we good, chat? Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, if there's ever anything wrong with my audio, if there's ever anything wrong with my video, there's some chance that I don't realize it, and that you in chatter may be the only one that can tell me, because I'm not able to see things from your end. So, don't suffer in silence if there's something is less than optimal about the stream. Just let me know. I promise I will never take offense to it.
And re-upload a new version with that piece missing too and call it a day.
James has done this repeatedly in the past. Several other videos open with text claiming they had to be re-uploaded to avoid a mysterious and unexplained copyright issue. One of them was Code Breakers. At some point it was taken down, altered to hide some but not all of the stuff he stole, and re-uploaded with a new title, Queering Cinema, by any means necessary. The opening title's still...
So as we saw earlier, or maybe we didn't, because we didn't watch the internet historian section of this video, right? Copyright issues can be a fig leaf for I plagiarized something. Because copyright issues, like the copyright is wild on YouTube, right? People get taken down for copyright without actually having violated any copyright. It happens consistently. Sometimes people like will license an asset and they'll still get copyright claimed for that asset, right? So it's something that when you say, oh, copyright issues, most people think, oh God, you got hit with some copyright bullshit. But in this case, it's like literally like there is a violation of intellectual property, and not necessarily from a big company either.
Call it code breakers though. Every time he re-uploads the video, the name is different. It's very confusing. And his well-meaning fans assume that his constantly taking down of videos and re-uploading with pieces missing is a sign of his integrity. They talk about how much more they respect him every time he re-uploads a video like this. Every time, because he has to do it a lot. The reality is Somerton has had years worth of chances to be the man of integrity his audience wants him to be, and despite this being his full-time job, which he makes thousands and thousands of dollars doing, he would rather keep stealing. By the way, that re-upload of Codebreakers, Queering Cinema, around the time of the Attack on Titan drama, it disappeared again. As far as I can tell, it's still gone nearly a year later. Maybe some authors noticed what he did and said something. Maybe so many pieces had to be taken out there was nothing left. The frequency with which he's had to hide videos to cover this up is staggering. Scrolling up his Discord's video announcement page, you can see right away a shocking amount of stuff that mysteriously went missing without any explanation given. For some reason, Nick wrote a joke on this page about how to tell who wrote what part of each video. It's cute, but I'm going to take it as confirmation that if a section doesn't contain these words...
I see that YouTube chat is talking about peeing in bottles. How did this discourse start?
Neither of them wrote it. While I was browsing his public fan Discord, I found myself wondering about Nick, his co-writer. Does he know? Nick Hergott, also known as NT Hergott, is a writer, mostly for James's videos, but he does have a self-published young adult novel, so there we go. He's a better writer than James as far as I can tell, in the sense it doesn't look like he steals things. So, does he know what his boss is doing? I checked the fan Discord to see if they talk about the writing process, and I found Nick has a special section dedicated to previewing part of the scripts for upcoming videos, which is a really nice feature, or it will be.
So you're saying that if I see, like, if I find an iced tea bottle with a yellow mysterious liquid in it, it's definitely not you. I get it.
If they wrote them, Nick showcases parts he's written, and as far as I can tell, they're actually his. And they're pretty decent too. And sometimes he shows things James wrote. This is part of the script for a video called How Disney Tore Down the...
So not only is James, like, you know, like, so anybody who is tempted to feel sorry, because, like, yeah, getting hit by an HBomberguy video, like, that's, you know, pretty much, you know, James is getting destroyed here, right? But don't feel bad for James. Feel bad for his co-writer who's getting dragged into this stuff with him, and it is, from what we can tell, or from what HBomberguy can tell, you know, completely innocent of any of this. Like, there's no sign that Nick is an accomplice to James. It seems like he just legitimately does not know.
Owl House, and it actually made it into the video. Let me play it to you.
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money, but unlike almost every other giant corporation, it doesn't want to be seen that way by the general public.
Welcome back, victims of Twitch ads.
Nick literally says, James wrote this. So at the
Zara says, I feel like the co-writer's got to be complicit. What do you think, Chad?
at the very least, James Somerton wrote this text, right?
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 No!
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money.
It's an article by Julie Tremaine for the San Francisco Gate. I wonder how she feels about having her work reposted to an audience being told it was written by James Somerton. Holy shit!
If it's any consolation, Julie, James Somerton's Discord thinks your writing is harsh but true. I love any time y'all talk about Disney. Jesus Christ, it wasn't y'all, it was someone else! It was them all!
But the way this post was phrased implies Nick has no idea James did this. He probably saw the text his boss put in the shared script and assumed he wrote it, because if he didn't, that would be really fucking bad. And it's not just these two paragraphs. A solid 4 minutes and 40 seconds are taken from this article. What's weird is James actually acknowledges in the video he has no idea why he went on this tangent.
So, what does all this have to do with the Owl House? Well,
I just wanted to point out how big of a tool Bob Chapek is.
He stole a bunch of
Gorilla says, "Don't eat the yellow snow." Yeah.
words for literally no reason. They don't even connect to his point. He just
Don't eat the yellow snow, or else you won't be invited to St. Alfonso's pancake breakfast. Right? You don't want to end up in that situation. He has to be familiar in some way.
needed to pad his runtime, I guess. Here's another section of a script.
I don't know. I mean, what do you think? HBomberguy is like we've almost got like a dichotomy here, right? In terms of the lack of research, the lack of effort that James is putting into his videos, and the plethora of effort, the plethora of research that HBomberguy is doing, right? So that's why it makes me think that, like, if there was something implicating Nick, that HBomber would have probably found it. I don't know. What do you think, chat?
Nick shared. This is from a draft of the Attack on Titan video.
Depends on how long Nick has been a co-writer.
Wait, what's this? Shonen? Okay, shonen is a...
Oh, it's shonen, my favorite kind of manga, the shonen genre. No.
Japanese word. There's like 5 ways to spell it in English, and this isn't any of them. Here's how we translate Bisatsu Shonen magazine, where Attack on Titan was published. Has he never seen a single issue of Shonen Jump? This video sucked, by the way. He didn't know anything about the genre he was discussing, and now it turns out he can't even spell it. I hope this section was plagiarized. Then again, maybe this time Nick found something he liked in the script that James actually wrote. Nope. It's also stolen! Again! It comes from culturalreview.com, the website/personal blog of Tyler Hummel, who hopes to bring thoughtful and enjoyable commentary on popular culture
Shonen, the barbarian,
and
yeah.
entertainment from a culturally
You just want to see the lamentation, hear the lamentation of the women.
conservative and religious perspective. In case you're wondering what that means, he thinks Batman is too woke. Right before the section James copied into a document and told Nick he wrote all by himself, Hummel complains about
That's a whole nother level. Chat, are you hearing the car that's beeping? Somebody needs to come down and catch their ride. I don't know if you could hear it, but there's like a car honking, trying to get somebody's attention in my building. I hope they get their attention. I thought it was, oh yeah, smart solution would so we're talking about the pee bottle. Yeah. God, I don't know if I could aim into a bottle. That might be difficult. You can't hear it? Okay. Fair enough. Shonen, the Shogun of Harlem?
Marxism and critical race theory, and then randomly whines about people who criticized Game of Thrones' final season before posting Lindsay Ellis's video about it
Oh, I need a funnel.
as an example of people he hates. In his quest to seem like he knows what he's talking about, he's willing to borrow the words of a guy who hates him and everything he stands for, including Lindsay Ellis, who he credits with getting him into making video essays, another crime Lindsay should pay for. Wait a minute, did he film himself next to Disney War because Lindsay did? Was he copying that too? Normally I'd think I was overreacting, but he's stolen everything else. I don't know anymore. At least that means he didn't get Shonen wrong. That must have been the
He's like the Grinch, right? The Grinch comes down and steals all of Christmas.
nutcase he copied from. No, that's one of the few new words he added to the stolen segment. James Somerton is the dumbest motherfucker. To be completely fair, this piece of the script didn't make it into the final video, so it seems Somerton thought better than to steal from one of the most insane people in the world. But the fact Nick keeps
these pee funnels exist in the army,
accidentally showing pieces of the script James stole, assuming he did write them, implies even his co-writer has no idea he's doing this. I feel kind of sorry for Nick. His trust has clearly been violated here. He's been made a liar without his knowledge.
They pissed off one of my other neighbors. Like they're sitting out there beeping their horn, right? And some other neighbor that's not the person that's they're trying to get, whose attention they're trying to get, is like, shut up.
Because he trusted his boss and, I assume, friend. That's a messed up situation to be in, seriously. I thought it would be worse if Nick was in on it, but it's the opposite way around, isn't it? It's so violating imagining people work for James, and I assume make most of their income from working for him, and don't know what they're signing up for. I don't know how I would feel in his position, but not good. This sucks. Worst of all,
Soul Life's like implying that I need to practice my aim, maybe, in order to be proficient at bottle peeing. I don't know.
I think James might be using Nick as a shield. Whenever any mention of the old plagiarism stuff comes up, James immediately brings up how Nick actually writes the videos, and there's no way he would plagiarize.
I have a co-writer who came from academia, where plagiarism in academia gets you kicked out of school. Like, it gets you fired. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism.
It's like he's trying to redirect possible negative attention onto his unsuspecting co-writer. Whenever plagiarism comes up, James brings up how great Nick is for writing all the videos in a totally not suspicious way.
Because if it was like somebody accusing me of plagiarism, especially recently, the videos are so heavily written by Nick that they would be accusing Nick of plagiarism, and I will not fucking tolerate that.
Remember, James knows there is plagiarism in his videos because he did it. So when he responds by saying,
well,
no,
so just to give you an idea of how thorough HBomberguy is, right? He had to cut probably more than half of his material on Illuminati to get this video's runtime down, right? That extra stuff, that extra Illuminati material is available on his second channel, right? So yeah, he seems pretty damn thorough. I think it's just like he's one of these people that he starts going down a rabbit hole, and I can respect this. I resonate with this, right? He starts going down a rabbit hole, and he needs to see what's at the bottom. He's not going to be happy until he has explored the totality of that rabbit hole. I think that's what we're dealing with here.
Oh, Nick writes the videos, and he would never do that. It's like he's setting him up to take the fall.
Nick is an angel for tolerating me and writing the videos as well, like with his fantastic talent. So that I would just not tolerate.
So either Nick is plagiarizing as well, and that's why the new videos still have a ton of plagiarism, or James is doing it, and now when it comes up, he throws Nick under the bus. But
Janican tells me it's apparently the original cut was like 8 to 9 hours long. See, I wouldn't be surprised to see like an 8 to 9 hour long HBomberguy video. I mean, it you know, that's too long, but
James isn't content pretending to make video essays. No, he wants to wipe on a bigger canvas.
Oh no.
In 2022, James Somerton started an Indiegogo for a film studio he wanted to open called Telos Pictures, which intended to produce films focusing on LGBT characters and stories. His video pitching Telos included a series of ideas for miniseries, feature-length movies, and short films. For example, Final Girl, a short about a woman who had survived a typical slasher story. The initial goal of $6,000 was to make 2 of the short films, but with stretch goals for making more. The campaign made enough money to make almost all of them, over $86,000.
The biggest canvas, aka poop mouse.
Canadian dollars, so a bit over 63,000 in USD. Telos has been a runaway financial success for James. As of today, 18 months after raising over $64,000, more than 10 times its initial goal, Telos has made nothing. For people who supported Telos, updates on what's happening have been few and far between. A few months after the campaign ended, he claimed Final Girl, one of the short films on the slate, was in pre-production and had been expanded into a full movie, but they were having trouble with casting and were considering relocating to another part of Canada. The next update would come 7 months later, with the announcement James had moved to Toronto to try to find actors, and they dropped Final Girl and moved on.
Here's what I want to know, right? So as far as I understand, none of these movies actually came out, right? That's why this is such a ripoff. But what did he plan to do? This guy seems to be allergic to writing anything on his own. Was he going to rip off the script?
Onto a new project, one which wasn't on the original list people funded, called The Listener. He'd be spending $20,000 to $30,000 of the Telos money on it, and as an apology for the lack of updates, he would be adding an update page to the Telos website later that week to keep people informed. 10 months later, this hasn't happened. The Telos website does, however, have a working donation page where you can give him more money for rewards up to and including getting to make requests about the films. What films? Months later, this July, he announced Telos had finally been incorporated as a real company. He called this a long
So
and
this is like on top of his Patreon.
pricey process. Incorporating in Canada is a few hours of paperwork and costs 200 Canadian dollars. He claimed an update was coming within a week. This was almost 3 months ago. The Telos Twitter account hasn't been updated
Hire script writers? I mean, that makes sense.
in well over a year, but he recently opened a Telos Blue Sky page, which has made
Maybe he'll get Nick to write it.
one post with a poster for a new movie supposedly coming in 2024, which isn't The Listener or any of the previously mentioned films. Every time I look in on Telos, I find no updates on what's happening, but I do find out about a new movie they announced. The website is currently claiming another new film called The Sub, estimated release 2023, is in pre-production. Better get a move on then. Telos keeps announcing new projects with a new poster to go with it consisting of a stock photo with text over it, and then not making any of them. This one's already being used for a real show.
Chat, I thought at least he would have taken like a stock image and then put some effects over it. But no, that's just the stock image
that exists. He keeps putting text on stock photos and pretending it's a real film in pre-production. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence how fast new films are being dreamed up. One of them even had a teaser consisting entirely of stock footage, only to never be spoken of again. This one isn't even mentioned on the website at all anywhere. Movies take time to make, even short indie films, and for the record so do video essays, but the lack of updates on what is happening, or which film is even being made, is a little disconcerting. Continuing the trend of James's work not really being his, we need to talk about Final Girl, the first project which was cancelled. Final Girl was at one point coming this fall, which at the time was 2022.
Okay, so do you get this? The sole survivor of the backwoods butcher. So you know how like there's like the final girl in a horror film is the girl that makes it through alive and like kills Freddy Krueger or whatever the you know, like the one who survives, right? That's the final girl. And so it's an interesting premise, but it's a little bit too interesting, don't you think? Like as in not something that James himself would create himself.
The people who funded this film were told to expect it by autumn last year. They got pretty far on this one. In late June, James tweeted the script was done. But then, all of a sudden, James moved on to The Listener and the 5 other films he started since then. But unlike many of James's other announced projects, which still have a poster and a tentative release date on the site, Final Girl disappeared completely. What happened here? He claimed he gave up because it was too specific to Nova Scotia and he had to move to find actors, but there could be another reason. The name and synopsis of Final Girl are extraordinarily close to a book which already exists, The Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. I wonder if Somerton is aware of
I wonder if he's aware
the similarity. It would be weird if he wasn't, because it was one of his favourite books of 2021. He started the Indiegogo with this short film idea a few months after making this post. You'll be shocked to discover, but something of James's turned out to be stolen and evaporated. The 18-month journey of Telos consists of Somerton being paid $65,000 to make a dozen fake movie posters. So far, James has ripped off bloggers, novelists, authors, anyone who writes text for a living, really. Oh, and Wikipedia, and AMVs, because watching Korra for himself was too much effort, apparently. If you're queer and you wrote something good, no you didn't. But now we need to talk about the time he somehow went even
James wrote it.
further than that. Let's talk about the time he ripped off another gay YouTuber.
And also, you're not really queer, James, because
Remember Unrequited?
James is like the Joe Biden of queerness.
The video that ripped off the Celluloid Closet and plagiarized Peter Howell? Before any of the Celluloid Closet stuff had even been discovered, James had already been caught ripping off someone else with the same video. How? How are there still more? A later section covered examples of queerbaiting in various TV shows, including BBC's Merlin, the recent Teen Wolf TV series, and Sherlock, whatever that is. But people began to notice these sections were suspiciously similar to one another YouTuber had already made. Alexander Avila, whose channel used to be called Are They Gay, has a series of videos exploring the queer implications between characters in various shows, and he's covered Merlin, Teen Wolf, and Sherlock.
This is like a Sniper Wolf situation.
The part of Somerton's video covering Merlin feels like he watched Avila's video video and very slightly rephrased it. But what made it really
Didn't Sniper Wolf do this to somebody?
obvious was the footage he used. They weren't just similar, they were exactly the same. Avila had this one part where he fades between several different scenes across different episodes to show the evolving character dynamics. This is Avila using editing and his knowledge of the show to make a point. That same sequence appears exactly in Somerton's video. Avila's video puts text over the footage to explain the character's thoughts and justify his interpretation of the show. This text is still in there in Somerton's version. This is sloppy even by James standards. He even keeps in a joke Avila made.
If I wasn't a prince, what? I think we'd probably get on.
In case it wasn't obvious, Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On wasn't in the original show. Avila put that in there for a joke. And you're not gonna believe this.
We'd probably get on.
Somerton stole Alexander Avila's video essay and reused it, and just recorded his own very similar version of the voiceover and jokes.
It really is like a romantic comedy.
Oh, come on, you've seen a romantic comedy, you know how this works.
This is the worst and laziest example of plagiarism I've ever seen. Reusing other people's work like this is not right, especially when, you make a living making these videos. He only said things about the show Avila also said. It's extremely clear Somerton hasn't seen Merlin, he just reused Avila's work. The other sections covering Teen Wolf and Sherlock also had extremely similar looking sequences. He'd downloaded and reused several of Avila's videos. When this was discovered, Avila tweeted to Somerton about it, asking for proper credit and in the future to ask people permission before doing something like this. He also left a similar comment on the video, which finally got James's attention. The next day, Somerton set Unrequited to private and contacted Avila on Twitter. I reached out to Avila and asked him what they discussed, and he gave me permission to share these messages with you. Somerton apologised for using his material without asking, claiming he intended to reach out but forgot to, and he had been in a rush to finish the video before the end of Pride Month, and in this rush he ended up using a lot more of your content than I ever intended. He then offered to credit Avila in the description of his video. Ah yes, that old trick. He also, perplexingly, asked Avila to delete his comment because he put an awful lot of work into his videos and felt discredited by it, which, frankly, is a wild thing to say to someone you just admitted you stole from. You're not the one putting the work in, buddy. Avila said he would rather Somerton upload a new version that credited him in it directly, or perhaps he could watch Merlin and make his own arguments. He also reminded him that passing someone else's work off as their own is far more discrediting than pointing out someone did that. Somerton never replied.
It shouldn't need to be said though. Like when somebody does that to me, I don't want to call it gaslighting, but colloquially, Chad, it would be referred to as gaslighting, right? Saying something like, hey, I put a lot of work in, don't want you to discredit me, when you've literally ripped off somebody's work without giving them credit. It's hard for me to say the obvious, right? But I'm glad Are They Gay could speak up and advocate for themselves.
So he admitted he plagiarized Avila's work, but he had an explanation. He was too busy. Too busy doing what?
Too busy.
You don't do anything! The
stealing more stuff.
Video was never unprivated. Instead, a few days later, it was re-uploaded with pieces missing, of course. This re-upload was also in 3 parts, saying the video had been edited to remove content owned by other parties. The re-uploads also say which part of 3 they are, except for part 3, which is also called part 2. Somerton had put in about as much work as you'd expect from someone who copies for a living. In the new version, the Merlin section was completely removed. However, this was the only change, so later parts of the video still refer back to it.
Much like
are we a like away from hitting 50?
With Merlin, the pair start the series off on a bad paw.
The Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections were kept the same, so all the video sequences he got from Avila for those parts was...
Yeah, it's kind of interesting what you do when you hit the like button. I don't want to... I'm trying to get through this video, but seriously, the like button gives YouTube information. So in addition to just adding to the score, making it seem like a more interesting video, making YouTube more likely to recommend the video to people, they're also more likely to recommend the video to people like you. So I would ask you to only hit that like button if you really like the content that you're seeing, because that means you are the kind of person who needs to see this stream.
still in there. He didn't accidentally use any obvious parts where Avila's text or jokes came up, so I guess
Welcome to the chat, Brandy.
he decided it was fine to keep it in. The way James treated Alexander, stealing several of his videos, then when caught offering to hide a credit in the description like that would change what he'd done, and then re-uploading the video with half the stuff he stole still in it, is a clear indicator how little he thinks of his fellow queer creators. He does not care about doing right by other people in his community. He cares about making money, by any means necessary. What makes this even clearer is how publicly he does not admit fault or even pretend he learned anything. To this day, he lies about what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on that livestream, he made up a completely new story that contradicts the apology he gave to Alexander. He claims he downloaded a highlight reel of Merlin clips from somewhere else, and that highlight reel stole from Avila's video, so technically he didn't steal from him and it was all just a misunderstanding.
In the original History of Queer Coding video, I used a highlight reel from the show Arthur that another
Okay, who else, when they heard the show Arthur, immediately thought of Arthur the Aardvark?
YouTuber had used, and I thought it was just a highlight video, but apparently it actually came from another video from the channel Are They Gay?
He repeats and refines this story
Fist balls up JPEG, yes.
throughout the stream.
And there was one where I took a highlight reel
I'm not the only one.
in 2020 from a highlight video that happened to be from a video from a YouTube channel.
The only problem with this story is we have receipts.
And I took a highlight reel to highlight the queerness in the Arthur show.
Hi, Nabil. Welcome to the chat.
No, Merlin show. And it was pointed out to me.
Anybody that's curious, right? We're in the middle. We're not in the middle. We're almost done with this James Somerton video. In fact, I don't know where I'm going to cut out here, but I do want to look at some of the queer creators that HBomberguy suggests that do good work. Also, I do have to mention that we are 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, from the middle of the hour. I don't know what you're going to call it, but the second ad break that Twitch forces you to watch when you're watching my channel, right? You can no longer see those ads if you use a Twitch Prime in order to get yourself a sub, and it's the same as any other sub. It will make you not have to see the ads. You'll get the emotes and everything else, that all the privileges that come along with that for free, and you can also be happy that you're taking from a big company to give to a small creator, right? You can also pay for your own sub. It is $5 on YouTube, $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky enough and to be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity, you could possibly be gifted a sub. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're actually active in chat. That way, people see that you're in need of the sub. It's what I call a humble flex.
That didn't come from a highlight reel. That came from an actual video, and it had been stolen from that video for the highlight reel that I took it from. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism. There was...
Oh, Natalie found another video for a clip from Keffals? Oh, and then ends it with, go explain Theyfab, Noodlegate, or Picru invasion to your grandparents. That's the problem with Keffals, isn't it? Like, she does what she does so audaciously that it's kind of hard to believe. It's kind of hard to believe. Like, the Picru invasion, like, who would do that? Who would tell their community to make Picrus of, like, queer, like... I'm trying to remember the quote again. Like, disabled, like... Somebody who's disabled, black, and gay, or something like that. Make it as diverse as you can. Yeah, we're gonna do the Picru invasion right? We're talking about her literally, asking her fans to make fake accounts on Twitter to sound like intersectional leftists, to sound like marginalized people, and infiltrate the place where she gets criticism from, really.
as I said, and I will say one more time, a highlight reel from the show Merlin that I took from a larger highlight reel video that was apparently sourced from a video from the channel Are They Gay?
James admitted directly to Avila that he took from his work on purpose, although he intended to steal less. How considerate of him. James is lying directly to his audience to protect his
And he kind of looks like he's lying too.
reputation. He can't even own up to his behavior. He just keeps lying, and he didn't even stop stealing. A little while after the stream where the allegations came up, he made a post on Patreon to try to explain
Yeah, we're getting through this because we wanna get to the video of that we can unlock with the if we hit that sub goal, and it seems like maybe did we hit the sub goal? I don't know. It's like I'm doing the math here, but yeah, the video of Peter Coffin being, for whatever reason, really pissed off at James Somerton for making this video. I want to see what that's about, right? Of all the people to pop up with a hot take about HBomberguy's video, Peter Coffin.
the allegations for people still asking about them. You have to be a patron to see it, so avert your eyes if you're not giving James money. In addition to repeating the lie, he got permission from Sean Griffin to adapt Tinkerbells and Evil Queens before making the video. He again states he got the clips from a highlight reel which got them from Are They Gay? Left to his own devices, James will just—
Sarah says, I think Peter Coffin was mad at HBomberguy for a different reason, or just because literally because of this video.
make up what happened. And since his paying customers haven't seen the evidence of him admitting he did it, they have no option but to assume it's true.
James did this on purpose with multiple videos and is lying to his backers so they continue to support him financially. James, you've been to business school. You know there's a word for that. And even if I hadn't reached out to Avila and got that woefully hilarious confession, I could still have objectively proven he did it.
There's one last missing piece of the puzzle here. Ignoring for a second he admitted to Avila he took from more than one video, ever since he's always pretended it was just Merlin. If I
You need my analysis to get to the bottom of it? That's so sweet.
could somehow prove he also used Avila's other videos for those sections, that would show the extent of the copying and how much he's lying to cover it up. But like I said, the Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections aren't as obvious. He doesn't steal any jokes, he just very boringly spouts arguments similar to Avila's while playing what looks like the same footage. It's harder to prove he downloaded his video to make this, which is probably why he feels comfortable pretending he didn't. I was thinking of watching both videos closely side by side and contrasting the clips to show they're all the same, wasting even more of my precious life watching Sherlock than I already have, but then I was reading James's tweets from when he was making this, and I saw that he posted a picture of him editing this video, with his timeline visible.
Wait.
Forgive me, but the opportunity to do something like this—
I can't tell, chat. That's it's on an Apple, right? Is that Premiere Pro or is that iMovie? Is that what that is?
this comes once in a lifetime.
Jimmy, if you're somehow still watching, I need you to understand just how bad a liar you are, just how obviously awful and deceitful you look to anyone who's paying attention. Before you'd even uploaded the video, you posted a picture of the Sherlock section of your timeline, and the source footage is clearly labeled, "Are They Gay?" You had proven you plagiarized Avila before the video was even done. Also, delete your channel.
Let's get a big picture look at how much stealing James has done. As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018. A minimum of 22 contains some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers, and hey, welcome back on—
One in chat if you think that James Somerton is still watching at this point. I don't think so. I don't think he made it this far.
requited, he took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
The cost. Oh shit. I have a transition like that. I never use it though, chat. I never use the burn transition.
A lot of people have been burned by James, not just in terms of having their writing or videos stolen money to find out he was stealing from them, but on a basic level, liking someone's work and funding them only to realize you're funding plagiarism is humiliating. James has become one of the biggest LGBT YouTubers in the room, essentially absorbing all the support and attention that would have otherwise gone to people who actually do work. Other gay video essayists have to come up with their own opinions and actually write them. They can't compete on volume with a guy who's willing to rip off dozens and dozens of other people. Many of the people he's copied were paid very little, and in some cases not at all, for their original material when they wrote it. They were hoping their writing would be recognized and result in future work and more of a career. And in a way, their good work was recognized, but only by James.
Oh no.
How much recognition do you think they got when James read their words without crediting them? And on the
I
other
gotta say it, for anybody who's played through Persona 5, does this not sound like Madarame? Isn't this like Madarame's whole thing? Is that he is this famous artist, like super well respected, and he literally has stolen every single piece of his art. Like every piece of art that he's famous for was somebody he was mentoring for that did the art under his tutelage, and then he just takes it and claims the credit for it.
And how much money has James made from them? How much money has he made in fundraising to start a film studio?
That's right, he stole the Sayuri.
On the back of this career he got from them, while making no films. Gay writers are already poorly recognized for their work and contributions. It's a common problem. James should know about this. In Code Breakers or Queering Cinema or whatever it'll be called next time, James has a surprisingly eloquent section about how gay people keep going missing from history and being forgotten. This part was stolen too.
So as we start out on our lifelong personal journeys, how do we discover our queer identity if we don't know much about those who came before us?
Stephen Spinks's column is extremely moving to read and genuinely important. And no one watching James's video had the chance to learn his name. James made a lot of money repeatedly re-uploading a video about the erasure of queer people, and he did it by erasing queer people. I guess when he renamed it Queering Cinema by any means necessary, he meant it. Every re-upload, the credits get longer. The list of people he's conned grows. The works he's stealing from aren't doing quite so well. This column was written in 2019 for Midlands Zone magazine, the UK's biggest regional gay publication. Due to the impact of the pandemic, Midlands Zone ceased production in 2020. This year, their official site went down, along with its archive of articles like this one. Googling the words James stole now gets you no results. I only found this plagiarism because I noticed it before the website fell off the internet. Good writing about queer living is hard to find, and easy to lose. And in obscurity, it becomes even easier to pretend it was yours. None of the money he makes will go to the people who wrote the great lines his viewers enjoyed. They get to rot in the very obscurity he pretends to criticize, while James takes all the oxygen for himself to promote only himself and position himself as a crusader for real representation, while giving a speech he stole about how gay people keep going missing from the story. I wonder how that happened.
It provokes a deep and meaningful question, I think. What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?
I mean, you can kind of see how this video got created, right? That you know, he has a subject. He notices this with Illuminati. He notices this in other places. Maybe he sees a little bit from James Somerton, and then he goes on a deep dive to find out like all that there is. Like, you know, how deep is this rabbit hole? And as he's going further and further down the rabbit hole, he's developing more and more of an acute and honest hatred for his subject. And it really does come through in the final video.
There is something a little bit soul-crushing about watching a man be paid thousands and thousands of dollars to literally plagiarize the phrase, "What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?" This is the impact. I don't know what I'm supposed
in other words, chat, I think that's why this is so biting.
to do about this. I don't even know if I should
This man suffers for his art.
be making this video. I was just trying to double check 2 or 3 old plagiarism accusations, and I ended up finding a whole bunch more, and I have functionally made a drama video about some guy. And worse, if this video goes up and is monetized and gets views, I have been paid, financially rewarded for making this. I don't find that acceptable. Especially not when the story is really about people who were never compensated for their work being stolen. So to make sure
Yeah, good point, Yasmin Flower. He suffers for his art and he suffers for his science.
I have no financial incentive to make a video
Damn.
like this again, I'm going to be dividing any of the ad revenue this video makes among the creators James stole from. I'll be conducting a thorough examination of every video James has posted, including the many he has deleted I can find archives of, and contact everyone I can. At least the stuff he got from that weird right-wing guy isn't in the video, so he technically wasn't stolen from and doesn't need to be paid. You dodged a bullet for me there, James. It also occurs to me now that I will have to make a substantial donation to Wikipedia. Something that really got to me researching this video was watching James pitch himself as the queer creator to support. Making YouTube queerer entails giving him and his movie studio your money, and not the other
What did he call himself, like a marketing expert? I mean, I feel like that's all that he's good at.
talented people who
Anyway, sorry, all that he said, I'm not saying, look, that's the irony of it, is we'll never know what kind of artist, like, James Somerton would have been, because there were so few times that he made his own stuff, right? Had he done his own, research, synthesized what he learned from other people and properly, he might have developed some kind of voice, but that's another voice that, who knows. This is just me being way too nice to somebody who definitely doesn't deserve it, and saying that, maybe there's a artist within that was never awakened because there was never a need to create anything.
have a fraction of his support. He extremely rarely recommends or speaks positively of any other creators, as if to him fellow members of his community are competitors. He acts like no one else is talking about these issues, and no one else
Branding, yeah.
sees things his way, even though he stole those observations, so obviously people do. The trickle-down effect of this behavior is a little upsetting. From the look of his comment sections, his devout fans believe him when he says there's no one else doing what he does. It's a manipulative strategy. Some young queer people feel underrepresented because the main guy they watch says they are, and that sucks to see happen. So I want to recommend some of my favorite queer creators in case James fans who made it this far need to know someone else they could watch and support. Matt Baum is a brilliant creator who, to put it bluntly, is the
I feel like we've rated into Matt Baum.
platonic
Unfortunately, it was the night that he was doing Psycho, but
ideal of what if James Somerton was good. His videos are
I gotta say, okay, now this sounds like I'm lying here, but I knew about Matt Baum before He was called Matt Baum. I've been subscribed to his channel for a really long time.
Entertaining, but also well-researched. He doesn't need to steal from books to discuss the evil
I
queen
sound like a hipster saying that, but it's true.
of the Disney canon. He writes his own books because he actually does his own work. His video about Disney villains is a favorite of mine and a palate cleanser after watching someone reconstitute other people's observations into smug hamburger. Khadija Mbawe's ability to be energetic and funny when handling sensitive topics is incredibly refreshing and instantly makes the conversation at hand so much more useful. Their video about the politics of coming out, the evolution of the concept, and whether maybe we fixate a little too much on what it's come to mean in modern culture is great. Give it a shot. Lady Emily's videos are all made for me, but the one about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy explores the history of two of DC canon's most important characters and why they make such an engaging couple in stories. I recommend it, especially if you've not seen any of the good stuff coming out of DC lately, which does exist, like Teen Titans Go, or the Snyder Cut. Shanspere covers a broad range of issues from AI to Lolita, but their video about true crime is a great tour of our species' long-term morbid fascination with gruesome stories. Shanspere asks, why are we fascinated with true crime, with real curiosity rather than judgment? They don't even make up any white women to get mad at. Amazing! Ricky Hirsch has made a ton of videos about media and gender over the years. Kat only found her by searching queer horror on YouTube and scrolling down for several minutes to see what was buried under the huge pile of James Somerton and X and Y being gay for Z minutes straight. I recommend her recent one about body horror, which explored gender's role in it in a way that made me say out loud, oh right, yeah! It's good. Give it a shot. I just found out about Verity Ritchie and their channel Verily Bitchy, good one, but their videos with the help of co-writer Ada are really entertaining. I should recommend the video about the lesbian gays just to offset all the baggage I had to experience making this, but the one about Doctor Who and women is great and also deals with gayness, so it counts. And after all this, I'd be amiss not to recommend Alexander Avila, whose latest videos have been real bangers. The type of content he makes has evolved in the last year or so from funny, queer-oriented media analysis to funny queer-oriented life analysis. TikTok Gave Me Autism is really good, and I'd plagiarize it if I could get away with it at this point.
That's who made that
There's
video.
a ton more queer creators out there covering the topics James pretends to, and they manage to do it with their own words, even without his massive budget. Linked in the description is a playlist with these and more video essays on queer media, or history, or politics, or philosophy, or queer anything really, from creators you should consider giving a look if you haven't. It's been reassuring putting this part of the video together and getting to fully realize there's plenty of us out there, and most of them are very cool. James was the exception to a group of entertaining, thoughtful, and kind human beings. I'm proud of us. Yeah, I guess that's the word, isn't it?
Anyway, let's try to pull a rabbit out of...
Wait, who had the Persona 1 video? Did you see one of those creators did a video on Persona 1? That is a Persona I have not played yet.
This bloody mess of a hat. I'm gonna put my wall back up and try to come to a wider conclusion about plagiarism real quick. One sec.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is there any putting the wall back up after...
Rachel, you haven't even held the camera. Can you help me with this?
Is that what the pros do? Is that how you do it?
At least. That's right, she's real. You don't know me. To me, to you. It's on! Thanks for that. We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it. Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the Capsule Hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas.
I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the first time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad revenue. There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better, more original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AVG...
Oh my god. So that's a phrase that I haven't really heard since Peter Coffin mentioned it. Right, it's something that Peter Coffin goes on about, right? And like, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's different ways of thinking about social capital. I mean, social there, there's like a social realm of privilege and oppression. But when I feel like HBomberguy probably means it in a different way than Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin literally, like, when they talk about social capital, it's like the idea that you are privileged for being marginalized, because then you can be like, I'm trans, and you can go to the front of the line. That's how it works, right? It's kind of backwards. But like, it's the epitome of the reductive view that I always point out that the right wing has of social justice, that unfortunately some content creators, Vaush, Keffals, etc., have adopted as their view of what leftism is, and therefore it's upon them to correct the parody that the right has made of the left, as if that was really what the left is all about, right? This idea of a reverse hierarchy, the oppression as social capital, is one that Peter Coffin probably embodies through through their, again, not entirely sure about the pronouns, since Peter Coffin's taken their pronouns off of social media, but this is, they're the epitome of this reductive viewpoint.
IGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, The Game Dude, The Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, The Pissed Off Angry Gamer Man.
Nintendo Shit Cube.
Even before there was any money in it, we were drowning in people competing to be the guy calling NES Batman a shitload of fuck. But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically wanna be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves, but inspired and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics, like the Spoony one, are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony one today? Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still around today because he developed
That's a cool name.
his own new ideas, started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoinkin' twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, riffing, parody. Drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and unique. It's only wrong when you add nothing and try to pretend it was yours in the first place.
And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic Law YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information and images he got from websites like The Cutting Room Floor and just explains where he's getting it from and often asks permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Kat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on
Splatterhouse? What's this I haven't heard of this video game.
YouTube. Thanks a lot, Kat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally
Okay,
open.
I am aware of this, right? Has anybody seen this video game? Video. That's what I'm talking about, right? I think the original was like a system for what you know like how some restaurants have unlimited refills, or like really you can just like go up to the fountain and you can pour as much as you want. So there was like a certain flavor of Mountain Dew that was, is it Baja Blast, is only available at Taco Bell, and this guy like wanted a bunch of Baja Blast. He wanted enough Baja Blast to take home and drink for a really long time, right? So he comes up with this contraption that basically passes the Baja Blast into a cup, through a tube, and into his backpack, so he can get a whole backpack of Baja Blast.
about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal
like a B horror beat 'em up game.
soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story.
So that's been like, look at that. That's that the concept has been resurrected and maybe had a spin put on it.
Unfold. One generation of Baja Blast thieves passing on their designs to the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything wrong with adapting a book or telling people what you found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Bhutanese passport!
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadelas would never notice. This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility for creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages, and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French so more people could engage with the facts of the story, and pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery, in more ways than one. For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing, as non-YouTube video hosts died and their content didn't make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on YouTube, were it not for the Spoonie Russ. A Russian fan of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos with Russian subtitles, and some of these were the only versions of those videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to a new language, but to
So we've got an idea from HBomb himself on what kind of stealing or borrowing or whatever you want to call it, like what kind is acceptable, what is not plagiarism, what is all right, like how can you be inspired? Because like somebody could see his thing and just be like, oh my gosh, I guess I better not ever be inspired by any other YouTuber. I guess I better not be inspired by any books, or else H-Bomber will come for me too. And he's not coming for you. But I'm not sure when we click over to Peter Coffin, right? What is that? What Peter Coffin, is that going to be Peter Coffin's criticism? That intellectual property is not very leftist. He does that too. He looks like, he gives that like this look right here. He does that look way too much, right? Chat, I've watched way too much Peter Coffin. And if you've watched way too many ads on Twitch, now is your chance to break away from the ad break before it even starts. Look, I'm giving you your 5-minute warning. In 5 minutes, those ads will be in front of your eyes, and there'll be very little you can do but just sit there and watch them, right? 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. If you no longer want to see them, you can use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of those ads. You can also buy yourself a sub, which also gets you out of the ads. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you are very lucky, you might be gifted a sub. Although that sort of thing happens more often when you're active in chat. So if you want that to be you, get chatting.
The original language too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You can dub.
YouTube giving them the cheat codes.
Counter-Strike tuber 3 Clicks Philip dubbed two of a Russian creator.
I can't, I'm literally bound by contract not to say that.
Creators' videos about mods they made into English, with permission of course. It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us Tsukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English.
I think a lot of people are inclined to protect
I need to watch more Nostalgia Critic, Nabil.
Creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very academic sounding problem, like something that happens in research papers or or journalism, not something that you can do in a silly video made for entertainment purposes. Why are we holding YouTubers to standards? That would be like expecting accurate history from someone whose name has historian in it. Because YouTubers often project a sense of being scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs, it feels almost wrong to expect them to be professional. But a lot of them are professionals, regardless how authentic their persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creative voices that need to be taken seriously as part of the next generation of media, and also
like the dude's cooking, I don't want to click away.
Small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional things they do. We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit.
Is that what that business degree did?
So they don't check.
Is that what a business degree is? Do I just not know this?
On top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious mistakes and made...
Am I the last one to figure this out? You just learn how to act like you know what you're talking about, act like authoritative, act like people should listen to you? Is that what...
Facts, which we haven't even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole, no one questions it. I've seen James repeat a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, "Truth does not do as much good in the world as the appearance of truth does evil." Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place.
Oh my God.
A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making small talk and
Chat, this is the massive subtweet right here. I mean, if you consider rampancy of wage theft, yeah. Well, he is also a marketing. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what he's telling us. He's a marketing expert. That's what he learned in business school. I don't know. Took the tastier route. That is true. Wait, how do we have? Oh yeah, I already read the ad break. Thank God. Oh my God. I for a second I thought I hadn't warned you.
I made a joke that was actually quite funny about the topic we were talking about, and this big YouTuber, she laughed.
Oh yeah, the massive subtweet, right? This big she. Okay, so big YouTuber she. That's all we know.
Took out a phone and tweeted it. She heard my joke and just casually went, "Oh, I'll have that," and it became her joke, and she just took it. People really liked the joke too, which felt kind of good, but not really. And what are you gonna do, complain and start a
I don't know, chat. What do you think about stealing tweets? If somebody says something funny, oh my God,
massive public fight with someone extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks.
Versatile Layer Books gifted a tier 1 sub to Oakfan 3. You just got a gift sub, courtesy of Versatile Layer Books. Did you get that name from Reddit? I feel like that's what my Reddit name sounds like. Do you know the default Reddit names, chat? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like the names for clips on Twitch. It's just random, like 3 random words put together, and it's always fabulous.
And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a multi-millionaire. When people hit a certain level of celebrity...
Oh my God, chat. Who will never know who it was. Who
they start to...
Unless they claim credit. They were like, I'm the one who stole HBomber's joke. I'm so sorry for tweeting that out. Here, let me donate my Twitter clout to you.
Think the world actually revolves around them and they can just take something.
See, stealing Baja Blast, good. Stealing scripts, bad.
If they want and say it's theirs. I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just fucking weird. I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk making it worse. Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to...
Oh my God, what a nightmare. Yeah. I'm so glad that HBomberguy did this part, because listen, this is the kind of thing that YouTube would do. Like, he makes a video, it makes a big splash, it makes ripples, it echoes everywhere, right? And if YouTube, all they hear is like, oh, creators are upset about plagiarism, let's implement a plagiarism claim system, right? And it starts, you know, like somehow you got, you know, a certain number of words the same between yours and somebody else's video, and you're getting hit with false plagiarism. Like, if it's as bad as their copyright system, in other words, right? You don't want it. It's not worth it. As much as you want people to get caught for plagiarism and, you know, not to benefit at somebody else's expense like that, right? That's YouTube's answer to that is going to be bad. So I'm so glad that HBomberguy said this.
Decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have.
If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the Illuminatis of the world wouldn't stop, they'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this, just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as it is actual infringement of copyright.
A system like this would also allow bad actors to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened to me. I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up.
Yeah,
I'm half expecting some of the people this video was about to try it with this one.
So if somebody makes a copyright claim and it is judged by YouTube as being meritorious, if you want to fight it, the first thing you do is you type in your real name and your address, and that's, you know, like, and it gets sent to the person making the claim, right? So a lot of times people just don't fight the claims.
Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live—
I am so glad, I'm so thankful that YouTube actually seems to have had a human at the wheel when somebody tried to abuse copyright against my channel.
Without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes peeled for that. As technology progresses, the methods of plagiarism are getting stranger and more complex.
The hot new tool in the Stealing Tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called, complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large dataset of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smushing all the stolen data together and using pattern recognition to try to guess the next word. It can't actually intuit things based on context. Here's what ChatGPT thinks I'd say about ChatGPT. It's like having your own personal tutor, therapist, and fact-checker rolled into one. So whether you're here for the knowledge, the banter, or just to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, buckle up. It knows I say buckle up. I'll give you that. None of the people whose stuff was stolen to create this were asked permission or compensated. I certainly wasn't, but you bet they're charging you a monthly subscription for the privilege of using Theft Machine 4.0. When you look into what a large language model actually does, it boils down to a slightly more advanced version of mashing the predictive text button on your phone, which makes it especially dangerous when it comes to writing reliable information. AI frequently hallucinates imaginary people, books, and historical events, because it doesn't actually know any facts, just what facts look like. It's like asking James who came up with Disney Gay Days. You can't trust it. They had to put don't trust.
Chad, it looks like we're gonna have to go a little bit, like, I normally have like a limit, like I try to limit streams to like 6 hours. It looks like we're gonna have to go a little bit past that, a little bit into that extra hour in order to I gotta see the Peter Coffin video.
Trust me at the bottom so they don't get in trouble for inventing a machine that makes up lies. But because it has copied a lot of—
But I also want to see HBomberguy's thing. This is
text and can guess a
This is kind of a tour de force.
lot of new ways of saying it, the power this tool brings specifically to thieves is tremendous. ChatGPT's one truly impressive feature is how well it enables plagiarism.
You could just paste a bunch of stolen stuff you got from Wikipedia or someone else's video in there and tell it to rewrite it so it sounds different. I wouldn't be surprised if James's videos suddenly stop having easily detectable plagiarism in
You could even have it use like higher level vocabulary to be like, to make your version of it the definitive version.
Right around the time computers become able to launder this type of theft. Now it's a machine accidentally changing the quotes.
Some creators have found people copying their work using this exact method, feeding their videos transcripts into a GPT, asking for a different sounding version and using it as the basis for a new video. While it's scary to consider a world where machines crank out videos copying your work and replace you, the plagiarism is extremely obvious. It's just someone's script reworded badly. The thumbnails are just a thesaurus version of the originals that doesn't even make sense. And the videos themselves actively demonstrate they're using.
So that's the way that this shows up. It sounds like, you know, it's ChatGPT if it sounds like ChatGPT. And then if you find something that seems to be like it's harder to search those. That's what HBomberguy is saying, is that like with when it's just like rewritten like hastily, and a lot of the words are the same, it's easy to find the original source just Googling it. But you know, ChatGPT at least avoids detection by Google. You'd have to be familiar with the work, and it'd be weird because it wouldn't be like you know, it's ringing a bell as far as like how it's written, but it would be, well, I mean, first of all, it would be hard to read because it'd be AI generated and kind of incoherent, and you know, just kind of leaving you hanging all over the place.
Footage from the original video. It's sloppy. The videos are unwatchably bad, so no one watched them. When someone finally did, they were caught immediately.
Not to downplay the chance for these to be successful, or the possibility of a more sophisticated version in the future, but it's heartening to recognize that these aren't even really AI. A person had to make these videos. It's still just people doing the stealing here. Pointing out AI was involved is almost a misdirection. A human being stole a video and made his own. All the AI did was speed up the process of making a shitty, obviously stolen video by doing the bad rewriting for them. People have been ripping each other off long before AI happened, and for now, it's still people. So, why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff, but these are small things. There's other ways of getting those.
That is so scary to imagine, Chad. I've had haters before. I mean, I've had people that just like, you know, actively hate my guts and have done awful things to me, but I've never had anyone, at least to my knowledge, like try to steal my work as an own. Or like steal my video. I don't think anybody would. I don't think my videos would make sense coming from anyone else.
The reason humans copy like this, I think, goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built for humans, do we?
Do we?
There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world.
It's not like Beetlejuice where you get like the handbook for the... What, did anybody else find that strange? In Beetlejuice, they get a handbook after they like become ghosts. There's a handbook there of just like, hey, here's how you'd be a ghost. Let's get spooky, right? Life isn't like that. There's no handbook for life. My dogs are gone. Thank you for the gift membership to Petrified Corpse. Petrified Corpse just became a sponsor. Thank you so much.
And the people claiming to have one for you are
hopefully I don't get sued for stealing that sound. I think it's like a PewDiePie sound.
Really just trying to sell you something.
That sound is like as old as the internet itself.
We spend
or at least as old as YouTube.
Most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away or find something to placate them. It's either ennui or being ennuied.
Am I immature for laughing at that?
I know it's a little pretentious, but we're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us, and we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who seems to have it figured out, making you feel better and entertaining you, and seeming to attract
Oh, is it from Mario?
an audience on this
N64 Mario?
roulette wheel of a planet, that's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand what they're supposed to be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people wanting to
Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Kelly Riddle.
be exactly like the AVGN sounds silly, but he knew who he
Kelly Riddle, welcome to the stream.
was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh.
He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. Oh my god. Oh yeah. It's okay to say that. It's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the nerd for all times. But he's apparently... So what was the deal with him? He was not... It wasn't that James Roth himself was a plagiarist, but that somebody that he hired, or like there was a series where he used to write them himself, and then he stopped writing them himself, and they hired somebody, and that person was a big old plagiarist.
In fact, you're supposed to.
Meow.
But that's a human being with purpose. There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore. It's very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing. In real life, James Rolfe is a human being.
The only people I've ever wanted to be, and it wasn't ever be, yeah, it was be like, right? It's like anime characters who are like so super tough that they get the shit kicked out of them weekly, and they keep on going to the infirmary ward to recover, and then they fight like a, you know, more intense stand user, right? It's like that kind of shit, right? But then I wondered, like, do you really want to be, you know, that character? Do you really want to, like, I mean, like,
with all sorts of problems and fears, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to be like the person he seemed.
Do you want to be like somebody who's not stuck in jail, that is in fact free to live the life that she chooses, right?
Someone who knows their place in the world. I know this is getting a bit pretentious and heavy for a video about plagiarism, but I do worry there are people out there who will never get the chance to become who they are because they're too busy trying to be like someone else who, at best, has it figured out for themselves just a little bit. I feel like I know who I am.
Yeah, from my experience, wanting to be like someone else, even if it's an anime character, it's not that it's bad, but you do want to move past that. You do want to move into a place, like, I feel like that's what stories are for. That, you know, maybe at some points in your life, you're so sad that being like somebody else who seems to not be affected by those feelings is a bit of an escape. But I mean, hopefully you move on, you know, from that and realize that the life that's really worth living is your own.
And how to live my life. And that makes me feel happy and somewhat complete. And I don't think I'd have ever found myself if I was trying to chase someone else's sense of completeness. Basically, no one knows how to live your life, and you might not either. But the only person who's going to figure it out is you. And you won't find that by trying to be the next that person. You can only be the first of whoever it is that you are. Other people help in small ways, though. They give you pointers to who you could be. And I think what makes me happiest in the world is feeling like I might have helped some people with that. People take inspiration from my work sometimes, and that is very cool. It's the ultimate flattery, and let's be honest, the closest I'll ever come to having children. If you find any happiness or success making something creatively, and you think I helped, thank you. Feeling like I can do that for someone makes me happy in a way I can't describe. And if you find a lot of success doing it, give me all of your money.
Okay, that was awesome. Like, that's what a catharsis is. Now, here'd be the weird thing, right? Here'd be the coup de grace. If he were to, like, in a few weeks, reveal that, like, parts of his script were actually plagiarized. And like everybody's just like giving him all these accolades and be like, oh, good job, you know, you caught the plagiarist. And it turns out that like, you know, and he did it on purpose to like let people know that you shouldn't hero worship content creators, even if they are exposing other content creators that you shouldn't hero worship. That would be a sick move, as they say. Okay, speaking of sick moves, we've got Peter Coffin. We've got Peter Coffin. And all we know about Peter Coffin is that he's not, that they're not particularly happy about the HBomberguy. Oh, yeah, or we could just steal, yeah, we could all steal HBomberguy's script and all make videos. I'll make basically the same video, and then that would be a interesting way. That would, yeah, that's the teacher become the master becomes the master of masters. I don't know. The master becomes the foreteller or something. I don't know.
Hey, my name's Peter.
Hey, your name is Peter.
Just thinking of myself.
Okay, there we go. I was like so mad because I was gonna be like, you did not forget to turn your volume up, Peter. Did not.
You know, I don't really know who the baddies are right now. I keep seeing all this war crap on the news, and I don't have a lot of input in terms of war. So whether it's Islamophobia versus anti-Semitism, Republican versus Democrat, I can't decide who's the baddie. You know, I think what I need is some YouTubers to hate. Are there any YouTubers who've done like something justifiably hateable, something really easy to...
You remember the time where you commented on the nocommentchick clip that you were shown? Do you remember the time that you did that you included me in your podcast with Miss ACD? Yeah, you could do that again. How did that work out for you, Peter?
Get people to hate, I don't know, something where there's like a law or something that we don't interrogate because we've naturalized it and act as though it's just simply an inherent thing that's wrong, that they're you know, crossing the line on. Oh, what's this? An HBomberguy video about YouTube plagiarists. All right.
Oh no,
and I know
don't tell me this is going to be a reaction.
That you're thinking to yourself, okay, all right, like a good little YouTube viewer, I clicked your video, I clicked like, I subscribed, I rang the bell, I did all that stuff. Now you got to tell me this insane opinion you have about how plagiarism is awesome. And, well...
Okay, so there's the hot take. What's your hot take, Peter?
Well,
what's your hot take?
It's not a cool thing to do. But over the course of this video, I'm going to ask you to consider an alternative view. It's not really so much that it is a good or a bad thing, but instead a result of circumstances and conditions.
Material conditions? Material conditions? Is that the kind of conditions we're talking about?
It starts by showing us an example of some authors who took it to the man and won. He notes to us that this happens almost never. And he says to us, that's just what you gotta expect.
You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have...
Let me see if I can predict Peter's take on this. I think that Peter will say that art under late-stage capitalism is cheap and shallow, and therefore there just isn't that much to steal. Like, right? Like, all of these ideas that these people are having, they're just... Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the Gramsci, what is that word? Oh, cultural... Oh my god, it's almost on the tip of my tongue, chat, the theoretical jargon that Peter Coffin would use to describe this. I can almost predict it. I'm like a bad version of ChatGPT. I can't quite write for you rewrite this for me as Peter Coffin would write it. I'm almost there, though. I'm almost there. I just can't remember what that concept was.
an original idea, if it's good,
I know who wrote about
it won't be
though.
yours for long.
Why? Why does that happen? So, 4 hours later, he tells you,
why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff.
Yeah.
But these are...
The cultural hegemony of capitalism is such that it is near impossible to produce anything of value without a dedicated effort to disengaging from the cultural hegemony of capitalist realism.
Small things.
Oh my God.
There's other ways of getting those. The reason humans copy like this, I think,
I thought I was on the wrong video.
Goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built
didn't we just watch this?
For humans, do we? There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world. And the people claiming to have one for you are really just trying to sell you something. We spend most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away, or find something to placate them. It's either ennui, or being ennuied.
You zeroed in on just the part that I really liked, Peter.
I know it's a little pretentious, but...
Oh, I thought you were going to comment on that.
We're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us. And we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who seems to have it figured out, making you feel better.
Yo,
but now there are freaking communists
invading radicals, chat. Freaking communist invading radicals. Wait, I'm trying to figure out. Thank you, Christine Plain. Did I even know? Piane. With Christine with the unexpected last name. Anyway, thank you for invading my chat, you communist invading radical.
Better and entertaining you and seeming to attract an audience on this roulette wheel of a planet. That's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand what they're supposed to be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people want...
I mean, this part was really touching, right? This part, like, I totally get what he's saying. Like, that's, there is something here, like, about the kind of culture that like, not to be agreeing with Peter Coffin, okay? Because we haven't even heard, Peter Coffin's, actual take on this. I'm just predicting it, right? I could be wrong. But there is something of a hollowness of the culture of hero worship, where art is an escape. And in order to envision ourselves making that escape, we have to see ourselves as someone else. And like the whole, sort of hero protagonist structure, right? Now, I'm not like this isn't art criticism here. I'm not saying, we need to reinvent this stuff without the protagonist, right? I mean, maybe that's how art will develop. Maybe not. I am not somebody that can influence that one way or the other. That's a very big question. But yeah, it does feel like a lot of art serves only as like a substitute for what the lack, what HBomberguy is saying, the little bit of nothing within us, right? That does seem to be unfortunately the function of art, and maybe it doesn't have to be. I don't know.
Wanting to be
I'm just spitballing here, but what I do know is at the top of every hour and the middle of every hour, we have an ad break, and it comes, every half an hour, and that's coming up for you in about 4 minutes if you're on Twitch. That means that you've got 4 minutes to try to get out of the ad break if you want to. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get rid of them with a Twitch Prime sub. Just thought you should know if you have one of those. It's free, pretty good price there. Right, you could also pay for one for yourself. They're like $5 $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky enough, you might be the beneficiary of someone very generous and get a gift sub through, somebody's generosity, right? It can happen. It does happen. We've got the leaderboard starting on the Twitch chat, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Exactly like the AVGN sounds silly, but he knew who he was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh, in fact, you're supposed to, but that's a human being with purpose. There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore. It's very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing.
All right, so there is some truth in what he's saying. There is a lack of meaning
What
in
do
the...
you think, chat? Do you think that maybe Peter's gonna go deep on this one? Really enjoyed his video about the MMR vaccine situation in the UK. Wait, HBombers? Video or Peter Coffin's?
world. That's true, right? That's not false, but plagiarism...
Good for Gabby. I do that all the time, which you will hear me say in a few minutes.
...is not the plot of Highlander, okay? You don't kill them to become them. That's not it. That's not how war is. That's not how this is. Battles that are fought in the real world are fought...
The Highlander? Okay, so if you don't know, I think I know what Peter Coffin's talking about here. It's a movie where there can only be one, and they fight with swords. They're immortal, and but they have to fight each other because there can only be one immortal somehow. And when they're on holy ground, they don't fight. They're not allowed to fight. But when they're off holy ground, then some fights happen, and people's heads will roll. And once all the heads but one rolls, that's the one that's the Highlander. That's, chat, the last one whose head will roll, that's the one that's the Highlander.
Not over material conditions, right? And the same thing goes for plagiarism. But that's not what's discussed in the 4-hour runtime of this video. In fact, the closest that HBomb gets to discussing intellectual property law or IP law...
Yeah, why wouldn't you just stay on the holy ground? That seems like that makes the most sense.
The actual issue at hand, the formalized reason...
I've never seen the Highlander. I had a roommate who really, really liked the Highlander. And just like I really, really like certain anime and manga series, right? My really, really liking them tends to, rather than convince people to get into them, convince people not to go anywhere near them. So, you know, it was the same kind of thing, because this guy was just always like, we got to watch the Highlander. You want to watch the Highlander? Let's watch the Highlander. You got to see the Highlander. Check this out. This guy's from, you know, Sean Connery comes up and like, right. I'm sure I saw part of the Highlander, but I never watched the whole Highlander. And it was mainly because how hard this friend of mine pushed the Highlander, but I do know the plot because he's basically told me the plot. And I also do know, yeah, that it's not called the Highlander. Like, to be the Highlander is just like one of the immortals, I think. It's like one of them is from Scotland, and that's the Highlander. And like, he's really good at cutting people's heads off, because that's what you do if you're a Highlander. No, I'm sorry, chat. I'm too silly. I'm too silly.
And that plagiarism exists.
If you stay on holy ground, the others should go stronger through absorbing. Oh, yeah, the quickening. They absorb the quickening? I would like a Highland cow. Wait, would you be immortal if you were a Highland cow?
The only discussion of that, and it's quite sparse, but the only discussion of that in this video takes a very naturalistic stance towards law. Law exists.
What?
Here's the thing about law. Law is neither natural...
I'm way too silly. I'm too silly for my own good. My dogs are goth.
...or neutral. It's the product of systems of power. That is to say, socioeconomic systems. The structures that dictate how the world runs. Laws come from that. So, who is the ruling class in capitalism? It's the
whoever's putting on that ad that's going on Twitch right now.
Capitalists. So who does the law ultimately serve? Well,
Oh, capitalists. So therefore, since all the laws that are made to benefit primarily the capitalist, then therefore, all laws are unjust. Laws such as intellectual property rights.
ruling class, the
Is
capitalists.
that where we're going? Did I predict it? At least on one of my predictions, right? I think I made a bogus prediction too.
But even by answering a few simple questions, we get into talking about systems. And
we gotta get systems.
That's not what HBomb wants to do.
I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk making it worse. Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have.
So in my eyes,
So, I mean, like, here's my take, right? Like, I get the point that, you know, property is theft, right? But when we're saying that, generally it's assumed that we're talking about, like, private property. You're allowed to have your own toothbrush. You know? Like being a socialist doesn't mean that you don't think that anybody should own toothbrushes, like, you know, like, right? That's not how it works. You know, personal property wouldn't go away. I don't see why intellectual property would be any different. Is that, am I getting Peter Coffin wrong? Is that not what they're saying?
There's two major problems with this. The first one, the obvious one, he just outright discourages looking at this systemically. He straightforwardly says, don't even think about fixing this systemically. I think he does.
Wait. Okay, so he said systemically, but I don't think that he's thinking of systemically the way that you're thinking, Peter. He's talking about implementing should we ask for a, you know, system like a system like the copyright system. He's not speaking in theory here, right? He's not saying, you know, systems in the terms of you know, power relationships, right? Oh my God, how did we end up here? That's such a weird take, right? Why would you think, you get that HBomberguy's not going deep into like theory, materialist analysis, you know, historical analysis territory, right? So why would you think that HBomberguy was using that specific meaning of systems rather than something like the copyright system? A system could be imposed by YouTube that is like a plagiarism system that goes through your transcript and tries to decide with AI, is this plagiarism? And if it is, then, you know, you get a strike and maybe you could appeal it, but then maybe, you know, maybe you're appealing to an AI, maybe no human ever reads your right? So that's what HBomberguy is saying, is as YouTubers, we do not need, we will not tolerate another system of taking down videos, right? Because it'd be very easy for YouTube to look at his video or to see that this video had made, you know, ripples, had really been influential, and that people thought these were important points, and say, okay, so what can we do to make creators happy? Let's implement a plagiarism system that will operate with AI and, you know, deliver those strikes anytime somebody's found guilty of plagiarism, right? HBomb decidedly does not want that. That is the point of what HBomb said. Now we're into territory of Peter Coffin reacting to something that HBomb never intended. Never. This wasn't what HBomb was saying, but here we are. We're going to talk about it. I think Peter Coffin's deliberately misunderstanding HBomberguy's point to paint him as a lib. Quite possible. I mean, that would be Peter Coffin's strategy here.
Is that because this is a 4-hour goddamn video and he doesn't talk about systems? He spends the entire time parading around.
No, I really don't think. I think that he's somehow mixed up. I think that Peter Coffin is somehow mixed up. I don't think that they're talking about. I think they think that HBomberguy means systemic, like in a critical theory way. They're on two different levels here, right? They're like, look, HBomberguy's video, you know, goes deep, and you know, you could examine it using, theory, using critical theory, but like just understand it also that it is meant, it is delivered, it is written as a YouTube video. It is not, written. I mean, that's the thing about creators like HBomberguy. There is a deeper point, but it's not didactic in the way that maybe one of Peter's theory videos might be. That's what Peter's missing. Peter's engaging with this as I guess a theory video, which doesn't make sense to me because it's obviously not one. But yeah, here we are talking to Peter Coffin. That's amazing.
On examples of people doing plagiarism on YouTube and saying hashtag do better. It's important that individuals
do better. Whoever said that Peter's gonna paint HBomber as a lib, you are correct. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Take more responsibility here. And anytime he even vaguely approaches the border of individual responsibility,
Daniel Muklis, I think you're the one that came up with a point. You predicted that.
He tiptoes up to it, looks down, has a nervous look on his face, and he turns around and he marches right back, because if I go any further,
it's hard to engage in material analysis, isn't it? That's why
I'm gonna sound like Peter Coffin.
No, Peter, would he? I mean, there's a possibility that they've interacted. But I can guarantee you who the fuck that HBomberguy is not thinking about in this video, and you're looking at him, okay? You're looking at them.
No, but I have to assume that he turns his ass back around every time he gets close to that border, because it's a 4-hour video. There is absolutely zero chance that over the months that it took him to make this video, it never occurred to him that we could go deeper, that we could talk about systems. He had to come up with something at the end to just...
Systems means a lot of things, my friend. Like, systems can mean a lot of different things, okay? And there's obviously, there are some meanings of systems that HBomberguy is not trying to imply in his video. You have stumbled on one of them, apparently.
Justify why he didn't talk about the economic system. That's what that is. Now, the point of my video isn't, hey, HBomberguy's a baddie because he doesn't do the
fake leftist
right things according to what I think. I'm not calling
Peter just desperately begging HBomb to make a 7-hour video. Yeah, to do a can you imagine if HBomb did videos that were what do you call them, like response videos, like like the angry response videos? Like Keffals does, right? Like Keffals will, if Keffals gets in any conflict with anybody, there's going to be like several videos about them. And it's going to keep, and the idea is that like Keffals wants to say something about Bad Empanada says something back. Keffals says something else. Bad Empanada shows the receipts that what Keffals said is not true. Keffals LARPs that she's like attracted to Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada, says there's no relationship here. Yeah, I mean, just like, it's like but imagine if HBomb was like that. Imagine if HBomb was going for that kind of content, because like this guy takes a year to make a video, right? Like, how slow would that drama be? You would have forgotten about the drama that it even existed, and then a year later the video drops, and it's this like definitive like HBomber just nukes you from orbit.
HBomb a baddie here. I'm not trying to direct you toward...
Could you stop saying baddies?
Attacking him. I'm just not that kind of creator, okay?
I'm just not that kind of fake leftist creator that never engages in the...
And whether HBomb is or isn't, this video is that type of video. It's pointing out a bunch of baddies out there for you to hate, for you to dislike,
But Peter, you're all the baddie that we could possibly need.
You to go after and attack.
We don't need more baddies. We don't need another villain.
And if you don't think that's what it is,
Peter Coffin, you're the perfect baddie already. All right, there's no need. There's no need. You've shown us perfection. And its name is Peter Coffin.
here's HBomberguy's producer saying, "Hey team, I made a post for all of you to post your additional plagiarism discoveries and recommend excellent queer YouTubers so we can get our plans in
Peter Coffin's like, don't snitch.
motion." You see, what this is a Reddit post that makes sure you know it's positive by recommending some good queer YouTubers first, and then make space for the juice. What's the juice, you might ask? Well, it's a list of people to cancel. It's Internet Historian, who's a big baddie. Somerton is a baddie. We a Boss is a baddie. Johnny Harris is a baddie.
I mean, wait a minute. Johnny Harris is kind of... I've seen Johnny Harris be shitty really recently.
Internet Historian is still a baddie. I guess James...
He's a chud. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Stephanie Sterling is both a baddie and a queer creator worth recommending. Oh, and an Internet Historian, also a baddie. Of course, Tumblr picked up on...
It's Tumblr!
The whole hashtag do better
It's Tumblr! Hashtag do better!
message and
oh,
really
no.
went for it.
Like, there's one mode. There's one mode of Peter Coffin, and it's this. It's this. It's everybody else is a liberal. Everybody else is on Tumblr. Everybody else is identity politics and social capital. And you should really creators like them never get the recognition that they deserve, right? We got everything that HBomberguy has, and then the theoretical understanding to tie it all back to capitalism. And how is it that Peter Coffin is not getting HBomberguy's numbers?
Internet Historian
when he's putting out content with a similar would it be a similar frequency to? I don't know. I haven't checked on Peter Coffin. We're on Peter Coffin's channel.
Alt-right anyways. Great day to have never liked James Somerton. Never even heard of Illuminati.
Oh my god. So yeah, pretty big channel, 240 K subscribers. Let's take a look over here and just see what Peter Coffin has been up to lately. There are still videos being made. They are not very... Wait, no, I can't tell. The For You screws me up. The For You screws me up every time. Okay. Most recent 15 hours ago. Before that, 8 days ago. Before that, 12 days ago. 13 days ago. 3 months ago. 5 months ago. 5 months ago. 7 months ago. Okay, so not really making super regular content. Are we doing any live streams? Maybe there's... Nope, there doesn't seem to be three... Oh, it's Peter Coffin with Caleb Maupin. This is the dynamic duo right here. These two are a team. Okay. Damn. Shorts. Are we doing any shorts? We got a few shorts. Oh my god. The woke Ouroboros.
Hey everyone, it's me, Peter Coffin, the author of Woke Ouroboros.
I wrote this all myself. What do you want to bet it's plagiarized? Maybe that's why Peter Coffin's upset. Maybe Peter Coffin does plagiarism too.
Story of a snake eating its own
Nah, I don't think anybody else could come up with these ideas.
tail.
These are pretty unique, okay?
Oh, it's actually nonfiction. It's about wokeness, which is a snake eating its own tail.
That makes sense, because wokeness, of course, is a snake eating its own tail. It makes all the sense in the world.
For wokeness, in which I'm saying that wokeness actually justifies and perpetuates the types of bigotries that it claims that it's fighting.
That's why bigotries exist, because wokeness exists, because it's a snake eating its own tail. It makes so much sense now.
Ooh, spicy, right? I think so.
How spicy
but
is it?
It's a substantial book. It's
84 people agree that it's spicy.
Got over 30 pages of citations, over 200 citations in it. It's not bullshit at all. Wokeness does these things in order to provide a
The woke mind virus, to be more specific. Yeah, definitely.
progressive version of the same types of justifications for power relations as bigotry did before. Not that bigotry's gone. It's not. Anyway, it's a Marxist book, which is funny because a lot of people think that wokeness is Marxism. It's not. If you want to read it, go to
True Marxism is conservative Marxism. Oh, I get it. Pat Sock.
Ouroboros on Twitter, or go to Amazon and search Woke Ouroboros. It's a good book.
I always search for Woke Ouroboros. Ouroborai?
Promise.
Oh, I didn't even see this. Oh, look at this. Ouroboros, but the S is a $sign. Because it's a capitalist Woke Ouroboros.
You'll like it. Hey everyone, it's me, Peter Koff.
Oh my god, well this was so worth it. This was so worth it. I thought I was finding like very little out about Peter Coffin through their channel. Wait, is there anything? No. No pronouns here. And I've checked on Twitter. Oh wait, I'm blocked by Peter Coffin. I wouldn't even know if there were pronouns added. Jeez. Okay.
Before this, LOL. That's great, buddy, but don't go around thinking you're immune to this. If you're not looking for plagiarism, you likely won't notice it unless it's egregiously obvious. Hell, you've probably consumed plagiarized content without realizing it. Oh, you're the baddie. You need to hashtag do better with your content consumption, folks, okay? Even HBomb pointed
You need to hashtag do better with your hashtag do better.
out that these people disguised what they presented pretty well, as long as you didn't try and dig deeper. Don't come away just thinking of this as a call out.
I honestly was ready to give Peter Coffin the credit for like not doing what I thought that they were doing. Like, you know, maybe they just like engage with the something about the content. Maybe they you know, they want to I don't know, draw some connections or something like that. Nope. It's literally to say I am a better version of HBomberguy, and this bread tube is not cutting it. You do not, in fact, have to give them credit. True.
This is an important lesson about vetting your sources. If Googling scripts and quotes was enough to expose the original, we should all start doing this shit. So remember how a few seconds ago...
He kind of sounds like he's doing a shit.
I said that the laws of a society are generally set up to protect the ruling class of a society. In our case, in capitalism, the capitalists. Intellectual property law doesn't actually really protect like individual creators. It protects the class that owns everything. Now, I'm a Marxist, so when
unlike HBomberguy, who's just a rattler,
I talk about class, I'm talking about it qualitatively. If you are the owning class, if your relationship to means of production is owning, that means you are the bourgeoisie, the ruling class. How we're talking about laws right now very easily maps on.
Also, if you own a lanyard, you are also the ruling class, okay?
To that. But it's not just qualitatively that it works. It also works quantitatively, even within the subordinate class. If you're a creator with less resources than the person stealing from you, you're probably shit out of luck. In fact, HBomb says that explicitly in this video. We actually started off with this quote, but I want to play it again real quick.
You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long.
Here's the problem. Anytime he mentions intellectual property law, copyright law, anytime he mentions that, it's just about how it is enforced, specifically badly, how it's enforced badly. But then he goes on to tell us that if there were more tools for enforcement, that would also be bad.
I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk...
Okay, so I hate to have to read between the lines like this, because I think that it was left unsaid, because I don't know, maybe it's like a YouTube thing, but it feels like it shouldn't need to be said. The method for accountability is the one that you're seeing right before your eyes. What is this? This is a video. A video talking about the, you know, you want to say theft of intellectual property. I don't like putting it in a framework of a property, but yeah, representing somebody else's ideas as your own. This is the this is how HBomb would have this taken care of, right? Not by an automated system that is just going to cause us all to get more strikes on our channels. That's just going to make the precarious existence of a YouTube streamer or a YouTube content creator all the more precarious, right? That's not something that I want. That's not something that HBomberguy wants, right? It seems like it should go without saying, but I guess this doesn't occur to Peter Coffin that, you know, that's the solution that's being suggested, right? Is for people to call it out when they see it. And you're trying to act like HBomberguy some kind of, you know, snitch for this. This is HBomberguy like high-fiving, you know, the capitalist and like, yeah, intellectual property for the win. That's right. That's right. That's not what's going on, right? And I don't know, I don't know if there's a certain like just awareness or zeitgeist on YouTube where it's obvious to HBomberguy, it's obvious to me, somehow not so obvious to Peter Coffin, or if it really is just obvious to everybody but Peter Coffin. But it is kind of amazing that how much they're missing the point on this.
Making it worse.
So ultimately, all that we can ever really have is just the bad people out there, the bigger creators.
The way more popular guy.
Not the media companies, not the platforms, not the owners of...
What? Yeah, exactly. Not the platforms. Not the platform. We do not want YouTube to implement this. Is Peter Coffin not making the connection that this would be another copyright system? Right? HBomberguy, if you've been listening to the video, is not that much of a fan of the copyright system. Acknowledges the arbitrary nature of the copyright system. Acknowledges the capacity, the potential for abuse of the copyright system.
Everything, not those people, but people who make content. Those people need to just behave better. If you're a small creator and make a video...
No, they can continue to flock around and they can continue to find out, right? Because everybody that tries to pull this shit from now on, there's not just going to be HBomberguy out there watching. There's going to, now that this is in the zeitgeist, now that this has made ripples, now that you know, so many people have, you know, incorporated these ideas, you know, there are more people that are going to call out plagiarism when they see it.
That's decent and it gets more traffic than anything else on your channel, and some bigger creator sees it, rips you off, and has a huge success, well, guess what? That is their work now. And that's just how things are. So whether or not plagiarism is good or bad doesn't really matter. Whether or not it's cool to repeat.
Look, I think what the point is that it's harder to call something out. It's harder to get attention if you're on the smaller end of that spectrum. If somebody ripped off, like, you know, some huge creator, yeah, their fans would probably be like all over that person, right? They would be like, you know, socially shamed into retracting whatever, you know, plagiaristic like content they'd put out, right? But yeah, there is a media companies, the ones that steal content without consequences at all, the ones that are like squeezing out the excess value of our labor in every video, the ones that make that profit, aka capitalists.
Things
they own things like servers, and those servers make them money.
Other people say without crediting them is, I mean, that's an individual moral stance. I don't
just like the top of the hour ad break makes money by showing you ads, but it doesn't have to be so, right? There is a way, there is a hack, there's one weird trick that you can use to get out of that ad break and actually not pay any money into the system, right? Where it's literally a net benefit for you, a net benefit for me, and anything but for a major corporation whose name I shall not speak now, right? And that is through using a Prime sub. And you have one of those if you have Prime, and if you can use it on the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see the ads here. Of course, you can also pay for your own sub if you want to, or if you're lucky, you might be the recipient of a gift sub, although that sort of thing happens more often with people who are active in chat.
Really give a shit.
Wait, did I get tomatoes and 8 out of 10?
People rip me off all the goddamn time. People have been doing it for years. And if I was angry about that all day, every day.
People have been ripping off Coffin? Who's been ripping you off, Haz? Media companies yeah, what is Coffin even talking about?
You know what? I would never not be angry because people always do it. People are making videos like this based on shit I've said for years. And then there's other people.
Does Peter Coffin feel that HBomberguy's video is based on their ideas?
Who take shit that I have said and warp it so that it's something that services their agenda and makes them sound smart when they have a totally different point than what I wanted to put across. They're stealing things for their own benefit.
Okay, so
and if I spent...
Wait a minute. I think I know what this is about. HBomberguy mentioned social capital, okay? And that is not... I don't think that's like something that Peter Coffin like invented. I do know that it's a phrase that they use a lot. They talk about social capital a lot, so they might feel some ownership. But the feeling that I got, and if you were in here, you heard it, right? Is that the HBomberguy is using the term social capital in a way completely different than the way that Peter Coffin is. So
all my fucking time being angry about that.
Like, do they really? They seem to have this issue of thinking that a given word means the same thing to everybody, when a lot of these words have like technical, meanings. They have like, while it has been suggested that the term social capital was intermittent use from 1890 before, so it's definitely not. It's not Peter Coffin's. It was widely used in the late 1990s, earliest credited to Lyda Hannafan in 1916.
I would be a fucked up, angry person who is obsessed with shit I can't control. Other people. Do you want to know why plagiarism even matters at all? It's systemic incentives. Why aggregate content rather than create it? Well, creativity is labor. It takes energy and focus and time. Aggregating content, yes, it does take those things, but to a lesser extent. And not only does it take less of those things, but it's content that's already proven itself. And understanding that, it becomes pretty easy to see why.
So the argument is that the perverse incentives inherent in the platform is responsible for the, I don't know, the creation of the incentives that we should be looking at the system rather than the people. Is that what we're getting?
People plagiarize. It's because it benefits them. Duh. You are incentivized to create videos that get as many people as possible to watch it as quickly as you can. Why would that not incentivize plagiarism? But plagiarism is against the rules. Clearly, they don't want to incentivize that.
Chat Alpha, I get the feeling that Peter Coffin didn't watch the entire video, which, it's a big video, but...
It doesn't matter.
You're going to comment.
Those rules don't matter. The rules are just formalities created to protect the bourgeoisie when they need protecting. The one example...
There we go, HBomberguy. You're on the side of the bourgeoisie.
...of authors getting recourse against a corporation to demonstrate how nobody gets that done should tell you all about the laws. But instead, we need a bad...
I just realized who Peter Coffin reminds me of. It's Glenn Beck. I was about to say that Peter Coffin is the left-wing Glenn Beck when I remembered that Peter Coffin isn't really left-wing.
List. We need people to cancel because you know what? That creates a lot of engagement and it makes you seem like a crusader for
cancel culture. Oh my God. No, you should just shut up about the fact that James Somerton, has literally like robbed people's whole channel, because we really need to be harsh on the system and easy on the people. Wait, let me try that again. We need to be harsh on the systems and easy on people. Is it gentle on people? Does anybody remember the Michael Brooks quote?
Good. The reason plagiarism happens in the mode that it does is because it's incentivized and rewarded. The only way to address those things is by changing the system.
Okay, so I'm with you. Okay, no, I'm not with you, right? Because you're a Nazbol. I'm with where you say you're going, which is a revolutionary change in the mode of production, away from capitalism and into the future. I'm with you on that thing that you don't really believe in, because you're actually a third positionist, okay? But if you're being real, like, right? However, that is, I mean, call it capitalist realism, right? But that's not something that HBomberguy's video is addressing. There's whole videos that could be made and need to be made about the way that capitalism diminishes art, because I feel like the conception of capitalism, socialism, and the stereotypical conception is one that paints communism as being austere, grayscale, just very bleak, right? In nature, right? Including the arts, and the arts weren't bleak or depressing or whatever you want to say. Like, under, you could look at historical art under communist government, and for all the criticisms you might have for any given given country, you gotta say that it's not like an art-free society. And in a lot of ways, you could make arguments for different examples of art under communism being better, and there's obviously, if you take some of the perverse incentives of like content creation out of it, yeah, you're gonna have better content, right? Whole videos could be made about that. That is not what HBomberguy's video is talking about. It's like a conversation within YouTube of, and if there's any conclusion or any suggestion of how to handle it, it's through YouTube. It's through, it's through, if this happens, making a video about it. Not like because we're looking for somebody to cancel. I hate that Brooks quote, because if it means that people said it means they must believe Brooks is a huge hypocrite.
Not by asking people to behave better. And that's why moralistic critique is stupid. It is ill-informed. It is counterproductive. It is
I, Peter Coffin, am an immoralist. An immoralist.
Something that makes things not change. Now, me making a video on a subject isn't going to change the problem.
This is giving Batman villain energy, isn't it?
I want to draw a very important distinction between what I just said and this.
I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism.
When you get up and you say, look, I don't really know what to do about this, what you're doing is retreating from your criticism. Criticism is self-evident.
He just made a video doing something about the plagiarism. It's ironic, Peter. It's ironic. Damn.
Evidently, what needs to be done.
We are not reading the tone. We are not reading the context.
If there's a thing that's happening that's bad, then by doing the criticism,
right, Dither? He's admitting he doesn't know everything.
You're saying that thing needs to stop. Then, when you say, look, I don't really know what needs to be done, you're retreating. You didn't go far enough with the criticism if you don't know.
He's not He's not retreating. You are misreading
what you're supposed to do. And you did 4 fucking hours.
Cringe, brah. 4 fucking hours.
Of course, an individual can't solve the problem on their own. Duh. We need people with a functioning critique working together, engaging
unlike you
with power. To just say,
unlike you, HBomberguy, who is the literal tool of the bourgeoisie.
No, guys, after 4 fucking hours is just nihilist horse shit. If you did your job, yes, you do know what
shots fired, chat. Shots fired. We have accusations of nihilism.
We have to do. You don't know exactly where it's going to land. You don't know what the future is going to look like, but you know what the problem is, and you know that we, the people,
the last time that happened, it was Nietzsche subtweeting Marx.
Need the power to address that contradiction. You need a mob of people that knows their shit. That's the solution, friends. But no, it's sensationalist blame machine media. That's what this is. I foment a fandom around
cancel culture, and it's too woke.
Myself by pointing out the baddies to feel better than. Roblox.wave is the same goddamn thing. It's a bunch of people who did a bad thing that you're not.
The video from last year, Roblox.wave, right? Other people that did a bad thing. Well, yeah, they were fucking assholes. I don't know what you want me to say. Wasn't this somebody that was trying to like impose a copyright over a sound that he literally took from somebody else? Isn't that what the Roblox.wave thing was about?
Not supposed to like. Hell, Bloodborne is awesome, and here's why is the same thing. It's
I didn't see that one.
Telling you that you're bad at Dark
.oof
Souls because you're using shields.
I think you're right. Yeah, is that what the video? Yeah, I think it was Roblox.oof.
You should use shields, you dumbass. You want to talk pathologic? HBomb made a long-ass video about how you're enjoying art the wrong way, rather than advocating for why something is good. The video pathologic for people who won't.
But now there are freaking communists.
This is almost too much. Look, like I gotta say, if Peter Coffin didn't exist, I would need to become an artist and invent them. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome, communist invading radical Brad Vertigan. Like this is so good. This is so good, so reliable too, for these kind of takes. I don't know, chat. Look, Peter, you're not canceled, okay? I'm not gonna tweet about you. I don't feel the need to like expose you. I feel like enough people know who you are already. And, you know, the ones that aren't in your cult have made up their minds that, I'm just enjoying it. Somehow after this video by HBomb, this is how I like to relax.
I'll never play it, which
thank you, Peter, for making me laugh once again.
HBomb probably considers plagiarism is a significantly better video than his own because it understands that there is good content within that game. However, the way it is presented, both mechanically, visually, and any other factors, are things that will keep certain people from getting anywhere near it, and instead uses the medium of YouTube to attempt to show people those ideas and that content with a different perspective. I'm sure HBomb would tell you that's what his video does, but no, it tells you that you're wrong in how you enjoy art. You're wrong. You don't know what you're doing. Unless you do, and then come on in, the water's fine. Join the HBomb fandom. Become a patron.
Salty. I don't understand where this anger comes from. Right? Like I said, like the anger that you saw from HBomb on James Somerton, it would seem like a little much if you don't take into the account the fact that it started off with a shallow rabbit hole and ended up in a very deep one, right? If you don't take into account the amount of time unplanned for, I think that HBomb spent researching all of the very obvious plagiarism that James Somerton was involved in, right? That then it feels almost like HBomb has earned that spite in a way that Peter Coffin hasn't, and so it comes off as just being. He just comes off as a hater, and I don't know if he's a hater. Maybe he's just trying to stay relevant. Maybe he's just chasing clout. I don't know. But it sure sounds like it reads like hate, even if it's not. Video probably took. Oh yeah, right. Well, yeah. HBomb was working on this video back in July, right, and probably before. You know this. You know that Peter Coffin got fired up at anyone boycotting the Wizard game. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I didn't watch. I'll be honest, chat. Like, even though I had this famous drama, super famous drama with this famous content creator, Peter Coffin, way back in the day, I gotta admit, I have not been keeping up on. I think the last thing we watched of Peter Coffin was was Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin promoting Woke Ouroboros, which was hilarious. But I don't know really what else they've been up to.
You'll see the videos before anybody else does. Now, as much as it is fun and cathartic to have a nice dunk.
I mean, this is fun and cathartic, I will admit. I don't feel great about myself. It's like, I feel like I just ate some junk food.
At the expense of HBomb, it's really important that you understand HBomb is not the problem, nor am I really even mad at him individually. I don't like.
Yeah, no, jealous would be a better way.
Like the fact that he makes this kind of content. I don't like the fact that it's about blaming and shaming.
Well, we can't blame HBomb. It's really capitalism that's causing the perverse incentives of capitalism are causing HBomb to act like a woke SJW and going around and canceling people. So let's treat the system harshly and the people gentle.
And creating ideologies that divert people away from systemic thinking.
Well, okay, so I got a question from chat. Why is Peter Coffin so mad? I can't tell. I can't give you a definitive answer. I can speculate. I can merely speculate that it is either out of jealousy or it is fake. But I can't. It does seem more like jealousy. I'm leaning towards jealousy.
Don't like that stuff, and I am pointing out that he individually is making that kind of stuff. But
because I start to second guess me thinking that it's fake, because this is kind of how Peter Coffin handles everything, and this is how Peter Coffin responds to everything. Right? Is it all fake, or does Occam's razor say that some of it's got to be real?
That's not really the problem at the core. The problem is the system of capitalism in its imperial stage, a global system built on top.
Wait a minute, does Occam's razor really say that?
Of a contradiction that Frederick Engels so simply summarized in Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific. A mode in which production has been socialized. However, the mode of appropriation is retained from the feudal system. So we have private appropriation of product and therefore profit. I am explicitly saying that capitalism is the problem. And it didn't even take me 4 hours.
I don't disagree with that. Right? However, people like you are a liability for any revolution that would displace it, right? This is the third positionist coming in to try to tell us that but why is no one talking about capitalism? So plagiarism is okay because of capitalism? I feel like now I'm trying to to explain Peter Coffin. It's almost like it sounds like I'm making excuses, which I'm not. I disagree with this guy. But what does Peter Coffin think? That the people that do the bad things don't do it because they're bad people, and so they don't deserve to have any sort of accountability for the fact that their ill-gotten gains have been gathered at the expense of others, but that rather we should turn our attention to the systems The foremost one being capitalism, which incentivizes such behavior. And that is true. That is true. But it if the solution is overthrow capitalism, you might be waiting. You might be waiting a little while for that to get solved. And what we can address, and what HBomberguy was trying to talk about, was, just, I guess, a socialized system, if you will, of accountability. And what he was modeling was his video in giving his reach to the smaller creators that kind of got rolled over by this larger creator, who then supplanted them Madarame style. I keep on bringing this back to Persona 5, but it is exactly like Madarame from Persona 5, like somebody who is known as a famous artist, is massively respected, and is literally stealing all of his most famous pieces from his students, right? That's not, that's what we're dealing with here. And if you don't have time to wait until capitalism is overthrown, or the means to, facilitate that or expedite that or whatever, then you're kind of left with looking at, some sort of system for accountability, not, as Peter Coffin is phrasing it, cancel culture, but all these people that paid into this guy that they thought was incredibly creative, that was making all kinds of content that they loved, and it turns out it wasn't even his. He was stealing for other people that will never see a fraction of the money that he made. Yeah. So while I get what Peter Coffin is saying, it's wild, right? He literally glommed on to HBomb talking about systems, by which he meant a content system, right? The content system, the thing that gets people copyright claimed, right? If the thing that doesn't work very well, HBomberguy does not want a plagiarism system, on the same, similar to the copyright system, right? That system does not work very well. That system can be abused. That system is just still not correctly implemented or reasonably implemented. So wanting another system where AI is going to flag people for copyright infringement, for intellectual property theft or whatever, that's a bad idea. So I don't know. Incoherent rambling as always from our good friend of the VOD, NCC fan for life, Peter J. Coffin. I still haven't decided what Peter Coffin's middle initial is. We need to figure that out sometime. Oh yeah. Somebody confirm that Matt Bender is in fact still streaming. How long has it been, chat, since we raided into our old friend, actual friend of the VOD, actual person that I never talked to Peter Coffin face to face. We never did a debate or anything like that. It was just an interaction that happened on Twitter, and through a bunch of Nazbuls clipping something that I said about Infrared Haas, and then giving it to Peter Coffin to make a tweet over, and that's how that all started. But yeah, Matt Bender I talked to for real life, and we did debate a little bit. We did have some different ideas, some different thoughts on things, and I appreciated that, even though I wasn't expecting it. Matt Bender's been my hero for a really long time, and so I kind of just was wanting to interview him or something like that. But yeah, he turned it into a little bit of a debate, and we had a lot of fun. So I hope you have a lot of fun over there watching Matt Bender, and I think I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow. There's so much content. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, right? I don't have time. I've got a million things to do, but I think I'm gonna have to stream tomorrow because there's so much stuff going on that if I don't, stuff is gonna start to slip through the cracks, and I'll never be able to get back to it. Anyway, you are gonna raid into Matt Bender on the Twitch side, on the YouTube side. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all so much. There they go. There go the Twitch. There goes the Twitch raid. All right. I hope Matt has a good rest of his stream, and I had a really good stream. I had a great time hanging out with you. It's the kind of thing where it was like my energy was fading a little bit, but it's just such an interesting concept. And the rabbit hole with James Somerton, it goes so deep. You kind of do want to be a completionist there and get to the bottom of that. And it turns out at the bottom of the rabbit hole, we found a Peter Coffin, right? I could imagine Peter Coffin being a resident of the mirror. What is it called? Through the Looking Glass. There's Wonderland. Yeah, Wonderland, the universe beyond the Looking Glass, like whatever, some Lewis Carroll creation. I could imagine going, through some magical contrivance and coming face to face with Peter Coffin as some sort of a interlocutor. And wow, you can tell that I've been streaming too long. We went almost 7 hours today, chat. I'm going to try to be back tomorrow. We got Chelsea Manning talking to Hassan. We've got I'm going to try to watch maybe Adam and Sitch versus the Vanguard. I want to see how that went down. I love to watch a debate, and I'm sure that was a debate, so that could be interesting. And I feel like there's more. There's always more, right? That's what it feels like, but we'll get through it somehow. Anyway, I will see you